MR Wise Guy streams. Test.
All right, there we go. We are live, back again, twice, 2 times in a row. Like I said, I might be here the next day, and it's the next day, so I'm here, and yeah. Anyways, we're just going to continue the video that we were watching yesterday, because we were getting to the good part, and I just wanted to continue finishing it, because it's so good. It's just so good. Like this, for anyone that actually wants to take, I guess, Destiny's Trump stuff seriously, they have to watch this. They have to watch this, because this will show you how he really feels about the whole thing, and then you can kind of judge for yourself of whether you want to continue listening to this guy on, like, or have him as an authoritative source for, like, political stuff, at least US politics specifically, not foreign policy or Middle East policy, but specifically US policy. So yeah, we're gonna continue this. I think we're just gonna get right into it,
because they've forgotten to have principles. They don't have them. They don't even
actually. Let's go back just a little bit before she starts talking.
We're not going to waste energy policing our own side, saying, hey, there's some unambiguous, like, we can't really tell you how many people this is.
How am I even policing our own side? I'm not trying to cancel. I'm not saying that you guys are bad, that nobody should support you. I'm saying you would be more effective if we actually held to the standards that we say we care about. The right is fucked in large part because they've forgotten to have principles. They don't have them. They don't even begin to espouse them anymore. They're getting fucked by the one principle that they held, which is around the Epstein files. It's fucking them over. When you hold standards for yourself and then you fail the standards, the people notice. The problem the Democrats had is multifaceted. Number one, we pretended to have moral standards that we never gave a fuck about, like kowtowing to the progressives. And number two is that the standards that we do have, which are good democratic standards, we are not always upholding to. We need to be more clear about when we're upholding to them. There are some people that we need to go scorched earth over, but I am telling you, Tectones and Asmongold's don't need scorched earth, and neither do tallies.
Yes, true. Yep. Asmongold's, I watch Asmongold. Tectones, I only know Tectones because Destiny was, like, doing some sort of weird roast against him. So thank you, Destiny, for putting me on to Tectones. And then oh yeah, Asmongold, Tectones. They don't need scorched earth. Like, just talk to them like a normal person. They're normal human beings. They're not, like, they may have bad opinions, but, like, you just blow up on them because you just can't stand it anymore. Like, that's literally Destiny's argument at this point. Like, oh, just make fun of them and don't give them any validity, political validity at all. Like, I mean, all you're doing is just building your own echo chamber, I guess. Because, like, there's a lot of people that still listen to them and will stop listening to you because you're bashing them and not giving them a chance. Like, a lot of people see you as, like, not being fair towards them, and they're just going to, are they going to jump ship from Asmongold because you start making fun of them? Or are they going to look at you being like, oh, Destiny, you know all those other things that other people accuse you of that's bad? Well, I think I might start adopting those opinions. Like, what are they going to do? Jump ship from the people that they got grown used to, or jump ship from you that's just making an unfair, blowing up very quickly, very easily without actually, like, seeing what they're saying for the other side? Like, actually steel manning, actually being good faith. Like, it's funny.
Those are not the people. The Matt Walshes, go fucking off.
Winning
Don't
some
care.
people over by being uptight like we were for 20 years. Like,
yeah,
I don't see this happening.
There's literally people in my comment section who say, I would like to interject, thank you. So there are people who come into my comment section and they say, oh, I really liked Steven until X. And you know what X normally is? It's either the past fucking week with the dead girls, or it's Corey Compatore.
Yep. And the Corey Compatore thing is the firefighter that died during the Trump attempted deletion in Pennsylvania last year, where everyone keeps saying, like the unhinged people, they say that it could have been staged because the bullet hit his ear perfectly and not actually hit him, and it's like, oh, that's staged. And I'm like, oh yeah, okay, yeah, the Trump definitely planned to get hit in the ear and risk the shooter not being that good of a shooter. Like, you don't, like, weapons. If anyone, like, the people that believe that whole nonsense, like, oh, it was staged, literally has never shot a gun in their life ever. They don't know how gun physics works unless they played a video game, and they're like, oh, this video game, I can aim perfectly, and like, in real life, that's not how that works. Shooting weapons are very, very difficult, especially at that far of a range, and the way that he was angled and everything. Like, bro, it's just stupid, staged nonsense. But some people believe it, and I think they're like, I think they're dumb. I'll be mean to them. I mean, I think they're just ignorant because they've never shot no weapon before. But yeah, I forget the point that I was gonna make.
Fucking firefighter. What's that?
Oh yeah, I was just explaining the attempted assassination. Oh, but so it missed. There was a couple shots, and then the angle that the guy was at, missing Trump, and then glazing his ear. Some of those shots went by him and hit the crowd behind him, and the crowd behind him, one of them was a firefighter named Corey Compatore, and Dusty basically just said, was basically just kind of making fun of it, like, oh, look, that guy that died, like he deserved it and stuff like that. I'm like, yeah, okay, all right, but he tried to make a joke out of it by saying it like that, kind of. Yeah, with the yep. I know why people would be pissed off with Destiny about that.
Now they're saying they're going to vote Trump now.
You guys kind of God guided that bullet, okay? So I'm just laughing at it.
Well, and by the way, well, actually, hold on. This brings up a previous point. So you were saying that, like, oh, it's just jokes. And actually, that Soy Pills probably brought it up more than anybody else, saying like, oh, you're trying to police our jokes. Excuse me, correct me if I'm wrong, because this is the malice that most people are identifying, is the fact that you and I both.
Oh yeah, by the way, these two have clarified that they don't care about the jokes. You guys can make edgy jokes. They don't have any issues with edgy jokes. All they have an issue is the way that you implement them. Like, implement them so that our side can win. Or their side can win. That's their issue. The anti-Trump side. Like, why would you do these things and then give the other side plausible deniability? Oh yeah, see, the other side is just as bad. Like, look at Destiny. He makes all these edgy, disgusting things all the time. Like, literally, that's what people are going to point to. They're not going to look at the nuance or anything that you have to say. The other side's only going to look at the things that they want to see. So if you keep giving them fuel, Destiny, like you have been, that's their issue. They don't want you doing that. They're like, it's not just the jokes, it's all of the negativity stuff that you guys do. You guys should hold yourselves to a higher standard if you want to be the other side, that if you want to capture other people from the other side. But I guess Destiny doesn't want to do that. So we'll see how far his strategy will work.
Genuinely believe that MAGA is a quasi-fascist movement that doesn't care about the rule of law, the Republic of the United States, or its people, correct?
Yes.
And that's why you don't care that Corey Compatore, or whatever his name is wittingly or unwittingly, he's effectively supporting fascism.
Who's this person? I don't know this person.
It's the firefighter who got shot at Trump's rally.
The Trump rally in Butler.
I care that a person died. I care that right now, when Medicaid gets shut down, the red states are going to be hurting the most. It's a little bit...
TDS Connor.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't watched him enough to really say that he has TDS, but he is definitely anti-Trump.
Like, well, you voted for this, but like, I care that people are
Steven,
dying.
do you care that Corey Compatore died?
I think we can joke about it.
No.
Corey, do you care? Or Steven, do you care that Corey died?
I mean, it's bad when people die, but I'm not
do you think it's funny?
spill any milk over it. I mean, a little bit, yeah.
Okay.
See?
Well, yeah, you can make a joke about it and it could be absolutely funny, 100%.
He thinks Destiny thinks it's funny, so that's all you need to hear.
So why can't we make a joke about
what I'm pointing out is that there's an underlying malice that you are denying.
Counterpoints. Why can't we make a joke about the October 7th stuff then? That's funny.
What's that? Make a joke about it.
The October 7th stuff, right? When Hamas came in, got all those Jews. It's funny, right?
Yeah, you can. I just expect people to be fucking pissed off about it and stop supporting you politically.
What was the
True. Yes, literally literally what happened with the Democratic Party. The Trump thing that happened in Pennsylvania, that was probably the reason why Trump ended up winning, but also the October 7th stuff with how Democratic voters were, or the people that would normally associate as a Democrat, were how they were being very unhinged about the whole October 7th stuff. That also completely destroyed a massive base that the Democratic Party had. Like, a lot of Jewish people literally jumped ship because of that. Literally jumped ship. So that was also a big player and on why people went, and that's why Destiny's going to start talking, because like, oh well, because Destiny's whole point is like, oh, the other side is unhinged and stuff, but they seem to be winning. But when we start being, so why are you telling me that we can't be unhinged? And now we literally have the Democrats doing something unhinged, and it actually backfired on them, or Democratic voters. Let's just say that. So now Destiny is like, oh wait, but this scenario doesn't matter, or something like that. He's probably gonna cope about this little situation.
God, do you think somebody here is gonna say we can't joke about Jews?
Well, no.
Wait, hold on, Soy. Do you think we can make jokes about October 7th? Are you okay with that?
I would never make a joke about a Jewish person. That's not my thing.
I make a Holocaust and October 7th jokes all the time. Of course, obviously.
Hold on, do you think that the people making jokes about it on October 7th drew people to their side or pushed them away?
Yeah,
no.
Is there an undercurrent analysis?
See, he's pissed because it's true. It drove them away.
Relevant. Is there an undercurrent of malice?
I mean, it's true. I was circling around Destiny. He is correct. It did drew them away. But I guess Destiny's going to try and cope about that.
Within the joke.
Yeah, it was the policy. It's not the fact that people like Hassan or whoever the fuck are making jokes about October 7th. It's like they actually legitimately 100% support Hamas. That's a big difference.
No shit. That's why people are pissed off, because they actually think that you don't give a fuck when conservatives die because they're the victims of their own policy.
Yes. See, now he's just going to say BS because he doesn't want to believe it. But that's literally how they feel. But Destiny doesn't care about how the other side feels. He only cares about how he feels.
Shit. Oh my God.
That's literally the point.
Really, Destiny really jokes about October 7th. It's like they actually legitimately 100%.
Trump bullies the bullies in the main, not the innocent. That is the difference.
Yep. Execution. That's why I like Kyla. Even though she's rooting for her own side, she is describing what Trump does perfectly. She won't admit it, but she is describing what Trump is doing perfectly. Trump is bullying the bullies. You're bullying Destiny's bullying the innocent. One is gonna but all Destiny sees is that, but both of you guys are being bullies. Both of you guys are being bullies, but Destiny just doesn't want to. He doesn't want to talk about. Oh, but who are they attacking? Who are they attacking, Destiny? Oh, it doesn't matter who they're attacking. Well, what if one side is attacking the bad guys and the other side is attacking the innocent? Well, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Or I wonder if he would actually say that. I don't know if they actually get into that.
Support Hamas. That's a big difference.
No shit. That's why people are pissed off, because they actually think that you don't give a fuck.
But Worsenary, you're 100% correct on that one.
When conservatives die because they're the victims of their own policy.
Worsenary. He will never learn. Sad face.
Yeah, but you know what? It's not a sad face. Because, I mean, it's sad, I guess, interpersonal. Like, if he was like if I knew him in real life, I mean, I did see him in real life. But if he actually was like my friend and he knew me and we were like friends, this would be sad. But he ended up blocking me, so I'm like, you know what? He can do this, and I think what he's doing is gonna destroy his own, because he is literally, he could easily be one of the smartest people on the Democratic side that's staunchly a Democratic person, but he's choosing not to actually utilize his wits and his brains to actually to actually get people to move to his side. He used to, and then he decided not to do it anymore. And that's why she's kind of very disappointed in him, because she's very friendly with him. Counterpoints also is kind of friendly with him. I'm not sure. I've seen him sometimes, but I don't really pay too much attention to his stuff. Wick is disappointed in him because Destiny really it knows better, but Destiny doesn't want to hold himself to that higher standard anymore. He doesn't want to do it. He doesn't want to do it anymore. He's cocked out. He's probably the most dangerous person on the other side to actually pull people from one side to the other. He has the ability to do that, and everyone here knows it, but Destiny doesn't care for it anymore. And that's the sad thing. But for me, it's good that he's out of it's good that that character is so disaffected that he doesn't want to do it anymore. And I'm like, you know what? Yeah. Keep making those jokes, man. Keep making those jokes. So people can easily clip you out of context whenever you make any type of art. Like, he's literally just destroying his credibility to draw people from the other side, which he's very effective of doing. Probably the most effective person of doing. He probably won't even admit that. Maybe he might not admit that because it clashes with his ego. Because like, he would want to be that person, but it comes with a lot of responsibility that he just doesn't want that responsibility anymore. But yeah, so it's sad, but me personally, I don't really care. It's good that he's not going to be the face anymore. So it's sad for his side, but it's just good for the other side. But yeah, let me go back just a little bit because like I want this one point is actually really good.
Policy. It's not the fact that people like Hassan or whoever the fuck are making jokes about October 7th. It's the fact they actually legitimately 100% support Hamas. That's a big difference.
No shit. That's why people are pissed off, because they actually think that you don't give a fuck when conservatives die because they're the victims of their own policy.
Bullshit. Oh my God.
That's literally the point.
That's literally, yeah, that's true. And he doesn't want to believe it, but like, it's obviously true. He doesn't want to believe. He doesn't want to give any sympathy towards the other side of how they might feel or anything. Like, he only cares about how he feels. And he's like, nah, that's not true. That's not true. The other side doesn't actually have feelings or whatever.
Really? Destiny really thought that God smited those girls for masturbating with NordVPN? Seriously?
No, they think you just don't care about.
They think that you don't. You think that.
See, little manipulative tactic right there. Now he's pretending that, now he's being hyper specific on the joke that he's saying, that he's hyper focusing on, when obviously it's more basic than that. He's being obtuse, actually. No one's talking about the NordVPN bullshit nonsense that you're saying. The overall theme of that joke it literally gives the impression that you just don't care about those kids, because like, why joke about them if you care about those kids? That's literally how people are seeing it. Like, so stop doing this stupid retarded, like, oh, the NordVPN, oh, they're so mad at the NordVPN. I'm like, oh, okay, no one's talking about the NordVPN specifically. He's being hyper obtuse for no reason. I mean, this is his debate strategy, I guess. Completely, like, he's trying to make the other side, he's trying to crazy make the other side, or crazy make their points.
They think that you feel that Republicans
are underlying malice, that you legitimately do not give a fuck about these kids. And I'm pretty sure I heard that you don't give a fuck about these kids. I'm pretty sure you said you don't give a fuck.
I'm just tired of the Martin Bailey. I'm just so tired of this Martin Bailey.
There is no Martin Bailey. No one.
Yes, there is. You're doing it over and over again. I am saying being mean loses the middle, and then you guys go, so you just want us to be nice and not mean jokes.
Okay, wait.
No.
I love how she mocks it.
The way you're being mean in these specific instances is alienating people to your effect, like detriment of anything. But the Republicans are mean and they won. We don't even know if that being mean is what made them win, Stephen. What's more likely, Stephen? Do you think that Trump won because he was divisive and mean? Or do you think he won because he had 8 years of campaigning, funding behind him, and Kamala had 3 fucking months?
What was the campaigning that he...
Yeah, which one was it? The 8 years of campaigning and Kamala not having, like, not even a full year, or the meanness? Which one is it, Destiny? Which one's more impactful? The campaigning or Trump being mean? Like, it's obvious.
He was doing. It was
being funding behind him, and Kamala had 3 fucking months.
What was the campaigning that he was doing? It was
being in the eye of the public.
And how being in the eye of the public? Being mean and being divisive.
I don't think that a lot of people were like, yes, this is why.
And we'll look at the Epstein.
Okay.
So the big news, but
hold up. I wanna find something. I wanna find Trump's give me just random Trump rally. Let's see this mean divisiveness that he's been doing. Oh wait, what is this? Oh wait, hold up.
A bit of trouble tearing off his shirts.
So this guy hates Trump. So let's see. Is this? He's probably gonna take a bunch of clips of Trump being mean, but. Okay, all right. I don't really care. But this is obviously Trump's rally, and this is the divisiveness right here, right? It's not someone just, I guess, randomly taking his shirt off for some reason. Not sure why. Probably literally just dancing and stuff. Yeah, all this dancing and cheering. Yeah, this is Trump's divisiveness, 100%. Let me see. Is there any more clips from the Trump thing? Oh, let's see. Because this Jimmy Kimmel person hates this guy. So let's see. Is this going to be a divisive thing? I think.
Make up one hell of a season of Dancing with the Stars. Look who else showed up.
Good evening, New York City. Our hometown. Let's seize this moment and create a country for tomorrow.
Yes, let's seize this moment.
Yeah, I think
Where's
that was
Mary? Hulk Hogan.
I think that was wasn't that that clip that we played that was very chopped up? This was very divisive that she said right there. 100% divisive. True. Yeah, 8 years of divisiveness.
I'd love to join your live stream whenever you are live.
Thank you for the follow, but don't do it, chat.
Why I love him. The issue is that communism
he was doing. It was
being in the eye of the public.
And how being in the eye of the public? Being mean and being divisive. That's literally all.
I don't think that a lot of people were like.
No, Trump didn't all. If that's the takeaway that Destiny gets from all of Trump's rallies and all of the things that he said, then he's completely Trump brain broken, because he's obviously hasn't seen like the last two clips that I saw where there was zero decisiveness in like anything happening. It was mostly just people cheering on and just doing like rallies and stuff like that. Like it's almost like a concert. Like that's not him being divisive 90% of the time. It's like maybe it's like him like 40% of the time. But then the other like 60% of Trump's rallies is literally him just glazing his audience and stuff like that. Like, what are you talking about? And remember, this was 8 years. 8 years. Like he literally just lives in a delusion.
Like, yes, this is why I love him. The issue is that communism.
Oh wait, go back a little bit.
Being in the eye of the public.
And how being in the eye of the public? Being mean and being divisive. That's literally all.
I don't think that a lot of people were like, yes, this is why I love him. The issue is that communism. Every single incumbent lost. Did every incumbent just lose because their alternative was just mean?
Kyla, have you been to like these Trump rallies where they're all like, God, I love how mean he is to Democrats. All these shirts are like, yeah, fuck Trump, that bitch.
Of course. And I've been to Democrat rallies where they also love how mean Dean Withers is to Republicans.
Obviously, he hasn't seen that clip that we just saw, so yeah.
Republicans, yes, partisan hacks love when you're mean to the opposing side. This is obviously fucking. I'm not talking about partisan hacks.
CleanFoolHazard.22XH1. Cheap viewers on stream.
Don't do it, chat.
I'm talking about the middle. I'm talking about the middle.
If you want to spend your time trying to convince those people who are undecided somehow still, then you can do that. It's just not a very efficient use of time. If you want to talk from a moral perspective, that's fine, but it's not effective.
Who won in 2020? I can't remember. Who was it?
Biden did.
Wasn't Trump mean like the whole time?
Yeah.
Oh, so why didn't he win?
Because
why did he win? Yeah, I love it. She's so. Thank you. The snark coming from her. Destiny deserves it. Look at him. He's so mad.
Literally destroyed his entire fucking
right. So do you guys? Well, Soypill, you actually implied that the reason that he won this year in 2024.
No, I'm saying
Trump
being mean doesn't lose you.
That the moderate didn't care so much.
I'm saying, no, that is not.
You have no evidence for that claim. You have no evidence for that claim.
What do you mean he won?
He won it?
My point is this is not a thing that's driving.
Wow. Okay. So the evidence is that Trump won. Oh, so how do you know that Trump being mean made him win? And Soy Pill is like, well, because he won. Oh, so where's the evidence of him being mean then? Well, I mean, he won though, right? Where's the evidence of him being mean? Oh, he won. Retard.
Driving away so many people that it loses you elections. That's what I'm saying.
You have no idea.
The reason people win.
You have no idea if that's even true. You literally said that Trump won because he was being mean. He was divisive and getting
Trump. My argument is that it did not make him lose.
Steven just said it. You don't get to run away.
Oh. So Trump was mean and he won. So therefore, the opposite has to be true. Since he was mean, it didn't make him lose. And since he won, and we're just assuming that he was mean the entire time, it means the opposite is true. That means him being mean didn't make him lose. That means we should be mean too, because apparently you can win elections by being mean. But we're still just ignoring the fact that you still haven't given any evidence of like the fact that he was mean in the first place. We're still assuming that.
Away from this, you guys literally said that him being mean and divisive got eyes on him, which was free campaign money, which is what got him to win, and that the moderate didn't mind it, right? And in fact, they enjoyed them being mean to the woke.
Happening, and it is a very popular thing among his base. That does not mean it is the reason he won, and I'm not saying that. I don't think Steven's saying it either.
Like, here's a really simple question. Let's say that Trump became more... If Trump became more inclusive with his rhetoric...
That's not a Martin Bailey.
Hold on. Let Destiny go. If
Trump became more inclusive with his rhetoric, would he do better or worse?
I think hard to say. I think potentially better, probably better actually. I think the moderates would hate him a lot less. Doesn't he have like one of the lowest ratings of like?
He'd win by more if he did that. If he wasn't such a fucking divisive bitch, he would win by more.
High rating.
Obviously, if Trump was a bit nicer, he would have had a much higher chance of winning. Like he would win by even a much higher landslide, because there's a lot of moderates that just don't like that divisive nature. So obviously, he would bring back some of the people like him. Trump being nice isn't going to push away the people that want mean things coming out of his mouth. Like, if anything, they're just going to be like, oh, see, he did this cool thing. He did this nice thing. Like, that's all they're just going to change their mind. They're not instantly, like stuck within, like, oh, they need to be mean, therefore he won. I'm like, bro, obviously, if on average, people are going to, he would have won higher if Trump wasn't so divisive. It wasn't helping him. Like, but Destiny seems to think that it's helping him. But I think Destiny and Soy Pill are like so deep in this argument and wanting to be right that they're going to like throw away like intuition on like how people genuinely work just to win an argument.
He's a massively high rating.
Yeah, among partisan moderates. I'm interested,
hardcore fucking right winger.
I'm interested in the moderates, in like the 30%, right? So yeah, of course Republicans like him because he's getting sick dunks on the left, and I think that that's shit. I think he would have way more popularity if he was less divisive and nasty.
And not just that, there's clear...
Yep, true. What are you about to say, Soy Pill? What are you about to say?
Republican in the primary.
No, hold on. I was talking. Thank you. Appreciate you. Love you. Listen to you for 10 minutes. So we have all the fucking right-wing centrists or whatever, which, by the way, Steven, you said no centrists exist. It was me that you were describing that doesn't exist. But we have Konstantin Kisin.
And me. And Tim Pool. And apparently now Joe Rogan. And apparently now Tim Pool. Also... Asmongold, yeah, apparently them too. I guess Tectone is now in that category. Let's see. Myron, well, I think Myron Gaines is a little bit more right, to be honest, because of the whole thing. We got a lot of people in, like right now. I got 7 people. There's probably more. There's definitely a bunch more, but yeah, I guess they just don't exist. Oh, Counterpoints. We got 8. Forgot him.
We got his fucking schlubby glasses fucking person. We have Lex Friedman. We have
Joe
Lex
Rogan.
Friedman. We have
Where's Neri?
Richard Hanat.
I'm still on the right. Winky face.
Oh yeah, we got 9 now. We got 9. He also mentioned Lex Friedman. That's also true. Apparently he's on the right now.
Yeah.
Left 5 years ago, including Andrew Schultz and everybody on his fucking podcast. And what did
Tulsi Gabbard is another one.
they do? They used Trump as a fucking Rorschach test. They read in what they wanted to see because the left fucking pissed them off while not paying attention to what Trump said at all, and then they voted fucking right in the last election. So
why did the left piss them off and not the right?
Or that it doesn't matter.
Answer question. Yes, I understand you. Yeah. Why did the left piss them off and not the right?
Because the right wasn't attacking them. The left was attacking them. Trump wasn't attacking his own base that came to him. Trump was attacking the far, far left. Like, bro, do you not understand? Like, how is this a question that you're asking right now? You should know this.
What?
Why did the left piss them off, but the right didn't? When the right is so aggressive on
because
all of these
they're
issues.
white men who
Because
want to tell edgy jokes
it's vibes.
about
It's all
minorities,
vibes.
but
They
not
hate
about dead
all
kids.
less
They
PC
want to tell
vibes.
edgy
Men who want
jokes.
to tell edgy
That's
jokes
my
about
point.
minorities, not
Oh,
dead
it's almost
kids.
like nobody's
Yes.
arguing about edgy jokes. So I feel congrats.
First of all, Connor
You've
clearly
arrived
is,
for
and
an
he just
hour
agreed-
in, but you
and he
finally
just
got
agreed
here.
with us that clearly
I've
this
accepted
huge-
I love this ass from her. Listen to what she just said.
Edgy
Men
vibes.
who want to tell edgy
That's
jokes
my
about
point.
minorities, not
Oh,
dead
it's almost
kids.
like nobody's
Yes.
arguing about edgy jokes. So I feel congrats.
First of all, Connor
You've
clearly
arrived
is,
for
and
an
he just
hour in,
agreed-
but you
and he
finally
just
got
agreed
here.
with us that clearly
I've
this
accepted Soypil's
huge
argument. I'm trying to police his jokes.
And
Okay,
Connor
Counterpoints is in
just
charge
admitted-
while I
hold on.
have to use
Wait, oh
restroom,
God.
so just
Yeah,
Counterpoints
Connor
in charge.
just admitted that these people who have these million fucking people audiences who Kamala did not go on, and that is a big criticism of what she should have done, are people that want to be edgy, that want to be authentic, that don't want to be policed, and these people are now young voters are swinging towards Trump. So somehow, how this is not a way that we should go. We should not be more like these podcast hosts who are appealing to the everyman, the more authentic people. We shouldn't do that.
No, unironically, what I'm saying is this.
Temple didn't draw people in because he was being mean to the people that he was trying to draw in. He's being mean to the very far left, not the moderate people. Temple was being very mean to the very extreme far left, the wokies that nobody likes. He wasn't attacking just random kids or a person or a random person that was at a Trump rally. Like, what are you saying? like, bro, Destiny, do you not understand that you're attacking people you're attacking the innocent, and the people on the right wing, when they're attacking people, because they're also just as divisive, they choose to attack the people that actually deserve to get attacked. The kids don't deserve to get attacked. Come on, man, Destiny. And the firefighter that you were attacking or making jokes about, he didn't deserve to get attacked. It's not the divisiveness itself. It's literally, I mean, I'm repeating myself and I'm repeating what Kyla's been saying the entire time. It's it's who you're attacking.
Specific joke, kind of like Kyla said, was more offensive than it was funny. So it was a bad joke. And by the way, actually, Steven made content about this, where he's like, isn't Tectone the edgy guy? Isn't Asmongold the edgy guy? Don't they love shitting on Mexicans getting deported? Don't they love all this shit? Yeah, they do. They're fucking hypocrites. But just because they're hypocrites and they're stupid doesn't mean that you don't have to appeal to them.
But it does, because I can look at how do they grow their audiences? Who's the most popular political streamer in the world right now? It's Asmongold. Where are all of these
people do you think you gained by asking or making fun of dead kids? How many people do you think you gained when you asked if a fucking father of a 12-year-old if his daughter had sex? How many people followed you off of that tweet?
How many people did Asmongold gain asking about fucking dressing up as a Pokemon trainer to go to fucking catch illegal immigrants or laughing about fucking
See, that is funny. Dressing up as a Pokemon trainer and catching the illegal immigrants. Bro, that is hilarious. Yeah, I haven't actually seen Asmongold say that, so maybe he didn't say that, but yo, Destiny's so bad. He's comparing that joke to illegal immigrants that nobody likes. Apparently they're the people that support the illegal immigrants is supporting breaking the law. So it's obviously a bad thing, or universally it should be a bad thing, unless you would rather just random people just coming across the border with the no checks or anything, and not in use our social stuff, our social welfare without actually paying into it because they don't have a social security number, and hospitals cannot turn away people that need help. So unless you're for all that, but that is much funnier. That's more funnier than offensive than Destiny making fun of kids dying and then pretend bro, is this seriously a 1-to-1? Does Destiny actually in his head think that this is a 1-to-1?
Allocator Alcatraz.
12-year-old if his daughter had sex. How many people followed you off of that
How many
tweet?
people did Asmongold gain asking about fucking dressing up as a Pokemon trainer to go to fucking catch illegal immigrants or laughing about fucking Allocator Alcatraz?
Or people hate Mexicans. Most people don't hate kids.
Okay, so then the issue has nothing to do with, I guess, edgy jokes, whatever. Just targeting it better, I guess.
Yes. Thank you, Destiny. We're an hour and 7 minutes in. You finally figured that out. Good one.
Kind of, yeah.
Oh,
well, that would be my argument, is that edgy jokes are totally fine. In the case of these edgy jokes, your timing made them more offensive than they were funny. So
wait, then your issue is edgy jokes. You can't say I would prefer an edgy joke at a later point in time. That makes it not an edgy joke anymore. That's the whole point.
No, I think making fun of
timing
is always an edgy joke.
Okay, so then the time that you just said was completely irrelevant. You just don't ever want people to make fun of
I literally didn't say that. Do you want me to restate it?
You just said it was too close to the event, essentially. That's kind of what you're going for.
It made it probably more offensive to people. In the case of this edgy joke that he made, because it was so close to the event and it was quote tweeting people actively looking for kids, people found it more offensive than they found it funny, which is why it didn't hit hard. I don't personally care either way. I do think it's ineffective in this case.
I'll go ahead and stand on business that as a 40-year-old man, you shouldn't talk about 12-year-olds jerking off. That's my perspective.
Right.
So, as a 36-year-old man, you probably shouldn't talk about patients eating fucking dogs. You shouldn't talk about deporting people. You shouldn't laugh about people getting killed or denying FEMA funds or wildfires, whatever.
Steven, what are you interested in? Growing the biggest audience or being a politically effective pundit? Which one matters to you more?
It's a combination of the two.
Mutually exclusive.
Sure, but which one would you prioritize more?
I don't know at this point in time right now. But I mean, hold on.
That's very convenient. No, I don't know. At this point, I don't know. I just want to do what I want. Okay. All right, Destiny. You're aimless at this point.
Politically effective pundits, the people that are like doing the inclusive to all people, or the people that are engaging in like the most derisive and the most like condescending rhetoric?
I don't think that Asmongold is engaging in the most derisive and condescending rhetoric. No.
Yeah, Asmongold is not condescending whatsoever. What are you talking about? He is not. He is definitely not. Like, bro, he is. Asmongold is like the fairest person you could possibly think of, and very open. And there's no way you can listen to Asmongold and think that he's condescending. Like, what?
I think like the strongest that we have, he's just not. He's being nasty, but it's somewhere in between, right? Asmongold, for example, has some level of like being reasonable, being like, man, it's really shitty when conservatives do this stuff.
Did he not dress up like a Pokemon trainer to catch illegal immigrants? Is that not derisive?
Yeah, and then he made the Muslim jokes, and then he walked back the Muslim jokes because he pissed even Muslim joke.
He does bad things.
He did the spicy fucking Muslim statement, and then he walked it back immediately because he knew he pissed off a bunch of people because he
didn't walk it back. He walked it back because he got banned for a week. That was a different.
Oh, bullshit. Some people actually have feelings, Steven. He can actually feel some level of contrition.
Do you think Asmongold feels bad about offending Palestinians?
Maybe. I mean, to the point to where he had to make a whole statement saying that, yeah, that was a bit unhinged, guys. I mean, but Asmongold literally, if you watch that video, he didn't really like backtrack anything. Like he said, nothing that I'm going to do going forward is going to change. I was a little unhinged there. I kind of take that one thing that I said back, but I'm still going to continue on as if nothing has happened. But like, that's essentially what Asmongold said. He's like, yeah, that was a little bit unhinged. I was a bit too general with that statement. I'm sorry, guys. I won't do that. I won't do that specific thing again. But he's still going to have his opinions about the Hamas people and like how they're terrible and they're bad. But this time he won't group the Hamas people with all of the Palestinian people at the exact same time. So that was the mistake. The grouping of all of them all at once and calling them all bad. That was the problem. When Asmongold should have been more specific with his statement. That was basically the big issue. And Asmongold figured that out and said sorry and moved on from it.
Maybe.
No, I don't. I think Asmongold.
Because he knew he pissed off a bunch of people because he
didn't walk it back. He walked it back because he got banned for a week. That was a different.
Oh, bullshit. Some people actually have feelings, Steven. He can actually feel some level of contrition.
Do you think Asmongold feels bad about offending Palestinians?
Wait. Asmongold apologize, Palestinian. My plans moving forward. Wait, how long ago was this?
Hey guys, I wanted to talk to you all about what my reason was for getting suspended on Twitch and also what my plans are going forward. I'm going to try and structure this video into two parts, where the first part is going to be me talking about the Twitch suspension, second part is going to be talking about myself. And the first thing I want to start off with is something that I know it might sound a little bit insincere because of how ridiculous this is, but I really mean it, and if you listen to the whole video, I hope you can see why.
Oh, Destiny would say, no, he's lying. He's 100% lying at this point. That's what Destiny would do, because Destiny's super bad faith and doesn't take anyone at face value that he doesn't like.
Everybody whose comments spoken out.
Or Destiny's incapable of taking anyone face value that he doesn't like automatically. He just assumes bad faith. Like, Destiny assumes bad faith, and that's why he's always bad faith recently.
Talked to me and said stuff about me, aside from the, oh, you should kill yourself or something like that, I want to say that I really appreciate you. And I think this has been something that's a long time coming. And I actually think that this is something that not only I deserved, but it's also something that I needed. And I want to talk about what the reason for that is, but I want to start off and just make sure that that's actually very clear. So a couple of days ago, I made some comments about Palestine and also about Hamas and, you know, some just general, you know, basically opinions that were trivializing the genocide that's happening there. And I don't really want to like mince words or like try to like, oh, I wasn't justifying or, you know, promoting it. I said something about it that was disgusting. I said that I didn't care about innocent people getting killed by another force, by anything. And I think that that's a horrible, disgusting, mean-spirited thing to say. And I don't necessarily think that it was really racist, really, but when I'm using language like Palestinians or like the people there, rather than what my real language was, I've always been very outspoken and very against religious extremism, and I still am. I think that any religion and any way of thinking that's going to cause you to put other people in like kind of positions below you as like, you know, like gay people, women, people with disabilities, anything like that, I think that that's a really bad position to have, and I really don't like that. And I think that my problem and my fault here was that I was making a criticism of religious extremism, and I made no effort. And I feel like almost, I've rewatched the clip, right, or a number of clips, and it's like I've almost made an effort not to draw a distinction between the two things. I think that a lot of us here can easily say that we're against religious extremism. And
like I said, he didn't, yeah, he's saying it. He like, I already said that, but like, this was 9 months ago, and I perfectly summarized his entire 20-minute video. And I still remember that too. That's funny. I mean, that's actually really good. My memory is actually super good. Let's go.
I am. But whenever I categorize everybody in the area as this like group, then I'm the asshole. And I was the asshole. I had a lot of you guys tell me that. And it's taken me, this is what's so crazy about it, is that I think this has been going on now for like 2 years. I think that I've been slowly devolving into the most mean-spirited, I don't really even know what the word is for it. Just like the most mean-spirited, rude, like nasty, like just callous, psychopathic version of myself. I think that I've been devolving into this. And a lot of my friends have told me this. My dad has told me this. He said, you've got to chill out. You've got to calm down. I've been like, oh, that old man doesn't know what he's talking about. And I've finally had some level of accountability for that. And thank God. I look back at some of the things that I've said and done over the past 2 years, and I don't think that I've been wrong about everything, obviously, right? But there have been ways that I've communicated and ways that I've acted that are indefensible. And I think it's, looking back on it, it's just disgusting. And it's something that when you get lost in the sauce and you get fixated around like listening and reading feedback and, you know, just getting hyper fixated, this is like your entire life, you lose a perspective on reality and you lose a perspective on the world. And I think that perspective was brought into perspective yesterday and the day before when I was making comments like this. And I feel so stupid. It's crazy. So I'm getting all these people making negative comments toward me. Everybody is telling me like, oh, go kill yourself. I hate you. Everything like this. You know who reached out to me? And they wanted to talk and have a conversation and see if I was okay. It's people that were Islamic and people that had fucking family in Palestine. And how humiliating is that? How absolutely humiliating is that? And these were the people I was trying to say were bad. And I feel like such a fucking stupid asshole. I really do. I've always been I guess like I've always been kind of like an atheist. And even as a young kid.
Wow. I mean, this is kind of a bad point to make this comment because he just said that he's kind of an atheist. But like, yeah, this is Asmongold. Yeah, he doesn't care. He has no feelings whatsoever. Like, bro, Destiny, what are you saying? What? I'm not gonna watch the whole 20 minutes. If you guys want to watch the whole 20 minutes, maybe I'll link it. But like, maybe I'm probably gonna forget. Like, this is what Destiny said about
Asmongold. Got banned for a week. That was a different.
Back the Muslim jokes because he pissed not even Muslim.
Is that not direct?
Yeah, and then he made the Muslim jokes, and then he walked back the Muslim jokes because he pissed even Muslim joke.
He does
he
bad
did the spicy fucking Muslim statement, and then he walked it back immediately because he knew he pissed off a bunch of people because he
didn't walk it back. He walked it back because he got banned for a week. That was a different.
Oh, bullshit. Some people actually have feelings, Steven. He can actually feel some level.
Exactly. And look at how squunched up his face is. He's like, I can't believe that. He didn't even watch the video. Look at Destiny's reaction. It's so stupid. Like, he's smart, but like, when he gets so like emotionally charged, he just becomes like the easiest book to read. It's so stupid. It's sad.
Do you think Asmongold feels bad about offending Palestinians?
Yes. Yes. After watching that video, yes. He hasn't watched the video, so he doesn't even know.
Maybe.
No, I don't. I think Asmongold. Here, I'll be super straight. I think Asmongold cares about growing his audience. I think the most important thing to Asmongold is growing.
Disagree. After watching that video, you should definitely watch that video, Erudite. You should definitely watch that video because I know she would. She is smart enough and good faith enough to actually listen to the video and see how Asmongold was reacting to that and actually have a good take here. She hasn't watched it, but she's going off of like other videos of how Asmongold treats. So she's a little bit off base, but so I just disagree.
Growing his audience fundamentally. However, some things I've noticed him say over and over and over again, for example, is he constantly tells his audience to not be racist. Now, I would put to him and say, it's a little hypocritical to go dress up like a Pokemon trainer and chase around illegal immigrants while also saying don't be racist. Feels like this is going to lead to the same thing. I'd be right with you on the hypocrisy of Asmongold. However, he's also doing things like when people were covering like the super fat chick that was talking about men's issues, he like told his audience like, I think 5 or 6 times to stop mocking her weight and that this isn't anything about her like beauty or looks and that they should only talk about ideas, right? So I'm not saying that Asmongold is
Yes, that actually did happen. Let's see if I can find that video. Oh, but Grok did a really good job at finding the actual the video. Let's see. Let's see. Can I do this live? Let me find. Find me the video of Asmongold talking about. Actually, hold up. I can do this manually. Let's see. Here, I'm gonna copy the link to this video and then throw it into my Discord so I can remember it. Because this is definitely a good video. Good video to watch. But I'm gonna manually find it because it was actually relatively recently. Let's see. I remember the face too. Come on. 1 month ago. It might have been like 1 or 2 months ago. Let's see. I'm just brute forcing this right now. I'll find it. I will find it. Oh, yes, here it is. This is it.
Men want bad things, right? It's like men want to have sex and like own women, right? Like they want to dominate everybody. And Republicans say, you get to do that. And then Democrats can't say that. So we just lost men. It's over, right?
What a weird thing to say. She has been elected as the champion to change young men's viewpoints and to get young men to come back to the Democratic Party.
The reason why Republican messaging resonates with men is because men want bad things.
And until you can stop tone policing guys making the same jokes about sorority girls, you will keep losing because that double standard is disgusting and annoying. I have no problem with her saying that, and I think it's totally all right, but I think it should be okay both ways. There's nothing wrong with her saying that.
I realize, like, even the ones that identify as conservative
it's
are
the
almost
dishonesty
always
that's the problem.
pro-choice. They're almost always pro-gay marriage. You'd be surprised at the number of them who supported Black Lives Matter. And so I feel like people just kind of lump them into this box when the truth is, again, a lot of them are with us.
She's not on here normalizing being overweight or saying being fat.
This is the part.
Message. However they want to interpret it. Everyone has their own form of cultural competency. So, and I think they just say it with so much. We should just.
That's what Bernie Sanders.
Same thing about the same issue over and over and over again. And
she's right about that. That's what Bernie Sanders does, and it resonated really well with people. That's true.
Voters decide what it means through their own cultural lens instead of telling them specifically what we mean every single time.
Right. You know what's really crazy? I literally typed in fat and opened up the transcript, and it's only mentioned once in the video. Not even in the comments right now. There's no word called fat. No one's calling her fat in this. This is wild. This is I love the frat guys. I think frat 5 guys. Talking about men as if they're some sort of uncultured. Like, this is literally his audience chatting down here, and they haven't even mentioned the word fat. But I guess his audience is just terrible people, right? Very divisive people, right, Destiny?
Well, we don't need to make fun of her weight. I know a lot of people have, you know, they want to make fun of. That's not the problem. I don't care about this. I mean, she's not on here normalizing being overweight or saying being fat is a good thing. Like, there's no reason to, like, I don't care about that.
The issue with pandering is it looks like you're pandering. You don't seem genuine whenever you're saying something different in 2 different rooms with different demographics in them. Even if you are being genuine, but sometimes it's just not, right? Like,
of course, you're changing your accent, like code switching. Yeah.
Yep. See? Yep. This is the thing that he was talking about. This is the video that Erudite was talking about. So let's go back to the original video.
Perfect arbiter of what we should be like. He like told his audience, like, I think 5 or 6 times to stop mocking her weight, and that this isn't anything about her like beauty or looks, and that they should only talk about ideas, right? So I'm not saying that Asmongold is this perfect arbiter of what we should be like. What I'm saying is he's a pretty good example of retarded middle. He's a pretty good example of it. Somebody who doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's just kind of like jumping on waves that will make him popular. And the question to me is, will Asmongold ever talk to you now that you've gone scorched earth with him?
Nope. He would have. Actually, there's a video of Asmongold saying that he would okay, this one I will grok. Find me the video or clip of Asmongold TV or Asmongold talking about how he would go on Destiny's thing.
Where's Harry?
Issues with it.
Asmon is gold.
Asmond is gold. Oh, I probably should have done a deep search. Key points. The most relevant clip. Blah, 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 blah. Clip. March 13, 2025 can be viewed here. Let's see. Is this? What is this?
Debate. I debate with them again after someone in chat mentioned debate. I don't really like debating with people or like arguing with people. The reason why is because I think that usually debates are something that is mainly for the audience, and most people don't approach them in a fair way. And I've noticed this a lot. I think that like what really kind of was the black pill.
And honestly, that's true, because Destiny, literally Destiny's whole point is that if he's gonna have, he's only like, Destiny's literally doing an anti-Trump tour debate thing, like in real life. And the only thing, and everyone, when I went to one of his stuff, I talked to some of the people in the audience, and the audience is like, most people in the audience is like, well, you know, this is obviously we're coming here just to see Destiny dunk on a bunch of like Trump supporters, uneducated Trump supporters. So that's obviously what we're gonna see. that's like what's gonna happen. So like, it's just true. Like, Destiny doesn't really come in to actually have a good faith conversation. He comes in because he needs to make a spectacle and show how stupid these guys are. Like, that's his aim. That's what he hopes comes out of this whole anti-Trump tour thing.
For me, for it was actually Destiny, because I would watch all of these compilations. Really kind of was the black pill for me for it was actually Destiny, because I would watch all of these compilations of Destiny getting owned in debates, and it would just be somebody talking and calling Destiny stupid, and then Destiny is about to talk, and then the clip ends. And so I think to myself, it's like, is this really something that I want to invest my time into? No, not really. It's all the same. Yeah, exactly. But no debate. Yeah.
Okay. That's not the clip that I wanted to find, but black pill. Okay, so we just saw that. The clip. That's the same thing. Show me. Let's do a deeper search. I'm looking specifically for a YouTube video. Boom. All right. go. Deep search away. And while it's doing that, we'll go back to the original video.
Wouldn't talk to me before I went scorched earth with him. So
what about Tectone? He's talking about. He's just kind of like jumping on waves that will make him popular. And the question to me is, will Asmongold ever talk to you now that you've gone scorched earth with him?
Yeah, he's never going to talk to him. But Destiny's like, well, but he was never going to talk to me, even if I didn't go scorched earth. I'm like, actually, that might be true because of that clip that we saw. Because like but there is another clip that I saw about him saying that he would go on. He would talk to Destiny, but he knows that. But he basically gave a bunch of stipulations saying that he doesn't want to like debate. He wants to. Asmongold wants to have more of a conversational type of thing. He doesn't want to like debate Destiny. But I think Destiny's like, no, I want to be able to just attack you and do stuff like that. And Asmongold's like, well, I'm not about that, so I guess we're not gonna like talk. And that was probably before he went scorched earth, I guess.
Asmongold wouldn't talk to me before I went scorched earth with him. So
what about Tectone?
I have no idea. Probably not as well. Didn't we literally try to schedule something with him and he bailed?
No, he first of all, he bails all the time because ADHD.
Okay, so then the answer is no. Don't really matter.
No, he has been absolutely willing to come on your show up until the point, unironically, he canceled the show on me, thanks by the way, because of the shit that you said about him. He's been willing to engage with you the entire time.
He was willing to come on the show and kept either missing flights or saying he didn't want to travel to Florida or just didn't do it. So no, I don't buy that.
Yeah, you don't buy it. You just think that the other side is just lying all the time because you're incapable of having any type of good faith response to anybody.
For a second.
Okay, that's really handy. It's really handy for you.
Yeah, yeah, literally a cope. It's a cope. This is a cope. It's like, oh, they're just lying. Yeah, and then she's like, yeah, it's really easy to think that, isn't that? Yeah, good one, Destiny, good one.
Coming on supposedly like months and months earlier, but never managed to make his way down or had to cancel.
Yes, he was planning to come on for a long time, and he is a flake, but that doesn't mean that he's not willing to talk to you. And I have a feeling that if I messaged him and we had some level of rapport and asked if he'd be willing to talk to you, pre all this, like you mocking him for his dad shit, he probably would have said yes.
I'm actually going to back up Erudite. He talked to fucking Chud Logic. He talked to Chud Logic.
It's great that he talked to Chud Logic.
Chud Logic.
If I have to play nice with somebody who's going to weaponize their dad's veteran military service,
nice.
you are. You keep trying to say
I'm
it.
not.
I'm saying be don't
nice.
say certain jokes.
No, stop. I'm asking you to be nice in the right ways and mean in the right ways. I think when you are mean to certain people is absolutely effective. When you humiliate people who have extreme beliefs that nobody would get on board for example, when that like Endure guy got mocked by Melina, that was super effective. We were super mean to him and it destroyed his career because nobody thinks you should endure abuse. It's a fucking insane thing to say.
Yup. Was she policing your meanness then? No, she applauded. So stop saying, oh, you're just telling me we can't be nice. Oh, we can't be mean. Oh, like seriously. Thank you. Good job, Kyla.
Right?
Why isn't the standard the same on the Republican side? Why isn't the standard the same on the Republican side?
Because they're awful people, and to be clear...
So do you think it's ineffective? Wait, do you think it's ineffective for them?
Unironically doing evil shit.
Do you think that it's hurting their political effectiveness when they're mean to everybody?
Oh my god, so like he keeps going back, oh, but why do the Republicans get to do it? Why do the Republicans get to do it? And I'm like, you like, if this is what you're doing, like this is stupid. This is like a childish thing to do. Like, oh, but the Republicans do bad thing, and they also get and they're rewarded for bad things. So why can't we do bad thing? Like it's so stupid,
buddy.
Yes.
Now they're getting
abuse. It's a fucking insane thing to say, right?
Why isn't the standard the same on the Republican side? Why isn't the standard the same on the Republican side?
Because they're awful people, and to be clear,
do you think it's ineffective? Wait, do you think it's ineffective?
They're unironically doing evil shit.
Do you think that it's hurting their political effectiveness when they're mean to everybody?
Yes.
Now they're getting hoisted by their own petard. They are being hoisted by their own petard.
Okay, so you can say this, but just to follow. So a great example of this is the obsession with Leah Thomas. They obsessed over this swimmer girl forever, who I don't remember her. Maybe she was a huge piece of shit. Maybe she was making fun of dead kids, and I just missed it.
Wow, the Leah Thomas. Yeah, were they saying that she should? Were they saying that Leah Thomas should like end herself? Is that what they were saying? I didn't hear that. Or were they saying Leah Thomas should like not be playing against women because Leah Thomas is not biologically doesn't have XX chromosomes. Leah Thomas has XY chromosomes. Like, which one was it, Destiny? Which one was it? Were they making fun of this person because this person was like I like how all the examples that Destiny brings up is like when the right is making fun of someone. They made fun of someone that was getting all of these medals in women's sports, being a person that isn't biologically a female, but also winning all these like sports. Like no one likes that. So when people make fun of someone doing that, obviously it's going to be a lot less people are going to be offended by that. Like the only person that probably is offended by that is literally Leah Thomas. Like, who's gonna get offended about that? Like, it's the targeting. This is the targeting again. And I guess he just doesn't understand it. Like, he keeps bringing this up as if it's like a defense for his like dead kids like joke. Like, come on, man.
They made fun of her so fucking hard that not only did they get fucking all this trans shit rolled back in all these places, so they actually have like new laws passed because of it. They managed to get her fucking awards revoked at her school.
Yes,
because
and you making fun of dead kids is gonna do what now, Destiny? Like, what? What are you saying? Yeah, they did something. They made fun of a person, and they targeted very well, and offended very little people, and got policy through. What policies are you gonna get by making fun of dead kids? Like, what are you saying?
So like, where is the ineffectiveness of their messaging here? It seems like it works really fucking
all of these groups that you were talking about, for example, Leah Thomas, people are worried genuinely, and I think you are genuinely weird about this, is destroying fair play in sports. Leah Thomas is absolutely a person that we are under question about whether or not fair play is happening in sports.
Policy. I don't know why you're talking about policy right now. I'm talking about...
You literally mentioned policy. You mentioned it first. What are you saying? You mentioned it first. You were talking about policies like, oh, you switched for policy. What were you just saying 2 seconds ago?
The ineffectiveness of their messaging here. It seems like it works really fucking well.
These groups,
so they actually have like new laws passed because of it. They managed to get her fucking awards revoked at her school.
Yes,
because so like, where is the ineffectiveness of their messaging here? It seems like it works really fucking well.
All of these groups that you were talking about, for example, Leah Thomas, people are worried genuinely, and I think you are genuinely weird about this, is destroying fair play in sports. Leah Thomas is absolutely a person that we are under question about whether or not fair play.
Yeah, he was about to say something, but he knew that he was he put himself into that trap. He obviously agreed with that.
Is happening in sports.
Policy. I don't know why you're talking about policy right now. I'm talking about rhetoric.
Sure. Can I tell you?
In the case of all of this rhetoric, you can't shame 50% of the population, not because it's bad to, but because it's ineffective. Now, to be clear, the reason that they're effective in shaming these groups is because they're smaller populations. Does that make it evil? Yes. I disagree with them shaming trans people, which is why I fight with them about it all the time. However, the reason why they can do it and get away with it and not necessarily lose everyone is because they're not shaming 50% of the population. If you shame 51% of the population who voted for Trump, unfortunately, even if you are right to, and I think you are, I don't think it's wrong to feel embarrassed by them. Stop interrupting me.
That need to be excised and won the election. What are you talking about?
Shut the fuck up.
Okay, we'll keep saying something wrong.
No, she's completely correct.
So fucking impossible to talk to sometimes.
I'm mad. I'm sorry, you're making me mad. Okay, cool. So Trump said that Democrats or Republicans are saying that Democrats.
Bro, she was on a roll. And the soy pill literally just came up. Okay, what does this retard want to say?
Are pests that need to be excised from the fucking country,
in my hand, right?
And they won. Like, this clearly is not like, oh well, it's because of the small group that it worked. No, it works, and they demonized Democrats.
No, it is because it's a small group. Oh my god, if you need votes to win, right? Like, this is just so simple. Like, I don't understand how these two idiots are just they're being like, they like math and they're really smart, but then I guess the math of attacking small group of people that have small amounts of votes and changing policy is more effective than attacking 51% of people and then losing all their votes. Like, Republicans lost a tiny little bit of votes by attacking these people. Destiny is attacking 51% of the people, actually more than 51%. Like, even liberals hated the fact that he was making fun of like dead kids literally as they're searching for the bodies, like literally in Texas for that flooding, that flash flood that happened in the middle of the night and took away a whole camp of little kids. It was like I think it was like a girl cabin that swept away because it was really close to the river in the middle of the night. So it's kind of wild. You wake up and the cabin's just not there anymore. That's wild. But he, as that was going on, he's like making fun of it, and he's literally like offending like maybe 60, 70, 80% of the people that vote, and now they're pretending that those numbers don't matter. Like, that has zero play into what's actually going to be effective or not. Like, bro, it's so stupid. It's so stupid, and they're not thinking about that at all. She's 100% correct on this.
Trump said that Democrats or Republicans are saying that Democrats are pests that need to be excised from the fucking country,
in my hand, right?
And they won. Like, this clearly is not like, oh well, it's because of the small group that it worked. No, it works.
No, it's 100% because it's a small group. Like, attacking small group isn't gonna damage your side that much. Attacking a massive group is going to is going to make that massive group attack you a little bit more or not vote for you. Like, it's obviously makes a lot more, like, it's a numbers game. It makes sense. Like, I don't understand how this doesn't make sense.
They demonize democrats. It works when they demonize every minority. It works when they
You're doing it again. We're literally doing the same.
all these
they didn't win over divisive rhetoric. Actually, they did. Tee ooh woo. Which is a soy pill. You got a fucking kick. I would argue that why Trump won is he had 8 years of advertising. 8 years of advertising, and Kamala had 3 fucking months, and our incumbent fell into dementia. Unfortunately,
that's why we listened to me earlier too. You know, I'd said this is not the reason, but Stephen and I's point is that this clearly is not such a poison thing that it's alienating everyone. If he can talk about more than half the country about like this and still win.
Yeah, but he didn't. Where's your example of them isolating more than half the country? Oh, illegal immigrants? Oh, that's half the country, right? No, it's not illegal. Like, illegal immigrants is not half the country. Oh, minorities? Oh, give me an example of where they're attacking minorities. Give me an example. Oh, you don't have one? Oh, okay. All right. Then you're just lying.
Okay. So what I would like to say, I've waited patiently. Thank you. Appreciate you. Love you. Anyways, so what I would like to say is that you asked for an example where Republicans are actually suffering for their rhetoric. And what I would say to you is it took a fucking decade, but what?
He said, don't say Epstein.
No, I will. I 100% will. Fuck you. Why would I?
Because it has nothing to do with rhetoric at all. It has nothing to do with rhetoric.
What do you mean it has nothing to do with rhetoric? They literally were talking about that they want the Epstein files for like years. That's literally rhetoric. What are you talking about? He doesn't want the Epstein thing to come out because it's a perfect analogy. It's a perfect analogy, and Destiny knows it. But he's like, nah, it doesn't matter. Like, if it doesn't matter but Destiny isn't gonna like explain why it doesn't matter, or maybe he will.
Yeah, on the most irrelevant shit in the world. Oh my god.
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant for something that they've been talking about for years. Yeah, it's completely irrelevant, guys. Okay, Destiny.
Shit. All right. So they primed people to think that LGBTQIA are fucking groomers. They primed them to think that fucking every gay person was a pedophile. They talked about how the demon rats, do you know where I heard fucking demon rats? Demon rats are fucking pedophiles, and they're trying to groom your kids. They're trying to fuck your kids, and they're trying to make them trans and all that kind of stuff. So they did a decade of fucking propaganda about how pedophiles are the most unique evil on the fucking face of the planet. And then Donald Trump tries to fucking sweep the Epstein files, and it finally cracks the fucking base. Finally, there's something that they were primed in order to hate so much that even when their cult leader told them, hey, change your tune on a dime, 180 degrees, half the base said, fuck you, we're not changing.
Right. Yep. And I think I might be able to prove it. Timcast IRL. I like how it said Dimcast IRL. Like, so stupid. I think I can prove it because, let's see, Trump Russia hoax declassified. Whoa! I want to see that, but let's see. Trump disguised with blah 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 fires Epstein prosecutor. Trump DOJ fires Epstein prosecutor. Ooh, Trump calls Epstein a hoax by Democrats. Ooh, these two are probably... Okay, let's see. How does this start?
When asked by reporters, says
we're obviously not going to watch the whole thing, but like, Tim does a really good summary in the beginning, so...
Donald Trump, when asked by reporters, says the Epstein files are a made-up Democrat hoax, as Republicans have now voted in committee and on the floor to block the release of the files after Democrat Rep. Ro Khanna put forth an amendment saying any documents, any files related to the Epstein's case, his prosecution, and any evidence must be published by the DOJ in 30 days. Now, according to Axios, it's because the Republicans have an agenda, and if a literal legislative agenda, and if they vote on Rep. Ro Khanna's bill, it changes the agenda for the day, which is kind of a dumb argument because, I mean, this is the Epstein case. What else matters, right? The issue, however, the Khanna amendment says they got to publish any evidence. Now, I spoke with Rep. Ro Khanna earlier, and he said it is not his intention to require them to publish the videos of the victims being abused, but that is the evidence. And if you say the evidence has to be published, that's what you're saying. Now, Rep. Ro Khanna said he will introduce a bill, bipartisan, that amends this, makes it clear that's not what he wants. In the meantime, it appears that the same amendment was brought to the floor and it was defeated. Not a good day for Republicans. Comedian Andrew Schultz has apparently come out saying he's sick of all the parties, and Trump, I think, is going to hurt from this. He campaigned on this.
Yep.
Cash Patel, Dan Bongino, less Dan Bongino, but Cash campaigned on this, and now they're backing away from the whole thing.
I heard it would publish loads of material that his kid's in.
Yeah. But to be honest, it's a part of the... it sounds like a cope. It really does sound like a cope. Like, oh, look, we've talked about the Epstein stuff for so long, and now you're being like, but like, hey guys, some of these things might come out. That's like, you can easily redact that. Easily, just don't put that out. Have everything else out, but the videos. Like, it's not like you can't, like, just by publicizing all the evidence, you can easily just take out the videos. Like, it's saying, oh, but if we publish all the evidence, that could happen. Like, you can easily just not have the videos. Have the text and show everything what happened and just read everything, but don't transcribe the videos. That's it. Like that's why that sounds like a cop out, honestly, because you can easily fix that situation.
So we'll talk about that, plus a lot more, and some good news with ice cream. You know, taking the artificial dyes out. But the big story, of course, is what's going on in Congress and the action of the Republicans. So we'll get into that. Before we do, my friends, head over to My Pillow.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's cool, great. My Pillow guy, that's actually kind of funny. So they
Where's Neri? Fair enough.
They go through like his cast, and now I think this is when they start actually talking about.
Trump repeats that the Epstein files are a made-up Democrat hoax. Here's the clip, ladies and gentlemen.
No, she's given us just a very quick briefing, and in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen, and I would say that
Where's
these files were made up.
I have a MyPillow BTW. Winky face.
I actually have a MyPillow. I completely forgot. It's actually so good. I love the MyPillow. It's so good. I got it because of Tim, honestly, and I got it. I put it in my I put it in my little pillowcase, and that thing is the thing that I sleep on all the time. It's a good pillow. I think I'm gonna buy 2 more because the one that I have is I mean, actually, every time I refluff the MyPillow, it becomes brand new again, which is awesome.
By Comey, they were made up by Obama, they were made up by the Biden administration.
Where's Neri? They don't do the 2.0 version here.
Oh. I didn't even know there was a 2.0 version.
We went through years of that with the Russia hoax, with all of the different things that we had to go through. We've gone through years of it, but she's handled it very well, and it's going to be up to her. Whatever she thinks is credible, she should release, yeah.
So he's saying the files are a hoax. What does he mean by that? Is he saying that the actual documents they have, they're not going to release because he's saying it's made up by Comey and Obama and that crew? Does he really expect that everyone's going to buy that? I think I don't think it's going to work.
I think the administration.
Oh no, that's the issue. That might actually work because he's like, it's a good parallel to the whole Russia witch hunt that happened basically in 2016 to 2018. There was like 2 years of and $49 million of like just taxpayer money going into this investigation for the FBI into like the Russia stuff, and all they found was a couple of Facebook ads that came out of Russia, and I'm like, bro, okay, that's it. I thought Trump was supposed to be like a spy or something. Like that was like the big claim that a lot of people were pushing. So yeah,
has been so careless with the rollout of this stuff. I'm almost to the point where no matter what they actually do put out for public consumption, people are going to feel like there's more. People are going to feel like it's not enough. There's other things that are being hidden.
Okay, so we got this part. Now let me go back and find the other video. DOJ fires Epstein prosecutor. Okay. All right, let's see.
Bondi has fired Trump's DOJ. Pam Bondi has fired the Jeffrey.
So this is the next day. This is the next day. So just so people like get the context.
Epstein prosecutor, just so happens to be Comey's daughter, Maureen Comey. It's a weird story, but apparently the pressure is working. Charlie Kirk came around and said Trump needs to do something about this. I believe he was calling for some kind of press conference to address the issues. Now, Donald Trump himself this morning said, you are my past supporters, and if you care about this, I don't want your support, calling it the Jeffrey Epstein hoax. Now, there was a...
Oh, what? Oh, snap. What are you about to say, Tim? Because you were literally a part of that. Like, Trump literally just said, we don't care about you no more. We don't care about you no more, Tim. What are you going to say to that?
Fascinating post by one Republican saying, the MAGA influencers need to realize they have no power base. Trump is their power, and they've got nothing. Good luck without him. If you're going to say you're not voting, good luck. I think that's hilarious. Like, okay, I guess Democrats will just sweep the midterms if that's the attitude you're going to take. Donald Trump has come out against the...
See? I guess the Democrats are going to sweep the midterms. Yo, this is why I like Tim. He's not...
Where's Neri? Trump said no list, but would publish all the evidence.
The opposite needs to be true. He needs to publish the list and just not... And doesn't need it. Like, we don't need to see the videos. We don't need to see that.
the Epstein thing relentlessly, calling it a hoax, trying to dismiss it. And it's not working because it's not just a fracturing of his base, but the Democrats are pouncing as well. So you've got a unified front effectively saying, we want the Epstein files. And it's Trump's own making. They did not need to go so heavy on all these memos and Trump himself blasting these Truth Social posts. So this is what happens.
Bro, if the Democrats start pushing like, hey, look, Trump's not going to do this. Hey, we'll do it. And so, but the thing is, though, the Democrats, the politicians, they love to lie. They will lie through their teeth. Like they will say that they're on board. And then when they come into office, they just pretend what they said didn't existed. Like, they're very malicious when it comes to like lying like that. Like, you can't tell when a Democratic, I guess a politician or any other politician besides Trump is like lying through their teeth. Like, Obama was like, no new wars, and then comes in and then drone bombs like a country that we weren't even at war with.
Dems were in for 4 years, no list. How come?
Oh, that's why I'm like, I don't really believe it. I don't really believe it, to be honest. I really don't believe it.
But it does look like the pressure is working. So it is getting interesting. We'll talk about that. Plus, we've got, of course, never forget the Democrats are nuts. A Democratic strategist praying for a depression as the progressives meet with Zohran Mamdani, New York's resident socialist, to talk about the future of the Democratic Party. That's right, socialists. So, oh boy, if you're mad at Trump, I mean, to be fair, yikes. The alternative is pretty scary. And then
let's get into it.
Before we do, one quick announcement. On July 21st at 6 p.m. on Rumble.com, we will be premiering the legal immigration.
I don't care.
It's amazing. This is Kevin Kalb. He's going to be on the show this week. This will be Monday, 6 p.m. Premiere, free premiere on the front page of Rumble. However, after that free premiere, it is going to be a premium exclusive only. So shout out, we'll be promoting that, and a documentary for those that are premiere members on Rumble. Here's a story from Mediaite. Pam Bondi fires Jeffrey Epstein prosecutor. Attorney General
Epstein had a painting of Bill Clinton in a dress, not of Trump.
In a dress, not of Trump. Yeah, I mean, that's something.
Pam Bondi fired Maureen Comey, a prosecutor with the Southern District of New York who had prosecuted deceased child trafficker Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Comey, as senior trial counsel, is the daughter of James Comey. The reason for her firing was not immediately clear. She did not immediately respond to phone calls. In an email seeking comment, Politico said, Comey, who has worked in the U.S. Attorney's Office for nearly a decade, prosecuted both Epstein and his associate Ghislaine Maxwell. Maureen Comey worked at the SDNY for almost a decade. I think this is something we should consider. As Donald Trump is calling this a hoax or whatever he's saying, there's no excuse for not giving the people some answers on Epstein. But when you find out, and I know, like, this is actually, most of us knew this about who prosecuted him, but it's Comey's daughter who was prosecuting Epstein. You have to wonder about, listen, when we say we want to know what was going on, I don't for a second think it's just that Epstein was working with intel agents and blackmailing. I think the U.S. DOJ was in on it, and we heard
all PDFs should be called out and arrested.
True. Yep. But Destiny. But Tim Pool is actually he's 100% for that. But now he's trying to give the good faith argument of what the other side is, and actually engaging with what Trump and their team is saying. Like, he's actually doing a good faith analysis of this. He has his opinion. He spouted his opinion. But now let's actually get into what is the other side actually saying? Let's have a good faith response about this. What Destiny would do is, like, Destiny would just grill Trump and just keep making fun of him and then saying, like, oh, guys, just jump ship from this guy. He's a terrible dude. He's retarded. Like, look at Trump. There's no excuse. Like, that's what Destiny would do. But this is why I like Tim Pool. He's good faith. Even though he disagrees with Trump, and Trump literally said that he doesn't want Tim in his party anymore, because Tim is there's zero excuse. Tim said that multiple times. But now he's actually entertaining. What is the Trump like thing? Like, what are they saying? What specifically are they saying? It sounds like Tim is giving an excuse, but he's just entertaining. Like, let me see. Is there something here? There probably might be something here. Let's actually talk about it. Let's have the conversation. And he's not going to just outright dismiss what he disagrees with, like how Destiny would do it. That's why I have a lot more respect of my beanie friend than I have Mr. Destiny Boy.
Heard this too. What was the guy's name? Was it Alex Acosta, who said that he was prosecuting and was told he belongs to intelligence, so back off? The entire government, or at least some element within it, was involved in this. And if it's Comey's daughter who was doing the prosecutions, it does seem like this runs deeper than we realize.
So look, a couple of things. I mean, first of all, I got to say, I do feel very sympathetic to Trump's attitude to this, right?
Where's Neri?
He's sitting.
Wait till you watch the Lauren Sutherland stuff. Duck can't spell. Winky face.
There with this incredible election victory after everything they did to him, and he comes back and he wins the popular vote and he sweeps the swing states and he's getting to action and he's delivered the most incredible start to presidency anyone can remember, and all these great things are happening, and I totally sympathize with his frustration. That's the first point. But you're right.
Yeah, I can sympathize with the frustration too, because the whole Russia thing, that brain broke a lot of that literally made the MAGA party like when that came out as all of it was just false and completely overhyped, and all they found was Facebook ads, which I mean, the only reason I keep saying there's Facebook ads, and I'm like, oh, there was something, but like, it was so irrelevant that it didn't even, it doesn't even, it's meaningless. But Destiny would be like, but they did find some Facebook ads, right? They did find some Facebook ads. And I'm like, okay, yeah. Okay, they found some Facebook ads. Good job, Destiny. Yeah. That's such a big change in like in anything that we said. Like Nothing Burger versus Facebook ads. I mean, they're both exactly the same in my head, honestly. But I guess Destiny would make the argument just so he can be right at something, I guess.
To say that this is kind of a self-created thing, right? This is all from the way they've handled it. The other point, and I'm so glad you mentioned Acosta. So I went back over what I've said about this story in the past. And some people may remember I used to host a show on Fox News on Sunday nights, The Next Revolution. And we had a segment called Swamp Watch every week, and I would take some aspect of the swamp, and it was non-partisan. You know, I'd have a go at everybody.
Okay, all right. Well, we saw the video. Let's go back a little bit. Like, obviously the Trump base is falling apart from this. And Trump literally tried to exile some of the old base that used to be supportive of him, and now is like, nah, we don't need this anymore. And I'm like, so yeah. Yeah, this is affecting the Trump base a lot more than what Destiny's giving credit for. Destiny lives in his own echo chamber where he thinks none of this is happening. Trump's base is not going to fall apart. This is just a minor stepping stone. Like, nothing's actually really going on here. So yeah.
Tries to fucking sweep the Epstein files, and it finally cracks the fucking base. Finally, there's something that they were primed in order to hate so much that even when their cult leader told them, hey, change your tune on a dime 180 degrees, half the base said, fuck you, we're not changing.
Right,
Don't tell me this is convenient to my argument that you're not going to use it as an example. Bullshit.
No, the reason it's a bad example is because what you just described was decades of demonizing people, being incredibly mean, and taking all these marginalized groups and just absolutely disparaging them, and it working. And then the thing that's breaking is that he's now lying and saying, actually, I never cared about that. Also, Epstein's not a big deal. Not that he stopped being
Why would you want to volunteer? Hold on. So do you think it was evil that they vilified gay people and trans people and fucking other groups in order to be pedophiles for a fucking decade? Was that good or bad?
Obviously, that was bad, and I'm not.
Wait. When you say good or bad with respect to what? It was effective. It worked, didn't it? How many times? I bet even you were probably on the show saying.
I'm making a moral judgment.
Were you one of those people that were saying the most effective ad was saying that Donald Trump's going to be president for us and Kamala Harris is going to be president for they, them? Like, well, this is all hateful rhetoric that seemed to have been pretty effective, no?
Yes, the question is when it's being
petard. Do you want me to watch you guys go charging down the wrong direction for a fucking decade and then have somebody grab your underwear and give you a wedgie so hard that it goes through your fucking asshole and rips your body in half? Because if you want me to let you do that, I'll let you do it.
If I can steal a Supreme Court justice seat, if I can have both halves of Congress, and if I can have a fucking authoritarian leftist fucking president for 8 fucking years, then fucking yeah, sure, I'll take a wedgie at the end of all of that. Okay?
See? Yep, there we go. He said the quiet part out loud. This is definitely going to be in the teaser. Wow. Yeah, thank you, Destiny, for saying that. Thank you.
Eliminate things like fucking Roe v. Wade, affirmative action. Just like, what do you mean? Yeah, no shit. You think the Republicans are like, man, we sure did fuck up right now real bad because of this whole Epstein business, man. We lost fucking everything.
No. This is 100% the crux of the issue. Erudite and I care about people having souls and truth.
Stop,
and all
no,
that
pick one.
And what you just said,
I feel the moderator. Are we going to talk about political effectiveness or what's morally right? He keeps having people arguments. Pick one.
Hold on.
If you win, who gives a shit?
The argument is...
Hold on, Stephen. He can easily just solve this by saying political effectiveness is tied to
exactly
your morals.
Yeah, like, thank you. I like how Erudite completely just said they're both intertwined, Destiny. Like, what are you talking about? Oh, are you talking about one or the other? We can't talk about both at the same time. And Erudite's literally saying, yes, they're both intertwined. We kind of can't not talk about them like at the same time. Like, this is the whole point of the entire thing.
But that could go either way. That could go either way.
I agree, which is why the group that only had like 1 or 2 principles, because most people, by the way, when asked about the tariffs before the election, were like, well, Trump's probably lying about that. Tee-hee, right? Which is actually a number of things that moved a bunch of Trumpers off of him when they're like, oh, fuck.
Did it really move anybody though? Like, I don't know.
Yes, one of my close friends.
Yeah, see, look, he's completely deluded in his own echo chamber. He doesn't even believe that any Like, he thinks that the whole other side is a complete cult, and whatever Trump says, like, that's just what's gonna happen. Like, they're never gonna fall apart. What they're doing is evil and it's working, so we need to do the same thing. And I'm like, you know what, Destiny? Yeah, adopt that strategy. Obviously, like, just adopt that strategy. I want to see you crash and burn, but you won't even get anywhere because you're just way too you don't pick your battles properly. You're really good at making edgy jokes. You're just not good at targeting them at the right people.
Who voted for Trump was moved. I'm sorry, I don't know what to tell you. One of my close friends who voted for Trump was moved as a result of that and him betraying his own court.
In your own words, most people are stupid, and you're smart enough to have smart friends who can be moved on things like explaining policy.
Sure, I agree that my friends will be moved by different things. However, when we're talking about shame, we have to talk about what's effective, okay? We do have to talk about what's effective. And in the case of when shame works and when it doesn't, shame works when everyone disagrees with the thing that you're shaming. So if I shame somebody for being a pedophile, everyone's happy to jump on board because we all agree pedophilia is kind of not good. There was a really interesting study that came out in Sweden that was looking on the efficacy of shaming rhetoric on human rights violations versus climate change. And what we found is that when we shame people for violating human rights, people
I swear, every time she opens her mouth, I'm always agreeing with her, and like she's always saying something super based.
Tend to jump on board. When we shame people for things like climate change, which is way less, people are clearly not on board with that one, right? What led is people rallied harder to their climate change beliefs.
I don't know if Stephen is, but I'm definitely not advocating for the scorched earth shame literally every Trump voter because that's all we have. Because clearly we talked about a multifaceted approach to this, and you can be mean and edgy and reach out to people, and these are both things that are not diametrically.
I agree, and I think that you do that well many of the times. I think that you do that well. For example, I wouldn't be having like nearly as cogent of a conversation with leftists, right? If I was talking to leftists, I would have to go like way the back up. However, what I am talking to is when you talk to Tali, for example, I think that that was a really good example of you failing these principles that we have talked about that you care about. That's what I think.
My principles are when someone pisses me off, I'm going to yell at them. Sometimes I can restrain that, but when they're so stupid and also have the smugness and condescension that Tally has to go and say, hey.
No, you're just lying about what Tali said.
I know what the Democrats should do. Yeah, I'm going to call them stupid.
I think
you
guys
do you need to talk about kids masturbating in order to do that?
Hold on.
Asking you, Soy Pill, not Stephen. Stephen wants to talk.
Connor, I think comedy is legal.
Can I finish like my line of argumentation yours because I don't care as much about the joke?
Sure.
Okay. So I think both of you are too quick-witted to go scorched earth with as many people as you might want to. Now, Soy Pill, I don't think this is as much of an issue as it is for Stephen. My issue with Soy Pill is honestly exclusively the Tally conversation at this point in time from what I've seen. However, what I've seen from Stephen is that he goes scorched earth with people way too quickly. And I think he's too smart and quick-witted that he doesn't need to go scorched earth first. And I think it does turn people off of him. I think it makes him less effective as a political pundit. For example,
literally, I listened to Destiny because of his Israel-Palestine takes, and anything that he talks about Trump, like I'm just like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, you hate Trump, so like, of course you're just gonna say these stupid things about him. Like, it's so easy to write off what Destiny says about Trump. Like, it used to be a little bit difficult. It used to be like, oh wait, no, he has zero credibility when it comes to talking about Trump because all he says is all the negative things about him. So this whole conversation basically solidified that fact that he doesn't care. He doesn't care about the moderate people on the right that actually like was even thinking. Like, if you were even thinking about voting for Trump, like he already exiled you. He already exiled you. He's literally doing what the woke left does.
There are so many people that approach me regularly going, man, I really miss when Stephen was like more good faith with conservatives. It feels like he goes off super fast. Yeah. And then you'll talk to conservatives that you disagree with. Like, you're still respectful with Myron Gaines, who you think I think you probably think 99% of his takes.
I don't know why you keep bringing up Myron when we have a respectful.
Because it's a very good example, Destiny. What do you? Because it's a good example, Destiny. Like, and it triggers him because he knows that it's a good example. That's why he interrupted her.
But two, you will never, ever find Myron doing a 2-hour show of like, I can't believe that Dusty made fun of these fucking children. I can't believe it. My guess is he would probably just say like, oh, wow, pretty edgy, bro. And that would be it. So this is not the same type of thing at all. Like, this whole like obsession over being offensive is exclusively the purview of like most of like the Republican lawmakers and the Republican mainstream media and a lot of the Republican alternative media. And it only works because liberals will do it to ourselves too. Like, Republicans will be like, I can't believe you guys made fun of this thing, and liberals will be like, oh my God, they're right. That was so horrible we made fun of those things. And then when Republicans do it, liberals don't even say anything. We're like, oh yeah, it's the 47th anniversary of kneeling on George Floyd's neck. That's such a fucking epic joke. Good job.
I'm gonna be honest, Stephen. I'll be super.
Bro, the Conservative Party wasn't making fun of that. What are you talking about? And we already watched the whole clip of Steven Crowder, like, oh, look, Steven Crowder made fun of the whole kneeling on the neck thing. And like, no, he didn't. He just did a reenactment and then showed and literally did a 10-minute reenactment of him being on the ground and someone kneeling on his neck and showing that this is not something that you could like easily die from. Like, Steven Crowder was making a point. He wasn't making fun of the fact that that happened. Like, it's just so stupid and disingenuous. But I guess in Destiny's world, he saw that whole reenactment. Is like, oh, Steven Crowder's making fun of him. Oh, they're making fun of him. And I watched it on stream like old streams ago, couple streams ago, a few months ago. And because like someone in my comment section, because the whole George Floyd thing come up, and I had to like find the video, and we watched it all the way through, and obviously he didn't make fun of the entire time. Like literally they were just talking and saying all of the technical things and like how this could like possibly be seen and stuff like they were being serious about it. They weren't making fun of the whole situation. But I guess if you don't watch any of the videos and you just take third-hand experiences from people that say, oh look, I saw this Steven thing that was making fun of it, I guess Destiny would just automatically just assume, oh, that person that said it, yeah, he's probably correct, because Steven Crowder is like, he's like a comedian, so he probably did make fun of the whole George Floyd. Like, he would just assume that. Like it's so stupid and disingenuous and bad faith. So
Steven,
hold on, let Kyla finish. Let Kyla finish her fucking point, and then we give it to you.
If you had
sit on my dick for 8 minutes at a time.
If you had the same social capital with Asmongold, Tectone, or Donut Operator as you do with Myron, I have a feeling that you would be able to leverage your social capital now. They would probably cover for your joke a lot more because they'd see you nuance. And most importantly, as MAGA is blue.
I really had a hard time watching this last night.
Oh, really? Like, let me know if there's a specific part that you super disagree with. Because I would like to talk about it.
Blowing up right now, if there's any time to pull people away from the right, it is right now. You could leverage that social capital to do so. But because you've gone scorched earth with retarded moderates, you won't be able to do so.
That's fine, but to be clear, there's no world where that is the case. The two people with some of the most political capital on the right were Kyle Rittenhouse and Joe Rogan, and they got blasted immediately when they tried to stray from the party, even if their vote wouldn't have mattered. They got immediately blasted, and they came back into the fold fucking immediately too. This fantastical delusion of if you play nice with them, they'll play nice with you is only true insofar as you're.
Wait, so what are you talking about? Isn't Joe Rogan now like talking about how like Trump is like not good and he didn't like about the whole Obredo Garcia thing? Like he's literally straying from it, and he's still straying from it. But now you're saying, oh no, he actually backtracked. Like Joe Rogan didn't backtrack. Kyle Rittenhouse didn't backtrack. Like what is he saying? What is he even like mentioning? What is he even talking about?
Not as much of a threat to them and their audience that you'll actually start converting people over to the other side. They just want you there to look like, oh, well, he's kind of like a nice liberal and that's cool, and so we can like be more respectful of them when we vote to take away all of their rights at the ballot box.
Do you know why?
Like Destiny's just delusional, I think.
That the right is hardly ever moves over these days is because the left has made it clear, and Democrats have made it clear for the last, fucking 8 years, that they are not welcome and they will never be welcome in the Democratic Party. They've done this over and over.
Rittenhouse is just a kid.
Yeah, literally. I like how one of his examples is a kid. Okay. All right, Destiny.
And over again on a personal level. So yes, you have. Hold on, let me finish my fucking. Democrats have made it clear for the last, fucking 8 years that they are not welcome and they will never be welcome in the Democratic Party. And they have done this over and over and over again on a personal level. So yes, you have. Hold on, let me finish my fucking point. You have Republicans constantly. You have Republicans. Hold on. You have moderates. You have moderates constantly, right? Who are just getting constant shit from the left, like, oh, how dare you speak up of this as a white man and things like that, right? How dare you do this, right? Well, and they will. I've got more death threats and rape threats.
Wick cooking.
Yep, Wick is cooking.
Leftists that I've ever gotten from Republicans, right? The leftists are going to hate this conversation way more than any rightoid would.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. Literally, the rightoids are watching this right now and actually enjoying it. Like the left wing, the super lefty people, they're not even this conversation doesn't even exist. Like this conversation doesn't even exist. Oh, you got Destiny on there? What? You got Erudite, Ghislaine Maxwell? What on the? Yeah, we're not even gonna watch the entire thing. The leftists are literally calling her Ghislaine Maxwell of like the whole Epstein stuff to Destiny because she wouldn't want to like rat out.
I don't know about enjoying it.
I don't know about enjoying. Well, I mean, I'm kind of enjoying it because like he's making a good point. She's making a massive good point and really and Destiny's literally falling apart in this entire debate. Like he's barely like this is what happens at the end of the debate. This is Destiny's output. Actually, no, I won't spoil that. Actually, no. This is what happens at the very end. Let me show you.
Leftists don't do that. Like liberals don't. They don't ignore hypocrisy. But
wait, hold up. I keep going until he starts talking. So this is the end point.
Yeah, I don't know if I believe that there are like these political phenotypes that emerge from people where the left doesn't like loyalty as much as the right. I think that these are cultural values that are driven a lot by our political leaders and by our political commentators. I think we should drive it a little bit more on the left. I'm not saying we need to be horrible and evil people. I'm just
Dev.growling.
Yeah.
Saying that there have been
you don't like Dev? I think Dev was pretty reasonable in this entire thing, but he barely talked though.
Men in history, okay, who have
demonize their political opponents to some extent, and they've done it to unbelievable ends, okay? This guy was the Time Magazine Person of the Year in 1938, and he managed to kill 13 million people.
I don't.
Oh, okay. Maybe he might. Maybe I should pay attention to what he says when we go back to. I think we were at 110 or something, maybe. But like this is Destiny's end statement. This is his end statement for the entire conversation. And Tali actually comes into this debate too.
Because of how strongly he held his convictions and how much he dehumanized him. Okay,
look at this.
Our political leaders and by our political commentators. I think we should drive it a little bit more on the left. I'm not saying we need to be horrible and evil people. I'm just saying that there have been great men in history, okay, who have demonized their political opponents to some extent.
Where's Neri? Past issues on the Archcast. Dog Lover 3461. Yo man, what you got under that hat? You bald?
Are you trying to pull a Tim Pool on me right now?
Guy was the Time Magazine Person of the Year in 1938, and he managed to kill 13 million people because of how strongly he held his convictions and how much he dehumanized him, okay? And even if ultimately Hitler killed himself, I'm just saying there are things that we can learn from these political leaders to unite our countrymen and do great things.
See, this is how Destiny ends the entire debate. With a meme referencing Hitler. Wow. And how he could be someone that we
Where's
could
Neri?
look into.
I am crying face.
I'm crying face. Oh, smiley
Dog
face.
Lover 3461. Hairline check.
Nah, I'm a Temple. The beanie stays on. Let's go back to the original. Let's go back to the original part.
Perfect arbiter of what we should be like. What I'm saying is, he's a pretty good example of retarded middle.
Where's Neri?
Bald,
that is.
I mean, I'm gonna let you think. Like, I'm just gonna leave that in the air. I'm gonna leave that in the air. What's underneath this hat is an enigma. I could have no scalp, and it could just be all brain, or it could be the
Emperor Karl Furmans. Tim Pool is a bald retard.
Sure. Wait, give me a second.
Where's Neri?
Wow, we got a lot of...
I meant I'm bald. Winky face.
Oh, you are? What? Well, I could be in
Dog
that
Lover
club,
3461.
also...
Yeah, this guy is balding.
I could be in that club, but I also could not be in that club. I'm gonna leave it as an enigma.
For divisive rhetoric. Actually, they did tee-hee ooh-woo, which is a soy pill. You got a fucking pick. I would argue that why Trump won is he had 8 years of advertising, 8 years of advertising, and Kamala had 3 fucking months, and our incumbent fell into dementia, unfortunately.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
Hold on, let Kyla finish. Let Kyla finish her fucking point, and then we can give it to you.
If you had
sit on my dick for 8 minutes at a time.
If you had the same social
All right, I'm just gonna try and get back to the place that I was at.
pisses me off. It just hits the threshold of
I was not bad faith
intolerable.
with her. I was mean to her.
You were absolutely I'm too weak.
There we go. There we go.
Said that you're getting canceled more. Yes, by the left. I agree.
Oh wait, hold up.
Right? The leftists are going to hate this conversation way more than any rightoid would. Right? The leftists are the ones that are going to cancel me. You're trying to cancel me for having you on. It's not the rightoids, right? It's this constant thing. We give them no off ramp. We give them no place to go. And when people like Tali does come on and say, "Hey, my vote is winnable," that's what she said. My vote is winnable.
What did you just say?
Comes on and says, "Fuck you."
You just said that you're getting canceled more. Yes, by the left. I agree. We should stop doing it. We should embrace all of the hilariousness and the edginess.
Yeah,
I agree.
you're
100%. Thank you. Yes.
But Soypel, you already agreed that in the case of Tali, it was ineffective what you were doing. And if
to
you
try to
want
win her vote, which I think is a waste
if
of
you
time.
want to say, I'm just too tired, I'm too weak, I'm too small bean to be big enough to like be good faith with somebody that just pisses me off, it just hits the threshold of
I was not bad
intolerable.
faith with her. I was mean to her.
You were 100% bad faith, Soy Pill. We already watched the video, so stop trying to gaslight us and be like, "Oh, I wasn't bad faith at all. What are you talking about? What are you saying?" You literally, the first few words that came out of your mouth is calling her retarded. "Oh, I'm not bad faith at all." Well, get out of here.
Absolutely. Hold on. The entire time.
I've waited.
Okay.
You asked me to wait.
Insanely bad faith. I had to stop watching. I was so grossed out by the conversation, if I'm being honest.
Anyways, so
are you gonna vote
moderates? Okay. Who wins fucking general elections? Moderates or fucking extremists?
But just smugness.
Your base.
Not like
Your
you.
base.
That's fair.
Bullshit. It's fucking
I don't
moderates.
think moderates are the ones that win elections. No, it's if your base turns out and votes.
You think that 55% of the fucking Republican Party is the reason why Trump won?
Wait, you just target these groups differently. You can do both. You can do both.
You can do both. You can talk about kids jerking off, and you can be nice to moderates and win the moderates.
Yeah. That's not what I'm talking about.
That was a good point against her.
You can galvanize your base and also appeal to moderates. This is obviously true.
Sure, and I think those are two different types. But those are two different strategies.
And soy pill are alienating moderates intentionally. So they're being fucking dicks.
If you're going to be alienated by comments like that from the left, but never anything that's a million times said more by the right, then it's not worth targeting. Fuck them.
All right, I don't know what to tell you. People talking about dead kids.
Alienated from the right who are available for you to scoop them up, but you're being a piece of shit, so they're not going to fucking listen to you.
I don't think you realize how precarious you have to be with these people if you're trying so fucking hard to make sure that nobody is saying the wrong joke or something to keep them there, and then if you do, the microsecond that happens,
it's so hard not to make jokes about kids, like dead kids. Yeah, that's to be so precarious because like making jokes about dead kids is just so difficult and so hard to like avoid to make jokes on. Like, bro, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Or people die like. Both of the jokes that people are talking about that Destiny made literally has someone dying in it. Like an innocent person dying. You're making jokes about innocent people dying. You have two times you've done this now. And now you're saying, oh, it's so hard to... Now we got to tiptoe and walk on eggshells because we can't make certain bad jokes. And the only certain bad jokes that we're talking about is literally people dying. Like, can you just not make a joke about people dying? Like, why do you keep, like, gaslighting as if we're talking about every little tiny joke when the only problems that these people are talking about is you making jokes about people dying? Like, bro, this is literally what the whole argument is. Like, edgy jokes. You literally talking about people dying. Like, stop, like, expanding this as if they're talking about, like, something more broad when the prime examples they talk about throughout this entire debate is people dying. And with that, I'm going to go AFK. Give me, like, 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Dog Lover 3461. Ruiz guy. It's a gaslighting tactic.
All right, I'm back. I am back. And get back. Let's just continue this, I guess.
Then they retreat back to the.
Wait, hold up. Actually, there was a thing that we put on Grok. What was it? What did I do? Find me the video clip of Asmongold talking about, specifically talking about a during find me a video clip of talking about how he would go on Destiny show, but oh, okay. So this is what I was looking for. Let's see. So did they find it? Research as a video you're looking for is likely from a clip of March 15th discussing why blah blah blah. Oh, so you can't find it? So it seems like it seems like Grok wasn't able to find it. Damn. All right, whatever. That's fine.
Most disgusting, divisive fucking person on the fucking planet. I don't know what to say.
Isn't it sad? Isn't it sad that the social rapport that the left has with moderates and with everyone else is so poor that they're literally picking a piece of shit rapist over us because they find us so fucking distasteful?
Kyla, yeah. Thank you for making the point. Yeah, they would rather vote for Trump than to deal with leftists. Wow, the leftists are so bad that they can't even stand up to an actual like they can't even stand up to. I guess Trump was technically liable for rape. So liable doesn't mean that he actually did it. It just means that it's plausible that he did do it. So therefore, Trump was liable for rape and had to pay like damages or whatever. But like, so Trump didn't go to jail for that because that's typically what would happen. You would go to jail and it's like like a terrible bad sentencing. But like, they just found him liable. So like, liable just means that he could have done it. We don't know. So he had to pay a fine. Like it was basically a slap on the wrist because they didn't have enough evidence that he actually did do it, because the thing that he was they brought this up, like the thing that he was liable for happened in like what 2000, like what, in the 1990s or 2000 or the early 2000s. Like it was before 2010. I can definitely say that. So like, yeah, they went basically digging up through his past history to find something that he could have done, that it's plausible that he could have done. Like, what? Yeah, like it's just stupid.
My entire argument is that yes, they are retarded for it.
But that's our argument.
Yeah,
no,
Kyla, this whole time I've been saying
figure out how to be a little bit more likable.
Is a waste.
Yeah,
of
the likable is
time.
shitting on the other side. That's why people dehumanize people. It works.
Yeah. Okay, progressives and liberals have been so fucking annoying for the past decade that the American people picked a rapist.
Annoying is different from being
worse. Technically no date, as no one knows. That's justice, is it?
Yeah, there's no date. Yeah, like there wasn't enough evidence to actually say that he did it for sure. It was just like, he could have done it. It's plausible. And then the jury basically just convicted him on it because this was I think this happened in New York, and well, New York is a blue state and Trump is not a blue person, and a lot of people that are blue in New York City, like the only reason New York is a blue state is because of the city. Like everywhere else votes like red besides the city. Like, and the city has just such a disproportionate amount of like voters that it just automatically just makes New York blue, which is wild.
Being mean and being authentic and like actually expressing like a disgust or frustration with people, which you've been doing, Connor, and I think is very authentic. In fact, I appreciate when you yell in this conversation. But if you were up there being like, well, I can't be, if I yell at Soy, then he might not like listen to what I'm saying. No, I'm saying we need to put our energy into getting as many people to understand the consequences of their vote, whether that's for the Democrats or the Republicans, and anything past that is a waste of fucking time trying to tiptoe and walk on eggshells for people like Tali, who, like I believe she said in that conversation, Kyla, no, actually, after all this, I still won't vote for a Democrat.
No, that's not what she said. That's not what she said.
Yeah, see, like he keeps being such a bad faith actor and lying about what Tali actually said, just so he can make himself look better. And Wick literally had her on, and it's literally Wick's co-host, so Wick is getting really pissed off that he keeps lying about her.
She said she's not sure. She's still undecided, which is fucking retarded.
The worst part is, I bet you if you were way less heated with her, especially talking to you two ODD freaks, I can't believe I have to explain this, that when people start demanding that you say something, what's the likelihood in that conversation you're going to say it? Because I know I know for a fact that Steven still won't admit that he's dressing nicer because I encouraged him to, or that he's got an ADHD test because I encouraged you, because he's too fucking ODD. And I have a suspicion, Soy Pill, that you're just as ODD. And if somebody convinces you to do something, you're going to be resistant, especially in a public situation where you don't like the answer, that you are going to forever not going to be.
Okay, so firstly, correcting the record. Okay, the ADHD thing came from my lovely 3-time accuser, Cherry. So thank you. That she was the one that turned me on Adderall.
Oh yeah, see, look, literally, he's proving her point. Like, she said that Destiny's never going to admit that she was the one that actually got him to start doing these things. And now Destiny's like, actually, yeah, you're correct. Actually, it was the other person, this Cherry person that got him on. Like, see, he won't even admit it. He's admitting that the other person did it, not her. So he's literally making her point right now. But Destiny thinks that he's doing like a good big gotcha own or whatever.
Well, number one. Number
That's
two. Okay.
crazy.
Number two.
Crazy.
Number two.
I helped
the
book your
issue.
motherfucker.
The issue. I don't even think I took a neuropsych test. I just did I got a prescription via telehealth because fuck those. It's not worth it.
Second of all, explain what ODD is.
The issue is OE is the name that we give dogs when we kick them violently.
No,
the children dogs.
That's not.
The issue is that if somebody can be persuaded by the other side acting at this like -10 mark, and in order to persuade them to the other side, like you have to act at this like +8, and if you drop 1 point, they're going to leave. That's just not a person worth holding on to. I just think
But
there's
I
something
am
else that's not
telling
aligning
you,
there.
no, I am telling you that right now the Democrats' policy is so good and nobody understands it because they hate everything about the veneer of what the Democrats are so much.
What veneer? Wait, Kyla, what is about the Democrats now is...
What do you mean, what veneer? Literally you making jokes about dead kids. What veneer? What veneer are we talking about? Oh yeah, someone that's a Democrat making fun of like dead kids. Wow. I have no idea what veneer they're talking about. Like, what do you, bro?
Similar to what Steven's doing at all.
Nothing. I'm not talking about. I'm not even that interested in Steven's edgy joke, other than saying. It's
No, just in terms of like being mean, like Kamala and everybody else. Like, yeah, where was the mean? Like Walls? Was he the super mean guy? Was Biden the super mean guy?
No, it's the people. No. It wasn't the politicians. This is what you don't understand. People are influenced more by the people who personally attack them than they are by what any politician says. So when you have people in their family, in their friend group,
it's over. Hold on. You have to understand then that if on our side, if we can just point to the Republicans and go, look at what the president says, look at what the vice president says, look what the Speaker of the House says, and on your side you're like, okay, well look at this Twitter user 400.
Yeah, but that's not what you're doing. What you're doing is making fun of dead kids, and you just completely ignore that. But okay.
87,000 just said this, so fuck your whole side.
Just Twitter,
I'm gonna go vote for Republicans.
You're not Twitter user 487. You're not.
No, but I'm saying that, like, if on the left you can say, like, if we can say on the right, look, they're lying about Haitians eating cats and dogs, and they literally fucking admit it. You go, well, what about that one Kyla where CNN said fiery but mostly peaceful protests? Gotcha. And it's like, oh, well, if that's the standard, like, you're
that's not the standard.
Come on.
It's literally fucking homicides. That's the fucking standard. That's the bad behavior. And you should call out bad behavior regardless of who's doing it. That's the other thing that fucking pisses me off. No.
Trump to be making knowledge that he's
so fucking obvious, you fucking bitch. No, fuck that. You fucking literally said in this debate, oh, this is the crux of the entire issue is I pushed you enough that you finally said all bad behavior is on the table because the right wing is doing bad behavior. As long as we win, I don't give a fuck.
That's what you said. It's not all behavior. There's worse stuff in life than making a mean joke at somebody.
No shit.
Oh wow, yeah, downplaying his mean joke about like making fun of dead kids. Yeah, okay. Making fun of Texan dead kids. Yeah, that's literally what Destiny is. Oh, but that's just a mean joke. Oh, it's just a mean joke. Like, oh, it's just a mean joke. I can't say mean joke. What? Like, literally, he keeps doing this gaslighting tactic. It's like insane.
Nobody said that. Nobody said that.
Wait, where did I even imply that all bad behavior is on the table?
So I'm muting myself because I'm putting on Miss Rachel. So, anyways,
where did I say that all bad? Where did I even imply that all bad behavior is on the table?
I'm answering your question. You asked me a question 10 to fucking 15 minutes ago. You literally said, like, as long as it gets me a fucking hardcore left-wing fucking whatever, you were actually excusing a shitload of bad behavior. You might not have used the word.
No, bad behavior or edgy jokes. When am I excusing bad behavior?
They're literally the same. Well, what's the difference? Oh, wait, bad behavior or bad edgy jokes? Well, there's a difference here. Like, they're literally the same thing. Like, you making bad edgy jokes is bad behavior. Like, what are you talking about? Like, that's a part of the bad behavior category. Well, what are you saying?
Literally no misinformation.
Rewind the tape.
Bad behavior is going scorched earth on people who don't deserve it. It's making fun of Tectone's dad because he doesn't like your edgy joke. It's, for example...
Tectone brought his dad out to fight somebody to wield him as a fucking veteran or whatever.
So look, literally, she's going to give an example of bad behavior of what Destiny does, and now Destiny's like, but actually, that's not technically bad behavior because, but that bad behavior was justified because the other side did this, and the other side, okay, good job, Destiny. You have an excuse for why you made bad behavior, but the whole point is that you're doing bad behavior. We don't care about your excuse of why you did the bad behavior.
So his dad is fair game.
Yeah, literally, her point is like, bro, you're still doing a bad behavior.
It's making fun of Tectone's dad because he doesn't like your edgy joke. It's, for example,
Tectone brought his dad out to fight somebody to wield him as a fucking veteran or whatever. So his dad is fair game. Unfortunately, that's kind of how it works.
Saying that he's just sad because the girls died and he has less victims now makes it fair game because once Tectone's dad was public as well.
I'm saying that if you're going to weaponize your dad to win internet arguments, that at that point, I mean, it's kind of out there. Yeah, no shit. That's why when he came back to me and he tried to make fun of me and my son or whatever, I was like, oh, it's fair game. You know, I was fighting for my kid. It's not fucked at all. What do you mean?
Yeah, it's fair game. Yeah, because like you made fun of his dad and now he made fun of your son. Like this was a back and forth. You were the one that started it, and then he responded to your craziness with even another low ball. So now it's fair game. Like, bro.
That was the level that we were at. It's not. That's where we were.
It is just because you guys like Moloch game your way down to hell. Just because you Moloch game your way down to hell.
The Republicans are already in hell. They're already in hell and they're winning down there.
I agree. They're winning. They're not. They're literally not.
Literally are. Literally.
No, they won the election in the major bet again. Why? Is it because of edgy jokes and meanness?
It certainly didn't hurt them.
Do you think that that's why they won?
I know that Nikki Haley and DeSantis didn't even get a debate with the meanest guy on the planet, so it seems like it didn't affect them too much being mean.
Okay.
Yeah, was it Schultz who came on and said that all Puerto Ricans live on an island of garbage, and they actually were able to turn that into a promotional thing where Trump drove around in a fucking garbage truck and then won the election? Like,
and they put it into Biden attack because when Biden said the only trash that I saw there was the mega.
Screaming about how awesome Republicans are. I don't think Republicans are good.
Do you think Joe Biden's mean?
I don't need this. I don't need this. You don't need to convince me that Republicans are in hell.
This is about Joe Biden. Do you think Joe Biden's mean? Do you think Joe Biden is mean? Does he?
No.
Okay, so when he says, "Hey, the people who call all Puerto Ricans garbage are garbage," and they use that as a promotional thing for their campaign, and then are able to win off of that, what would Biden do?
That's not what they won off of, you stupid motherfucker. What I am saying to you is that despite what I am saying, no, it didn't.
No, it didn't help. Bro, what are you talking about? Like literally, I had a friend that actually went and saw that rally because that rally happened in New York. And I saw a friend that actually went to New York and actually saw that rally, and he literally came out of that debate like say it was actually pretty good except for that Puerto Rican thing. It was like, yeah, I didn't really care for it, but he still voted for Trump and everything. Like which was it was great. It like, bro, like this obviously that didn't help. That Puerto Rican thing, like it happened, but no one was saying, oh, based. No, people were like, yeah, that's a bad thing. We probably shouldn't have done it, and kind of ignored and swept it underneath the rug. Like that didn't help at all. If anything, it hurt. Like I know a lot of Puerto Ricans that hated that and didn't want to vote for Trump for it. But like, despite that, he still won because Kamala was worse.
Not. What I'm saying is that despite, let me fucking talk. You gotta let me talk now. What I am saying is that despite how awful they are, despite the fact that their principles are in hell, people still find them a better choice than the Democrats. And I'm saying that the reason why the Democrats are so disliked, despite our principles being higher, is because of shitty behavior, particularly because we are the side that says that we're the moral good guys. The Republicans aren't doing that anymore in any way, shape, or form.
Because we say like, the Republicans all
I think that I've said this a million times.
That was the reason.
I'll say this again. The reason that we likely lost is because Trump had about 8 years of campaigning and Kamala had 3 months because her incumbency had dementia, and also something weird.
This is like the third time she's saying this.
Happened globally,
and Soy Pill just doesn't understand it. Like this is why I said he's not even in the conversation. He's like 10 feet. He's still at the beginning of the conversation when she said this like the last 2 times, and still hasn't understood that.
The right and incumbents overall just failed, probably because of inflation post-COVID. That's probably why we lost.
You're right. That's such a bigger factor, and like nowhere, especially when Tim Walz and the whole campaign started calling them weird, was that the thing that was like, well, moderates were like, whoa, hold on, you're calling them weird.
I don't have an issue with being mean. Soy Pill, again, I do not think. Hold on, Soy Pill. Do you not think there's a difference? The very fucking beginning, and I'll say it again so that you can engage with my arguments. Don't know what's so hard about my claims, but then stop saying you just want us to be nice. I've never for a second said be nice. I think that this is weird but super effective because it's mean in an effective way. And what I'm saying is that when you're smug and nasty to Tally, it's ineffective. And I said in the case of Stephen's jokes, unfortunately, they were ineffective.
Republicans weird, smug, and nasty, Kyla?
Not to the same extent. Hold on. Do you think hold on? Do you think calling Waltz calling Republicans weird is the same as making a joke about dead
for your argument? You can do that, but then I don't know what the fuck we're talking about. Every single person can understand that if somebody says that's really weird, that it's not the same thing as being super smug and saying things like, "Here, let me pull up the notes." I think you should be embarrassed. I am only here so I can tell you to go away. It is unconscionable that you are here and talking in any way. Do you want me to keep going about all the nasty comments?
I actually do want to. I would make more nasty comments, knowing how stupid she is now. Actually, keep going.
Wow, look at that.
Okay. Do you think that that's the same thing as calling somebody weird?
No, I would say I'm much more aggressive than Tim
So glad
was.
you
But
showed up in the
clearly,
conversation.
so what level of smugness and condescension is allowed?
I'm not sure precisely, but what I am talking about here is that there's
weird is fine.
I don't
these
know.
people are stupid isn't.
Nah, hold on. You're not going to make me do this thing where I stick out a ruler.
I'll give you one. So
I'm not saying you have to give the exact line.
Yes, you are. You actually are saying you're doing the. You're doing.
I gave it to you.
You can have a more
at what point
ambiguous
does
line.
100,000 grains of sand become not a heap, but just a grain of sand? I'm not sure precisely, but I can look at a heap of sand and go, that's a heap, and I can look at a single grain of sand and say, well, that's a single grain of sand.
What are you advocating for people like Steven and I who are edgy in ways that you don't like, clearly in some ways, and not in the other ways because you're okay with being mean?
Not the edginess at all.
I'm saying that if you listen, I'm agreeing with you. I understand you don't hate the meanness and the edginess, but then what is allowed? Because it's like, well, here it's allowed, here it's not, and it's like,
I want to answer your question genuinely.
Well, that's cool, but I'm
you
not
gotta let me
asking
answer it,
you,
and then
hold on.
I gotta be moderator for a second. Hold on.
Without saying scorched earth.
Okay, we're gonna go. Soy's go to finish this question. We're gonna give Erudite a chance to answer it, and then counterpoints.
Yeah.
I know you went in, so I'm gonna get you in.
I'm not trying to Loki's wager you into the exact position. You have to say this is the line because obviously you're okay with edginess. I know you are. In fact, you were very nice. You clipped the clip of me saying retarded. That was very nice.
Yeah, like literally. He's contradicting himself. He's literally saying, I'm not saying you need to give me the line of that. I just want you to give me, like, what is a general line of what actually, what's acceptable and what's not. Like, just give me a general, like, what, like, I know you're saying not to do this, but I still want you to give me that answer, though, you know? Like he's literally contradicting himself.
Of you, but when is it okay? When is it not? Not explicitly, but what are you advocating for us to do? Is like, oh, this is like, are we going to call out people every time they cross the line, whatever that arbitrary...
What she's advocating for, that she said multiple times, is the targeting. You need to target better. You need to, the targeting is better. That's what we need to do. The targeting. That's it.
Line is,
she said it multiple times, and you're still asking that same question. That's why I said he's not even in the conversation.
Just waste a bunch of energy having these conversations every week. Every time there's an edgy joke that goes too far. What are you advocating for?
What I'm talking about is two things. I think there's some good general rules I think Connor has outlined. In general, probably avoid children. People don't like children shit. Children
they don't even vote.
Parents do.
Yeah, parents do. And parents have kids and they love their kids. Oh, but children don't even vote. Yeah, he's not even trying anymore. He's just being retarded. It looks so he's loving it. He's always loving it.
Sorry. People like kids. I don't get it. Kids can be fucking monsters.
We know. That's why they're trying to cover up the Epstein list now, right?
That's true. That's true. They like touching them too. However, in general, I would avoid standing on the graves of dead children, especially within 2 days of them dying. I think in general,
to swim over them like Donut Operator does.
You're always going to lose that object battle. You just always will. It's never going to be a good stand for you. However,
yeah, I like how Erudite has to be the one to tell Destiny. Yeah, probably don't do that. Destiny's so smart too. Destiny's so smart, but he just doesn't understand that this is like a thing that you probably shouldn't do. How do you not like understand that? How do you not understand that, Destiny? Like, bro.
More than that, when I'm talking about like broader, like how we should orient ourselves, I think we need to look at the people that we are talking to and we need to understand where they are and have a fundamental principle that...
I'm sorry. Destiny does understand that. He just doesn't care. Destiny does understand that. He just doesn't care. Like, he literally just does not care. He wants to be edgy. This is what he wants to do. He doesn't want to be effective. He just wants to say what he wants to say because First Amendment. So, okay, all right, then we'll watch your political party. We'll just watch the other side basically clip you out of context because you like to make edgy jokes whenever you want to do because of your First Amendment, and then they're going to use their First Amendment to like show and discredit you easily by just showing you all the terrible clips that you have. Like, oh, you listened to Destiny about Trump? What? You mean the guy that talks about dead kids and talks about how the shooter that the person that died at Trump's rally because he got shot, like the firefighter? Yeah, you listen to that guy? Like, really? What? You listen to that guy about Trump? Wow. Okay. Yeah. 100% credibility right there. Like, bro, that's what people are going to do. Like, yeah. Okay. You don't care. But then now you're playing stupid games. Now you're going to win your stupid prize. Like, good job, Destiny.
Doesn't say, if you're a Trump voter who's too stupid to engage, I now get to go scorched earth and anything I say and do to you is okay because you're not worth my time. I think that is fundamentally an anti-democratic principle, and I think it's harmful to our movement to do. However, I think other people do it worse than you two. Unfortunately, you two were the two called in to do this, right? But these would be my principles. You don't have an orientation towards Republicans, that they are ontologically evil, that if somebody has voted for Trump, that they deserve to be treated poorly. And I think that you need to...
I'm not saying we should either.
Your line for your scorched earth threshold is way too fucking low. It's more about
undecided voter who admits stupidity and is speaking as a pundit of authority on a panel. Yeah,
I get it.
They deserve all of it. No,
stupidity is
I talk a lot of stupid people. It's stupid people that are smug and in positions of talking down to an audience of people that I am.
Tyler was not talking down, so you're just, I don't know, like you're just being delusional at that point.
Calling out. And if you want to go back and watch how smug Talia was being in that, you can. Because Talia's smug too.
Talia matched your energy. That's what she did. She matched your energy. You came in smug and condescending, so she matched your energy. During the, like, it was a whole hour of them having a super productive conversation, and the moment you come in here and start acting like a douchebag, she starts acting a little bit like a douchebag towards you. That's just what happens. Like, and now you're like, oh, but she's being an authoritative source. I'm like, bro, you're the one that started it. Like, calm down.
And that's fine, but I'm going
like,
to...
if you don't like what you're getting, then like leave the conversation. Like he shouldn't, like, him coming into that debate was just useless. It was useless.
Not that smug. She was exclusively smug after you came in swinging, which, by the way, you earned, right?
Which is fine, by the way. But I said she was smug before I even went on, which is why I wanted to come on, because it was triggering me how she was speaking as the voice of authority.
I watched the whole thing.
Yeah, she wasn't smug.
That's your opinion on it.
What I'm saying is,
no, it's not just her opinion. It's everyone else's opinion but yours. Like, you were the minority, and I guess you can cope about it and say, actually, it's just you. You're just one person that has that opinion. Like, no. Everyone has that. Most people watching that conversation came out with you being the aggressor and no one likes you. No, like, literally, Wick is smiling because he knows that he's just coping at this point. He knows that he's just BSing right now, because Wick literally in that debate said that, well, I like how most people hate you, even though the other dude that had more extreme rhetoric, no one really hates that guy because that guy wasn't being like what you were being, which was smug and arrogant and like basically a prick.
My suspicion, or any pundit.
I'm telling you. She wasn't smug. The reason that you thought it was smug is because she triggers you. And that's fine if that type of person triggers you. Maybe don't talk to them, because I think you're pretty ineffective with them. Maybe because it's near and dear to your heart. But for some reason, you get more mad. You've already admitted it wasn't effective. And if you are just frustrated with conservatives, that you want to vent your conservative exhaustion, you can do that. But let's not pretend it's fucking effective for a single second. And let's be very honest about the psychology of behavior, which is that nobody is going to change deeply held beliefs by being shamed in that way.
Also, she has an actual like work background of being like working in psychiatric, like, you know, the places where people go to like that like criminals go to like be like that need help and stuff like that, mental help. She worked with those people. She was in those facilities. She worked for years in those facilities. She is literally have a very massive background in that field. So she knows this. Like, she went to school for this, and I want to say she went to school for this. I don't know that for a fact, but she obviously had a job in it. So like in a very serious part of the government, very serious part of that sector too, like dealing with criminals and doing that psychiatric like rehabilitation. I think.
Where's Neri? Explains why she liked Destiny. Where's Neri?
Yeah.
Mahaha.
Yeah, I wouldn't frame it exactly that way, but you're not wrong. They
never, ever will. Okay, great. Conservative exhaustion, you can do that, but let's not pretend it's fucking effective for a single fucking second, and let's be very honest about the psychology of behavior, which is that nobody is going to change deeply held beliefs by being shamed in that way. They never, ever will. Okay, great. So that's what I'm asking. Maybe avoid shaming people.
Counterpoints is wanted to go. We're going to give it to Counterpoints, or he's going to yell at me in his DMs. But go ahead. Oh, we can't hear what you're saying. Beautiful, wonderful. This is a great game.
Sorry, I'm working with children.
Fair enough. Oh, okay. So I guess he's not going right now. Okay.
Give me a minute.
Yeah. While he's doing that, the problem I'm having, and I'll step in here for a moment, is that it seems to be your line, Soypill and Destiny, for that matter, is if I feel like it, right? If I feel triggered enough, then it's okay. Then I can do this. And I'm saying that it's not okay to just act on any emotion you feel when you feel it, that we should be better, because being better...
Oh, shit.
No, but that's how you're acting. That's how you're acting. You're literally acting that way. If you're not acting that way, then what was the calculation? Like, you were triggered about conservatives, so you made this terrible joke about dead kids in a red state. If you weren't doing that because you were triggered by conservatives and you just wanted to do it just to do it, then what's happening here? Like, how is he wrong? He is being a little bit general, so like I guess he's gonna get triggered by that general statement and like point out that, oh, you're being too broad with this, or you're gonna make a meme thing. He's about to make a meme. He's about to meme right now.
That is, I've never considered that. I thought we should just act on any emotion we feel ever.
A lot of people are behaving like that.
Yep, see, he was being a bit too broad, and now he's going to make fun of the fact that that Wick was being a little bit too broad. But Wick is ultimately correct. He explained his actions perfectly. Like, there's no reason to make fun of dead kids in a red state. There's just no reason to do that. Come on.
Oh, right. Fuck. Oh my God. You're right. We shouldn't just act on any emotion ever. Thank you. Dr.
You know what? Sometimes people need to hear the obvious, because while they say I understand this, they're behaving like they don't.
Wick, do not.
Yeah, literally. Yeah, you're behaving like you don't. Like, obviously, true. Thank you, Wick.
Very condescending.
Lower the temperature.
My ODD is spiking right now, so
your ODD.
Okay. Just reiterating that the line for me is talk about kids jerking off. Just stop. Just don't do it. It doesn't help
when we
anybody.
say kids, do we mean 16, 18? What are we talking? Are we including time in the womb like they do in Korea, or?
Let's go with Germany rules. I think age of consent is like 14 or 15. So anything under 15, just don't talk about it.
Okay.
Because Germans are pedophiles.
Wait, Connor, I have a question. Someone sent me this, and I actually don't know about this, but I think you have like a past feud with one of our mutuals, and it's like he sent me a video of you saying like I'm pro eugenics or something, and it's like, is that something that is also going to turn people off? I have no idea about.
Yeah, is that Gibbs? Like, and by the way, I'll stand on business for that shit.
Also, when we say eugenic, by the way, that's killing kids, so that's a bad one for you, Connor.
No, it's not. Literally, eugenics means good birth. So yes, I'm for CRISPR. I'm for eliminating genetic diseases. I'm for gene editing, the future of humanity. 100%. I'm for good birth.
That's a lot more reason.
Yeah, look at that. Yeah. Look at him trying to completely like turn this all around onto Connor having something, and now he explained like what that means, and now they're like, oh well, I mean, like they're trying to compare what Destiny did so badly to what everyone else does, and every example just keeps falling off. They just keep falling off. Like Destiny tried to compare his joke to Asmongold doing being a Pokemon catcher for the illegal immigrants. And I'm like, so where's the death in Asmongold's joke? Where's the death? Where's someone dying? Where's an innocent person dying? Oh, but illegal immigrants, they're innocent. Then why are they called illegal immigrants if they're innocent? Like, what are you talking about? Also, they're not dying. They're being sent away. Like, they're being brought back to their own country. They're going back to their homes. Like, what is this? Like, that's the comparison. Okay. And then he made another comparison that obviously, like, he's desperately trying so hard to compare his joke and saying that the other side does it the same way that he does it. But we still haven't found an actual analogous comparison.
Well, then it sounded in the
Yeah, it's not. I'm for CRISPR. I'm for eliminating genetic diseases. I'm for gene editing, the future of humanity. 100%. I'm for good birth.
That's a lot more reasonable than it sounded in the
Yeah, it's not eliminating black people or Jews from the gene pool. It's gene editing diseases out of human beings.
Okay.
But totally fair.
All right, true.
But
nice try, Gibbs, you fucking dumbass.
He's been spamming.
He's in my DMs too. Okay. Hey.
Okay. Let's just go back to. Could I bring up one thing?
Yep. Go ahead.
Okay.
Tali if you guys are okay, Tali is very upset now.
No, she's a waste of time. Don't bring her on. Absolutely not.
I support bringing her on.
Okay, fine. But I'll.
It's not a waste of time. And just to be clear, if she's a retard, hold on. If she's a retard, do we all agree? Well, Soypil.
Yes.
Yeah.
We all agree.
Okay. So you think I think she's retarded for a vote too. Just to be super clear, I disagree with her vote, and I think her like grinding her heels in to refuse to say that she regrets it at this point in time is also fucking retarded. And I have this conversation with lots of Trump voters.
Why are you condescending? Is she not going to listen to you now?
No, that wasn't full scorched earth. That was just a little bit mean.
Oh, okay, so we can be a little mean, but not.
You guys want to be like slightly good faith, or do you just want to be bad faith?
It's totally different.
Well, the point is, I don't know what you're actually advocating for because you're.
Clearly, Kyla's not being scorched earth here. She was just being a little mean. Okay, you should know the difference.
But then, what do you? I agree, but what are you advocating for?
First of all, shut the fuck up. Hold on. Shut the fuck up for just being a pot stirrer. Second of all, I said from the very beginning that I don't know exactly what a ruler is, and this stupid ruler argument is fucking retarded, right? I don't know when a heap of sand becomes like not a heap of sand precisely.
Always good calling people that voted differently the R word. Sigh.
Yeah, true. Yeah, what? Yeah, yeah. Like, I mean, I don't like the fact that she's I think she's only using the R word because they're using the R word. I think she would be a lot more sympathetic. Like she's used the R word, but then she said, yeah, she completely disagrees with her vote. I think that was her actual. Maybe that's a cope on my part, but I think she believes more that like when she says specifically. When she uses the R word, I think she's only using it because they're using it, and just to kind of like use their tone, match their language. But when Tali inevitably comes on, which she's gonna come on, oh wow, she comes on in like the next 10 minutes. she's gonna be much. She's not gonna literally call to her face the R word like how he does. And I think Destiny might.
However, here's a super key difference. I earned social capital with Tally. I'll call her retarded and still talk to her like she's a person and try to hear her side. And what I think is a big issue is that if you think
Worse Nary with Dev Duggar.
With Dev Gur. I don't know the Dev stuff. It seems like there's some controversy with the Dev guy.
Another person is retarded, you have now elevated your position to them. You are the non-retarded person, you are the knower, and they are the unknower. And unfortunately for you, that means you're not punching straight, and you have to act as though that is the case, which means that if you have deemed all these people below you, if they are intellectually and morally inferior, then unfortunately these standards for you are going to be higher. And if you act both as though you are superior and smug about that, everyone will hate you.
So
everyone.
How are you not being smug, condescending, and housekeeping here? Retarded, saying you're smarter than her, and now talking to her and being like, "Well, Tally, this is."
I don't think I'm smarter than Tally. I don't think I'm smarter than Tally at all.
So you're also retarded, I guess.
Okay.
I don't use retarded to talk about people's IQ.
This is what we're gonna do.
Tally is super smart.
Yeah,
I just think that her vote was retarded.
No one listens to me on my own goddamn show, and this is getting frustrating. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna read some super chats and make a little money today because honestly, it's more important than any of you or the topic or anything else.
I don't really care.
I'm voting for Trump now. What the fuck?
Okay.
Don't be condescending to me.
Let me read these super chats. Rhetoric, enough of the hand-wringing, Pandora's box. $1 from Caleb to say humor is more powerful than heady rationalist rhetoric. Enough of the hand-wringing, Pandora's box is already open. Then 20 gifted memberships from Grassroots Hegemon. Thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. $5 from Hunter Young to say for the soys on here, would it be more effective for Crockett to double down on Hot Wheels or to back down like she did?
Double down.
$5 from Fancy Teeth. This messaging isn't for normies. This pulls people from the aggressive far left back from the edge and it on-ramps centrists to the left. It works. That's way for 20. The NordVPN tweet was a banger. Optics are for winning, but what is the point of winning if our memes die in darkness? Also, go look at what any pro-clutching MAGA said back when Nancy Pelosi's husband was attacked. Then talk. Solid Marcus.
All right, yep. So Nancy Pelosi's husband, is he dead? No? Oh, okay. So Nancy Pelosi is not dead. So all the people that were making fun of him getting hit by, not even making fun of him, making fun of the video that people saw with this guy, some random guy. He was talking to some random guy with a hammer, and then the cop came up, and they were all talking to the cop with this one guy with the hammer, and then the situation just escalated, and they're just there. Like, you got a cop. They're talking for 10 minutes. There's a guy with a hammer in his house already, and then you have Nancy Pelosi's husband. They're all talking calmly and normally, and then after 10 minutes, I guess the guy starts banging the Nancy Pelosi with the hammer that he had in his hand for like the last 5 minutes in the entire, or for like after the, well, I think the camera cuts after like when he starts attacking because they don't show that part and then the video ends. But like, bro, that's weird. And you're saying, oh, that's comparable to Destiny making fun of dead kids as they're searching for the bodies as they speak. Yeah, that's comparable, 100% comparable. Like, they're supposed to, they shouldn't have made fun of it. But like one is obviously way worse and way more offensive than the other. Like, bro, like who likes Nancy Pelosi? Or like bro, who likes the politician? And now same question. Who likes who likes kids? A lot of people likes their kids. A lot of people love their kids. Like, bro, like it's the targeting. It's the targeting. Like one is obviously way worse.
Thank you for the tier 1 membership. Admiral Gibbs for $5. Counterpoints the Nazi. White supremacists trying to police jokes and language is peak irony and lack of self-awareness.
Hold on, I need to respond to that. Gibbs, if I could end your fucking bloodline, I would.
Okay, Jesus. Yeah, let's fun.
Prove a vasectomy.
But Gibbs is white, right?
Yeah, sure. $2 from Deadly Sin to say at CP Sandy Hook they were harassing parents of kids. $2 from Hunter Young said Red Pill was effective because Destiny matched aggro. $20 from Grassroots Hegemon to say gender is a social construct. Sex is what I have with Destiny's mom. $5.
The only reason that's funny is because Destiny makes mom jokes like all the time. So yeah, he kind of like put himself into it. Now let's just skip to when Tali comes in because this is like a 3-4 hour video.
Cam up. What you got?
Hello. Sorry. I was just talking to Dev backstage. We're gonna bring him out too.
Why not? Fuck it.
Who?
Oh, please.
Oh, Dev. Hi, Dev.
The shortest, fattest otaku.
You interrupted our conversation, Wick. How could you?
Well, I told you guys I was bringing you guys on. Okay, that said. let's get back into the conversation, right?
Sure.
Do you feel?
I'll restate my criticisms of Steven and Swipehill since they're different. My criticism of Steven is that he goes scorched earth too quickly with people who don't deserve it. And
one more. $100 someone gave me privately. I'm sorry, they gave me $100 to say this.
Fair enough.
Steven is so deeply wrong here. Before the firefighter joke, his work had real impact, especially for those on the right. For many, he was the only exposure they had to someone on the left who was both intelligent and reasonable. The left is held to higher standards because they chose to hold themselves to higher standards. They don't get to fail because the moment they do, it validates the right's narrative that they were never better to begin with. Okay.
Yep. Yes. You're literally like fulfilling the self-fulfilling prophecy that the right has been saying about the left the entire time. The right has always said that the left was worse. And now you're literally making jokes showing that you guys are worse. And now they're going to use these terrible jokes that you guys make in retrospect to say that you've always been worse. This is what they're going to do. And there's just more of them doing it. But I guess Destiny doesn't care about that.
Just to be clear, higher standards, if that means to you about whether or not you're telling a joke, you are so beyond fucking retarded that I don't even know how you got $100 to donate. Unless it came from some government welfare program. It's probably being cut by Trump right now, so congratulations.
Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about, Destiny. So good job. We're not talking about you should just be at a higher standard. We're talking about that you think that you're above everyone. So by logic, if you think you're above and you're the expert and you know more than all the other people, that means you have the higher responsibility. That's just by default. Like, how could you be more superior but have less responsibility for the people that are that are more ignorant? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Okay, thank you for responding to nothing.
That was helpful.
$100, whatever it comes from. Go ahead.
Gotcha. Okay, so yeah, my criticism would be that Steven goes too quickly scorched earth, and I think it's to his detriment. I think it loses him a lot of social capital that he could otherwise have, and that he could be leveraging in times when, particularly, MAGA is falling apart. And I wish that you would do better because I think you're probably one of the more effective voices on the left. My criticism of Swipehill is specifically your conversation with Tally. I found distasteful, and I was unhappy with it because I think that you generally hold yourself to a higher standard, and I would expect that even when Tally is retarded and won't admit that her vote was bad.
Okay, well, I'm much more calm now. So, Tally, what would it take for you to vote for a Democrat in the next election? What can I say to you to get you to come to my side?
Bro, you can't even say it without sounding like a freaking having the most condescending type of way of saying. Like, could you actually show any type of genuine you don't even the way you I feel like he just doesn't understand. I don't think he computes this conversation at all properly. I don't think he really gets what's being asked here. Like, he's literally all he's doing right now is just saying the words that people want him to say, and he thinks that's actually what they want. They don't care for you to say this and pretend that you actually care about what Tali wants to say. Like, Tali wants you to actually care about what she says, or people just want to care. Like you're just saying what people want to say with very little tone. Like you're just saying that just to say that. This is obviously not something he's saying genuinely. Like, he doesn't actually care about this. And you've been saying that you didn't care about this. And now the first thing that comes out of your mouth is, see, look, I'm going to try and be good faith. And all right, so let me listen to what you have to say and stuff like that. Yeah.
There's not just one thing that you could say to me. And I just need to reiterate, I'm not saying that the Democrats should be spending any inordinate amount of time reaching out to people like me. I've declared myself no longer a partisan for the Democratic Party. And so there's a real question, I think, within the Democratic Party of what should the approach be for building coalitions. And you have people built in, the progressives and the more left-wing part of the party, who some of them don't vote, but maybe more of them are more likely to than the moderates, the people who are the disaffected liberals. So I'm not saying that this is anything that the left, Connor, I see you shaking your head. I hope that's not what they do. I'm with you, but I don't feel like I'm really truly I'm not trying to beg to be wooed. I'm here talking as someone who formerly voted as a Democrat and talking about, yes, all the vibes and the culture.
Sorry.
Cultural things that ultimately pushed me away. I'm not pro-Trump. I wouldn't vote for him again. I just haven't come out and said that I regret voting for him in 2024. I don't know how much that'll do for anyone. I don't, can't change the past anyway. But I'm absolutely a winnable voter in the future. It's not going to be any one thing that you say to me, Swipehill.
No, it's not about what I'm going to say. I'm saying, what do the Democrats need to do to win your vote? I mean, you're a former Trump voter, and clearly we need to be listening to what you have to say about the state of the political vibes.
Allie, because I watched the content related to this, could I ask you a couple of things about what was off-putting about Democrats?
Come on.
Sure. Is this where the conversation should go? Like,
no, I still want to beat them up over their Mott and Bailey. I still want to come at Steven and Soy Pill for making a beautiful Mott and Bailey and hiding behind it and being like, epic.
Wait, what is the Mott and Bailey?
Okay, I keep on saying that being mean alienates the center, and you guys keep saying Republicans are in hell. They're in hell.
Because
They're
our
in
point is that
hell.
Republicans are the meanest they've ever been, ever. And it's the first time they've like won the popular vote in forever. So how do you reconcile those two statements?
Because you've already acknowledged that the reason why they won all of this shit seems like it was a mixture of global trends and acts of God himself.
Not
But
just that,
also
though. It
being
doesn't seem-
mean is effective?
No, Trump did not win because of global issues. The Democrats lost because of global issues. How do you explain the fact that Trump swept with no competition the Republican primary after he lost the last election against the same guy who was supposed to be running again?
Why did he win the primaries? Because he has almost all of the like voices and names behind him because they were sick of Joe Biden. They wanted to get rid of Biden.
Yes, just like why, hold on. If I say why did somebody
He was
win an
incumbent.
election and you say it's because they got more votes than the other guy, that's obviously not what I'm asking.
Sorry, when
I'm
I
saying
say
that
incumbent,
Trump's
I'll just
divisiveness
answer
obviously
it.
didn't.
The answer is, what I'm saying, not because he got the most votes. Sorry, if I didn't make it clear enough. What I'm saying is that he was an incumbent, right? The reason why
He wasn't an incumbent. He lost his election. He was
Within
running
the Republican Party. Stop being obtuse.
When I say incumbent, I don't mean to use if the word is incorrect, I apologize. What I mean is he was the president for 4 years and had 4 to 5 years already of advertising behind him, which
Why
the
did he
years
win
of
in
advertising
2016 then?
behind a name is super important. What?
Why did he win in
Because
2016?
Hillary Clinton eats babies.
Hillary Clinton was so utterly unelected.
Why did he win the
That's why
primary
Hillary
in
lost. Yes, he won the
2016?
primary. There were way more people
Because
that
the
advocated for your
moderates
guys'
split the
strategies.
vote. No. Fuck this. I'm not going to have you rewrite history right in front of me. I know because I was fucking furious. Trump had like 37% of the fucking vote, and there were 3 moderates splitting the Republican vote. If those fucking cunts, Kasich or fucking Rubio, had dropped out, then we would have rallied around a moderate candidate, and we wouldn't have this fucking problem, and I wouldn't have to deal with the goddamn Republican Party as it currently exists.
Trump was a moderate candidate. What are you talking about? Compared to fucking Ted Cruz or Marco Rubio, you're like staple neocons? Trump's policy-wise was a moderate in that primary.
Do you think MAGA is a moderate movement, Stephen?
In terms of, well, now we're moving south on the political axis instead of left to right. Hold on.
Do you think that some Republicans saw that he was a repellent, incompetent piece of shit all the way back in 2015?
Trump policy-wise was a moderate when he was running in the primary. The fact that he took like a non-committal position related to funding Planned Parenthood, the fact that he bragged about being in Hillary Clinton's fucking wedding photos and shit like that, the fact that he seemed like kind of indecisive or back and forth on like the Iraq War compared to like the hawkish neocons and shit that you had on stage, especially in the form of Cruz and Rubio, he was definitely more moderate than the other guys in terms of policy. He won because he was
that is a good point.
Hold on. I feel like you're talking past my point.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, maybe moderate is the incorrect word, but there was something called the Republican Party that cared about a republic and talked about the Constitution of the United States and talked about freedom of expression, freedom of speech, the Second Amendment, family values, all that bullshit. That all existed when Trump was there. But Trump hijacked the Republican Party with a cult of personality, and some people, such as myself, saw that that was happening in 2015 and thought he was a piece of shit.
Can you think
There
about
were
just real quick,
normal Republicans
think about what you're
who
saying.
split the vote.
You said cult of personality. What was that personality based on?
Wait, but we're talking about different people, though, and that's
Why
what I said
hijack? No, we don't follow through. No. Why the cult of
Why does it matter?
personality? What? Because it was based on being mean and divisive.
And that's appealing to
40% of the Republican Party being dumb as fuck didn't have to do with the original point that we were making.
It's not about being dumb. It's the fact that it's effective rhetoric. It works.
It only works with dumb people. That's his point.
I don't know
So
if
you think
there's
that
a
Trump
point that we
won
should follow down
2016
here. I
because
think we
he
should
was
probably
mean
move to
and
the next
divisive?
How many times did we hear because he tells it like it is?
What? Yeah,
That was
wasn't
the
it way
number
more
one-
effective though because Hillary was like swinging at him super hard and he got to always claim counterpunching? Didn't that help his claims?
He literally had his audience chanting "lock her up." No, it was not because.
Yes, because she literally was trying to say, "Oh, we would like." She literally was trying to say that they should investigate Trump and his Russian stuff. And now Trump is literally just smacking back and be like, "Oh, lock her up." Like, come on now. Obviously, he was reacting to what Hillary was saying.
Hillary swung first. Absolutely not.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean? Trump was way more mean in that general election, and I was even asking why he won the primary. He was mean in the primary. He had nicknames for everybody.
He's a unique.
See, he's completely rewriting history. Hillary was like insufferable. And the reason, and that's why when Trump was actually like fighting back, when Hillary would like do some sort of like insufferable tactic against Trump, it always looked like that Trump was on the defensive. And then Trump always has all these like headlines. Every single headline was negative towards Trump. So Trump got all this negative publicity, but like it's still publicity. So they put his name out there and it kind of backfired twice.
Unlikable
candidate. God, possibly. It sounds like an act of God. Moderates were fighting over things.
Okay, so I can answer to the 2016 primary. Just real quick, Tully, please. The 2016 primary, one of the reasons, the major reason I would say that the Trump won in that is because he was anti-Iraq war. That was why. And he was one of the
All right, here. This is what we're going to be looking at. Because I was looking up, like, what is a Mott and Bailey? So let's see.
The Mott and Bailey fallacy, named after the Mott and Bailey castle, is a form of argument and an informal fallacy where an arguer conflates two positions that share similarities. One modest and easy to defend, the Mott, and one much more controversial and harder to defend, the Bailey. 1. The arguer advances the controversial position, but when challenged, insists that only the more modest position is being advanced.
Yeah.
2. 3. Upon retreating to the Mott, the arguer may claim that the Bailey has not been refuted, because the critic refused to attack the Mott. 1. Or that the critic is unreasonable, by equating an attack on the Bailey with an attack on the Mott.
Yeah, okay, I understand that now. So, yeah, that was her whole Mott and Bailey. That's why she keeps saying the whole Mott and Bailey. Like, they keep going back, oh, so you can't make mean jokes. That's the Mott. So you can't make mean jokes. You're saying we can't police mean jokes. That's the Mott. And the Bailey is, well, I want to make a mean joke about dead kids. That's the Bailey. That's the thing that they keep switching back and forth from.
Few people on that stage who was anti-Iraq war. He was seen as, yes, he absolutely was. And he was seen as
That's not the reason he won.
It was one of the major ones. He was seen as anti-establishment in the same way that Bernie was.
He was heterodox.
And he was seen as a firebomb into the system that was going to change it up. People didn't really understand. It wasn't his divisiveness.
Right, give me 2 seconds, because the weird flashing that was going on was me opening up a game that I didn't realize was going to make my entire system break a little bit. So give me like 2 seconds. Where a screen might flash again, I might freeze. Or okay, all right. So give me 2 seconds, because this is not how this is supposed to happen. Give me 2 seconds. think I fixed it. I think I fixed it. My goodness. Damn game, man. Whatever, let's continue.
So much. It was that he was seen as an outsider.
He shit on them all? Wasn't Wasn't he like super effective in the debates?
He was very mean to all of them, actually.
Well, he wasn't just mean though, right? He was mean in the right way. No, he was mean in the right way.
Shitting on Ted Cruz's wife and by
oh
saying
my God, hasn't that been my argument the whole fucking time? You stupid motherfucker! I've been saying the whole time that he's been mean in an effective way, not in an ineffective way.
What does that mean though? The only thing you say is keep asking what that means.
People like when you shit on institutionalists for institutionalist type things. They don't like when you're smug and condescending.
They don't like when you shit on dead kids.
Was his wife ugly? Wait, was his wife ugly?
No, but she made that joke and he got really popular off stuff like that.
He wasn't
calling
ugly?
Rosie O'Donnell fat. Ted Cruz is Heidi Cruz is not that ugly. No.
Oh, do they hate Rosie O'Donnell? Is that or the period joke with Megyn Kelly or the jokes about McCain being a prisoner of war? Or like what are all these unpopular things?
I don't want you to have the exact policy, but that's why we keep asking you what is effective meanness, because you're not against certain meanness. You're okay with certain meanness. What the fuck is effective meanness?
Probably not shitting on dead kids and joking about them jerking off. That's probably the line. I've said it 4 times.
Thank you, Kyla.
Why? Is it because you can't contend with the point that I just made? Is that why you pretend it's a non-answer?
No, I just
every single line. Okay, wait. So is beating the shit out of kids okay, or what? Where? If that's the only 2 categories of things that we can't make fun of, what are the?
Come the fuck on. Come the fuck on. I don't want to do this heap grain of sand argument. I don't know
what you keep saying. Heap grain of sand. You're doing the Nirvana.
Because you're asking me for it. Because you're asking.
I'm not asking you for an exact market.
When you say right and mean wrong, these don't make any sense. We can kind of get the feels for it. In the case of the primaries, my understanding.
I love the sass that she does with them. It's good.
The Republicans were shitting on him first.
Connor is consistent.
Yeah, he is.
They were making fun of him for not being a real politician, and he shit down their throats in return. He was more effectively mean at their own game, which is why it unleashed it, because he was counterpunching in the first place.
Rationalize any meanness, though. Like, well, how do we go? What's the strategy moving forward? What? Tell me right now. I'll listen, Kyla. What do I do? What am I allowed to be mean about? What am I not allowed to be mean about?
I think the thing in general that was the most accurate is you need to pick your targets. So, and again, it's weird to talk about this when I'm talking about myself in theory too, but it's not just me. People like me or other people with similar dispositions or whatever who are center left, center right. It also depends on who your audience is, who you're trying to speak to, who you care about influencing. It is true that there are lots of people on the right, obviously, who are totally okay with cruelty. Those are people who you're not trying to win over to your side, obviously,
okay,
yes.
well, my audience loved it. They gave me a lot of money, more money than I've ever made by shitting on you specifically and having a little 2-hour venting session. And then I went back and
you're right, because the far left actually gets more pleasure out of attacking heretics than they do attacking your audience. It's far left.
It's the narcissism of small differences. It's more fun to fight amongst people who are closer to you tribally than it is to fight the opposite, because it's expected that you're going to fight the opposite.
And if I was having a town hall with a Trump voter, I wouldn't do that.
So my advice, again, if we go back to Stephen, would be specifically this. I think I've already said it multiple fucking times.
Without saying scorched earth.
Yes. No. Sure. I'll drop the scorched earth for today. But also, why the fuck would that even matter?
Why does it mean anything? What does scorched earth mean?
It does mean something. It does mean something.
Define it.
I can't. I've already told you I don't know exactly
when the lights
go.
But
it's definitely over 50,000. No, stop talking over me. It's definitely over 50,000 grains of sand. I know that for sure. And that's the stuff that I'm talking about.
What is the 50,000 grains of sand?
Sure. One example would be right after a bunch of kids died, your joke has to be really, really, really funny, and it has to be more funny than it is offensive. Otherwise, it won't hit well.
This is a meme answer. I don't understand what you're saying. You're not saying.
Oh my God, this is a meme answer. When she finally answered his question, he just says, "Oh no, you're just lying." Basically, like, okay. Like, do you want the answer or not?
Saying anything of it. You're not saying that scorched earth or 50,000 grains of sand. You're just saying that the sand has to be appropriately colored. So then all these jokes are okay as long as they're funny enough? Or what?
To some degree, yeah, that's how humor fucking works. Typically, you decide whether or not a joke hits or not is
okay. So
level
then this
of
whole conversation has nothing to do with being. Then this has nothing to do with being too mean or nothing to do with going straight. It just has to do with being funny enough.
No, in the case of the joke, I'm giving you a specific answer. My answer to you specifically is that your threshold of when you go scorched earth, which I guess do you want me to describe it? You get super nasty, you go after them, you don't talk to them, you make a bunch of insane comments about them that go viral, and then that person will never want to fucking talk to you again. That's what I mean by scorched earth. The shit that you've done with Asmongold and that you've done with Tectone. My criticism for your meanness specifically is that I think that your line for going scorched earth is too fucking low, and you are losing a bunch of retarded moderates who would be way more open to talking to you if you were way less scorched earth in the way that you didn't go scorched earth with the red pill. You never fucking did.
What? I don't even know what you're talking about when you say I never fucking did. There are a ton of these guys that I blew up. What do you mean?
Okay, you haven't blown up Myron, even though he made monkey KKK jokes.
I've kind of attacked Myron before, but I don't know if
not scorched earth.
I say that his shit is crazy. I don't know what else I'm supposed to fucking like. I make fun of the fact that he says the N-word. He's not really somebody who probably should be able to say the N-word because he's like fucking Sudanese or whatever. Like I don't like. There are plenty of red pill guys. There are plenty of red pill guys that I've gone like super in on. I've gone in on the fucking tapes with that. I've gone in on a ton of other people. Like what Myron's like totally outside of like my area and outside of like everything that I do. If he was like if he was the top streamer on fucking Twitch saying fucking insane unhinged shit, I'd probably be talking about him a ton more.
is whatever you need to do to blow up the relationship, whatever that would look like. Which there's absolutely, there is absolutely things that you can do.
I make fun of anybody on the right in any capacity whatsoever, because that's what it takes. That's all it takes to go scorched earth.
You're allowed to go scorched earth, you stupid motherfucker. I've already said. Just make sure that the people that you go scorched earth over actually fucking deserve it and have earned
Asmongold did deserve it. He was never going to talk to me. He was dodging every single conversation. Even when he got banned,
Asmongold did not deserve that. What are you talking about? Yeah, Asmongold did not deserve that.
Conversations, and he's making the most disgusting, abhorrent things possible on Twitch. He's got the largest audience, and he's brainwashing to be fucking MAGA sycophants. What more would I need for those structures?
Asmongold is brainwashing. Oh wow, yeah. I guess you think Asmongold is so smart that he's able to brainwash like millions of people to vote for Trump. Yeah, okay. All right, Destiny.
So they make fun of me?
First of all, maybe. I'm not sure exactly what that line would be, but Myron has said way worse shit. Way fucking worse shit, and you have not nuked that relationship.
Because Myron is not in any area that I communicate in.
I
don't know. I don't know what I don't even know how many viewers their fucking podcast gets right now.
Who cares? What the fuck? Who cares about that shit? I'm talking about the level of social capital you have with people and how much you're willing to nuke it if they say things that piss you off. With Myron, you always couch what you're saying to some level of degree because you have social rapport and you're interested in maintaining it. I think it's the right thing to do.
You're just wrong. The problem is that Myron is not like a soy fucking pussy. So you look at that and you're like, oh, Steven must not have upset him. But that's not the case. I made fun of the fact that I think his girlfriend had a fucking OnlyFans-ish Instagram. I made fun of the fact that he comes from the wrong place. We say the N-word. I call him crazy conspiracy theorist all the fucking time. Like I roasted the fuck out of Fresh when he had his whole crazy thing blow up. Like I've gone on him a ton, but you don't see Myron freak the fuck out because whatever, we fucking make fun of each other and he doesn't take it personally at the end of the day. Like that's it. But with Asmongold, if I say fucking anything, it's over. And you're like, oh my god, you went scorched for them. That's his strategy, but you're playing into it. Like, if somebody can be that disgusting and that mean to all sorts of other people and they get that turned off because somebody makes a comment about them, then fuck it. Like, who cares? You were never going to appeal to this person anyway. You're playing their game.
First of all, what I'm saying is that in the case of Myron, I think you've done the right thing. I think part of why you can get away with being so critical of him is because you have a lot of social relations.
What's the difference between Myron and Asmongold? Myron will talk to me. I could debate Myron at any point in time.
So Asmongold might be a character where you can never talk to. That's super possible. I don't know if that's true for Tectone. In fact, I'm very confident.
The fact that he dodged however many conversations and the fact that he's now fucking slurping cum at a fucking donut, you know.
Come on, somebody flaking after saying yes.
No, I'm good. He didn't flake. Why do you think it's so accidental? These people are not flaking, they're dodging. It's obvious. We have Discord, there's a million.
Yes, yeah, Destiny's automatically thinking it's malice. It's malice. It's malice. It's malice. It's obviously malice. They're not like she's giving the good faith interpretation. Destiny just automatically think that it's wrong. The bad faith interpretation. That's why no one likes him anymore. All he does is bad faith takes.
Ways to talk to somebody. I don't know how you believe somebody's like, oh, whoops, I can't travel, or oh, whoops, I can't make the show, or oh, I can't do it. No, obviously the people are dodging, and then they rely on your understanding and charitability to just further that narrative. Well, they continue to act like a fucking insane person, and then the second you say something mean about them, a whole bunch of people love it. Like, oh, well, look, it's because you burned the bridge. There was a bridge.
I think it would have been more effective.
On this really online conversation?
No.
Let Kyla finish, and then you can go. I promise.
Okay, what I'm saying in the case of Asmongold is it's possible that if you had warmed up and gotten a little cozier, that he would have been willing to talk to you, right? People flake all the time. Maybe Tectone was just dodging. Maybe he was actually flaking. It's super hard to know, but I definitely don't think that because he flaked a couple of times and he has some bad takes, that I'm going to nuke the entire relationship and any potential of talking to this individual. I don't think it's worth it. I think it's harmful. I think it's unuseful.
It was literally impossible to warm up to Asmongold any more than we already had. Like, Asmongold was literally about to invite Dan on because of this whole fucking crusade against Twitch and everything else, and Asmongold even flaked on having Dan on. So, no, that was never going to happen. Yeah, intentionally Kyla, not by accident.
Okay. Kyla, my issue is like every example you've had, and obviously this is kind of hard to like, project into the future, but they're all post hoc rationalizations where, well, Destiny got a lot of shit for this tweet, so this was a bad tweet, versus, well, this one really worked because clearly it's working, you still have that relationship.
Wait, and like, that's not a post hoc rationalization. That's not a post hoc rationalization. Looking at the social response to stuff isn't a post hoc rationalization at all.
How much energy are we going to spend worrying about which eggshell we're going to step on for these people that clearly are able to flip flop back and forth on very little things, versus spending all of that energy into our own side, informing the policy? If you can praise me for calling a congressman. Let me finish, Kyla. You interrupt. Okay. You can let me interrupt, all right? If you can praise me, which I thank you for calling a congressman retarded, and now he's inviting me out to his town halls, and now like there's clearly not a line. You can't define it. I can't define it. Why even fucking worry about it?
You didn't call Rokana retarded with malice.
You didn't call him retarded at all. You said when.
The point is being edgy in the situation. The point is being edgy in the situation.
The point is. You want to walk it back? Do you want to walk back your example because it was bad? You didn't call him retarded, and if you had called him retarded, he would have nuked you. You said, when is Trump going to call you retarded, and are you going to get ahead of it? Which was fucking funny and true.
Great.
It fucking matters.
You can't draw the line. I can't draw the line.
This isn't a post-hoc rationalization.
Kyla, please, let me finish. You can't draw the line. I can't draw the line. I'm not going to spend energy wasting.
No, we already draw the line. You just refuse to actually see the line. You refuse to see the line. She's already made the point. You just refuse to see it.
time worrying about what the line is when
on the largest political streamer? Are we fucking stupid?
You think on Asmongold? You think that something I could say
yeah.
differently would make Asmongold start converting his audience to Democrats? You think something that Stephen or I could do?
In the case
what
of
are we to
Stephen,
do?
there are things that he could do to warm up and pressure Asmongold by being warm, by having some level of pushback that's still like toned and whatnot. That would pressure Asmongold, who is mostly just audience captured, to have Stephen on. I do think that that would have been possible. And getting on those shows, which by the way, because of Stephen's fucking comment, he's going to get nuked from most Republican shows because they are soy hypocrites. But also, now you can't talk to any of these people, which is fucking ineffective, which is my entire argument. It's fucking stupid.
Back right now,
and if you want to do it, if you want to do it because you are mad and exhausted with conservatives, you can fucking do it, but don't talk to me about being effective. I think absolutely, Stephen, there are things, you're a smart guy, that you could have done to talk to
Which one are we bouncing between? I keep forgetting.
We have already said you're being bad faith, and you know that you're being bad faith. Because you know that I've already summarized the position that there are two elements to this, which is that our moral principles are downstream for political effectiveness, but I'm talking right now more exclusively about our political effectiveness, and this is not a crazy take to make. In the case of
we bounce back and forth with these two things.
There's nothing you could have done. There's nothing you could have done to make Tectone connect with you.
For Tectone, maybe, but probably not. Not now that he's part of the new. Now that he's part of the Texas, sharpshooter group. No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Why? Is that, do you think that's because you nuked the relationship with Donut Operator?
Because those people all fucking hate me too.
No, it's because you nuked your relationship with Donut Operator, which is why he won't talk to you because he's now friends.
Because I made a fucking because I made a joke and he decided he hated me over the fucking joke. Started lying about our real life interactions.
Yes.
Why would I try so fucking hard to appeal to these people? If you want to do it, then knock yourself out. This is
I'm not saying you have to appeal to them and you have to go to them and you have to grovel. But for example, you could go to Donut Operator in private DMs, for example, be like, hey, blah, blah, blah. You could there's probably things and steps you could have taken to mend that bridge and have an social capital. Relationship didn't get nuked.
Sure, one question. Can you give me a single example in the past 10 years where a single Republican, either a lawmaker, president, alternative...
Wow. Look, see, I'm not going to, like, I'm not a politician. I'm not a politician, but can you compare me to a politician, please? Like, bro, this is so stupid.
Media influencer or anybody online has ever done this ever. One example ever.
None. I don't want to be Republicans. Wait, what the fuck are we even talking about? How the fuck are we going to say? No. How the fuck are you going to say that we are more morally correct, we are more morally upright, that we're smarter, and that we know better, but also
so what do you want to do? Do you want to be the morally superior party? What do you want to do in elections?
Really? Hold on. Really? Destiny, we have to play the exact same game, and yet somehow we're still losing. That's what you're advocating for.
I didn't advocate for the exact same game.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Look at all these awful things that they do.
You are. Yes, you are. By you saying, oh, give me any Republican or anything like, why would you compare yourself to a Republican if you don't want to play the exact same games of the Republicans? Don't get that. They're not in a comparison. Don't compare yourself to them if you don't want to play the same game that they're playing. Like, it's
they make mean jokes. That's the exact same game. It's making mean jokes. Is that what I'm saying? Is that what you believe anything? Okay, so nobody said play the exact same game. So I don't know why you're saying play the exact same game.
Why the fuck are you listing all of the great evils and sins of Republicans to me? Do you think that I disagree with these things?
No, I'm asking you. You're saying that there's such a politically effective strategy to mend bridges and try hard to keep relations with people on the left. I'm asking if there's a single example of a Republican who's winning everything electorally ever doing this ever. One example.
In the case of building bridges, yeah, absolutely. Winning electorally, I would say like
who reached out to who to build a bridge and mend a bridge? When did this ever happen?
Let me think.
Today?
What?
Thomas Massey. He's doing a bipartisan bill specifically on the Epstein shit, and he basically went hat in hand to two Democrats.
Wow.
Didn't Ro Khanna do that?
Wow. Oh, he wasn't expecting that.
He is on his way. Massey is getting eviscerated and ejected from the Republican Party because he's turning into a never-Trumper.
So whenever someone on the Trump side ends up doing it, then actually, you know what? He was never a Trump supporter. He just never was. Because, like, look at him. He's doing the thing that I told you that he wasn't doing. Like, this is such a, what do you call this fallacy? Where, like, if you ask for an example and then you actually give an example and then you're like, actually, that example doesn't work because now that they actually did prove your point, they're not in that category anymore. So because they ended up going to the other side, they never actually were on the other side from the begin with. They were always on the other side. That's why they left the side that they said that they were on. Like, it's so stupid. Like, it's changing the goalpost.
That's the example?
Good. And to be clear, I'm making a moral argument. Erudite's making an effective argument.
Okay.
In the case of which Republicans have done this, I suspect that there's actually a lot. My understanding of the Republican network is here's the thing. Tulsi Gabbard is a great example of somebody that they were absolutely willing to build.
And look, see, Tulsi Gabbard's a good example. And then they're going to be like, well, actually, no, she's always going to be on the right. She always was on the right. This is their cope. This is a good example. And now they're going to be like, well, she doesn't count because she technically never was a Democrat. She was always a Republican, just a Democrat in name only. Like, okay, all right.
with, despite her being a long-term Democrat, because she was willing to toe certain lines.
No, Kyla,
Yes.
she had a history of very right-wing policy, and she flipped all of it before getting pulled over to the Trump. And that's why everyone was saying, you're going to be a Fox News pundit in 3 years, because they knew she was already a Republican.
Hold on, no, this is a self-fulfilling prophecy. They're like, if I keep calling you conservative over and over and over again, if I keep calling you, you're conservative, you're
making
conservative,
policies.
you're conservative.
Every single content creator
Eventually,
who says,
people
I
are going to
left
say,
the left,
fuck it,
they've
I'm
erased.
conservative. That's what they're going to do.
Every single person who has said, I'm leaving the left, has been embraced.
Yeah, because
It
they're
is
useful
just
idiots, and
easier.
Trigger says
it doesn't matter. You stupid fuck. They're winning. It doesn't fucking matter. We won't even let these people onto our side. What we're going to do instead.
You just said, wait, you said it doesn't matter they're winning, but then you said morals are important. Which one is it? You can't keep going between both arguments. What is it? Is the only thing
it doesn't matter because they are winning. I'm saying that the build bridging fucking worked for them. Are you fucking
They didn't build the bridge. He jumped ship.
They did. Every single person who wants to move towards the left, they embrace warmly.
What part of the Republican platform changed to embrace Tulsi Gabbard?
Nothing. They just embraced her. And
They don't need to. You're missing the point.
What are
They
you
don't
talking
need to.
about?
They don't need to use
What are you
policies.
fucking
We're talking
talking
about
about?
interpersonal interactions.
Wait, when the fuck have I ever said that by building the bridge, Republicans are going to suddenly shift their policies?
That's what building a
not
bridge
what I'm
means.
talking
Building
about.
a bridge is another way of saying meet in the middle. If somebody jump ship and goes completely to another party, that's not building a bridge.
What word would you like me to use for?
See, look, he's being super hyper obtuse about the specific words that you're using. Building a bridge means that you have to compromise and do all these things, and I'm like, bro, okay. If you're being so freaking stingent on what words mean, like now she's like, okay, then what word do you want me to use to explain this specific idea?
We're saying not meeting in the middle, but instead welcomes them to their side and are willing to talk to them kindly. And when I say kind, it'll be nice.
Didn't Tulsi vote to impeach Trump, by the way?
Respectfully disagree.
You could just match energy. You could just match energy. And I think
if you came out and started supporting 70% of the Democratic platform, I would accept you, but you don't.
Hold on. We're not
already
talking. Hold on.
does,
Stop,
Soypil.
please.
Fucking
We're not
point.
talking. Look, the thing is, you guys are talking about policies, and we're not talking about policies. We're talking about how we treat each other interpersonally and how we act on an interpersonal level, and that's going to be far more powerful than any policy you might have. Tali did want to say something, so I'm going to give the mic to Tali. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. It's like getting lost in all of this here, but I'll just pick up on what you just said. Yeah, it is the way you treat people. And again, it's about who you're trying to communicate to when you're communicating in that way. And so you can match people's energy. If someone is obviously a freak, if someone obviously is mocking death on their own side, then sure, you can do what you're doing to that. You're going to turn off some people, right? You do have to question, do you want to become the other side? I mean, everyone I think was rightfully horrified when all the people on the right were making jokes about that trans kid who jumped off a bridge, right? And now
wait, just to be clear, you're wrong. You're just totally fucking retarded if you believe that. Who's horrified?
People on the left, people in this conversation.
People with conscience. My bad. Hold on. I thought you said people on the right were horrified because nobody on the right gave a fuck about that.
She said everybody.
Bullshit.
I rescind my retarded. Go ahead.
Bullshit. I'm still here.
Like-minded people here. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, bullshit. There are people who have consciences, who are normal, who are not online all the time, who see somebody mocking someone who committed suicide, and they do care and they do find it repulsive. You thinking that everybody is some dissident, right-wing, psychotic
freak? Alcatraz in the building right now. Alligator Alcatraz, where the joke is that they swim away, they'll get eaten by alligators.
Do you want me to go talk to my conservative parents and ask them if they find that shit fucking repulsive?
Wait. People don't like that stuff either. And this goes back to what Kyla was saying earlier. It's like you would have to prove that people were voting, that the disaffected liberals, that the people who held their nose were somehow voting for Trump because they like the cruelty. The cruelty is the point for some people, not for the people that Kyla and Connor are talking about reaching and being open to and just treating like reasonable humans. They are different.
But the point is that, Connor, are your parents there right now, Connor?
No, they're in South Florida.
Okay. Don't want to
stop trying to talk to my mom.
Alligator Alcatraz.
Talk to my mom.
Here's the issue, because this is what I was going to demonstrate if Connor's parents were here. Because Connor's saying, oh, well, you want to ask my parents what they think about it? And here's what I would do. I would go, what do you guys think about it? And I'm sure Connor's parents would go, oh, I think that's really mean. And he would say, look at that, I own you. And then I go, oh, just curious, do you regret your vote for Trump? And they'd go, no, I would still vote for him again. I'm going to vote for him for a third term. Fucking bad guy.
Mercenary. Don't be a criminal.
Yeah, literally.
What you can do is you can be cruel for the people that like the cruelty, but it doesn't turn off the other voters who don't give a fuck about it. So what is
not happening in a vacuum?
Stop. I want to talk. This isn't hypothetical. Okay, so what ended up happening was both of my parents, they lived in the Pacific Northwest for a few years, and they got exposed to a bunch of liberals and Democrats or whatever, and as a result, they kind of moderated in a lot of their perspectives, and so my dad got into a bunch of contrarian podcast stuff, and so as a result, he did vote for Trump in the last election, but my mother, who's been a hardcore pro-life fucking Republican forever, got so repulsed with what the Republican Party has become that she did not fucking vote in the presidential ticket, which, by the way, people can accuse her of being a fucking traitor for that because she didn't vote fucking Republican. I don't think that she voted for Kamala, but she didn't fucking vote for Trump. So acting like those people don't exist, you're losing those people when you conduct yourself this way.
Those people don't matter. Didn't Florida vote more?
Those people don't matter. Good one, Destiny. Good one. Those people, they don't matter. And this is why people can easily write off your Trump takes. Well, because they don't matter. They don't matter to you. So why should people even listen to you about it then? No one should listen to you about your Trump stakes. Like, it's just, thank you for proving my point.
Or for Trump this election, the last one?
Shit, moderates matter. Fuck you.
Oh, my bad. Hold
exactly. Yep.
People can accuse her of being a fucking traitor for that because she didn't vote fucking Republican. I don't think that she voted for Kamala, but she didn't fucking vote for Trump. So acting like those people don't exist, you're losing those people when you conduct yourself this way.
Those people don't matter. Didn't Florida vote more for Trump this election than the last one?
Shit, moderates matter. Fuck you.
Oh, my bad. Hold on. I wanted to go with the fucking vote numbers when we could just have your mom as an example. I got to use that legitimately, by the way.
No.
But what's the point? Yeah, maybe your mom got turned off by the rhetoric, but you want people...
How much of people are independent or moderates who vote in general elections? How often are elections swung by moderates and independents? By the way,
don't bring up Al Gore. He doesn't want to think about it. He doesn't want to think about it.
Shut up. Everybody shut up. I'm not done. Everybody keeps saying that the Republicans have been sweeping for a decade, but you omit the fucking fact that Donald Trump fucking lost. You can blame it on COVID. You can blame it on economics. He still fucking lost in 2020. So don't tell me that it's been a 10-year Republican sweep. It hasn't been.
I don't think anyone made that comment
Okay,
specifically.
I'm gonna.
You said it multiple times.
I need to hold. No, stop. I need to hold Stephen because he keeps on.
Let Kyla go then. Kyla then Soy. Kyla then Soy.
No. Okay, I just want to be super clear. I don't know why you need to do this, Stephen, because if you're right, you can just engage with what I'm actually saying and not a new version of what I'm saying. I'm not waffling back and forth between effectiveness and morality. I've said from the very beginning that it is pluralistic, right? You can have principles having principles is effective because shared principles is part of how you collectivize, and holding yourself to those principles or failing to do so matters to the group.
What are the principles, though?
Yeah, but
Epstein is a good
what are the
example.
principles, though? Are the principles not being mean to people or not bullying people?
No, that's not the principles that I'm asking for. That's not what I've ever said.
Asking for?
Stop talking about kids jerking off.
I have said it.
Kids and death is a good line.
So many times, I don't even understand how you're possibly
then
still
just answer it again. You
characterizing.
could have answered it at the time that you say that. It's a principle.
I don't care. I'm going to grandstand at you too because you're being fucking bad faith and I don't understand why you need to do this.
No,
if my argument is so bad, you don't need to mischaracterize it. Shut the fuck up. You don't need to mischaracterize it as being mean is bad. Also, the argument Trump is mean, so being mean effective.
See you in a bit.
All right.
Is fucking stupid, right?
Okay,
because
Connor, summarize Kyla's point, and let's see if Connor can summarize it.
I think kindness is effective. The reason I want you to be kind is because I think it's good and I think it works.
So we can be kind, but we can't be mean.
If you build and maintain
what is the evidence of kindness being leveraged political?
The evidence is 2018, 2020, 2022.
Don't need to be kind. You need to be.
Love Trump's hate, guys.
You don't need to be, right? But you should be good faith to people who are good faith to you. You don't
kind
need to
doesn't
be
mean
kind.
nice. Sorry, whatever fucking word you guys want to use. I didn't say don't be mean. When I'm saying kind, I'm mean to people all the fucking time. I'm also not saying don't be be perfect. I'm also failing my own standard regularly. So just to be clear, I'm not talking from a fucking pulpit. What I am talking about is
kind doesn't have anything to mean. What is kind? What do we say when you say being kind?
Kind. When I say kind, what I mean is like a more broader thing of understanding them as a person, trying to get into their worldview, and engaging in good faith, actually engaging with what they're talking to, and at your best, which by the way, you, Stephen, at your best, is when you steal man. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. When you steal man,
you're not a politician, but you were just comparing yourself to you were literally just comparing yourself to politicians. You're like maybe another politician or right winger or political opponent. Like you were using comparisons towards politicians, and you're saying, well, I'm not a politician though. And I'm like,
position,
bro.
You understand what they are saying.
And if you want to build a YouTube channel, you can do that. We're talking politics right now. When did the Republicans ever do this? One example.
What? I'm sorry. What the fuck are we talking about? Do you not think that YouTube channels and YouTube debates have any effect on politics?
What do we think? I'm saying of all of the Republicans, what Republican channel emulates this idea that you're talking about the most?
I've already said that
it is seen. It's the center right that, especially leading up to the election, was seen as the open-minded space.
Yes,
an area
Joe
where
Rogan was seen as open-minded. They would have anybody on theoretically.
They would have anybody on when he started hosting conservative after conspiracy theories. When he would dodge people.
He sure got sucked in by audience capture. I wonder why. I wonder why people like being conservative more than left. I wonder why the fuck that is.
True. Remember when the Flint Dibble guy went on and he was so mean and so aggressive and so horrible, and then Joe Rogan re-brought on the other Stephen Graham or whatever the fuck guy, or Graham Hancock or whatever, who roasted the fuck out of Flint when he literally is dying of cancer. That's the guy we need to appeal to. Holy shit.
Joe Rogan is not as neutral as Brzezinski.
And then his Spotify deal got canceled. He lost all his money. All the Republicans lost their elections.
Kyla, do you think it would be more effective to be edgy and authentic in front of Joe Rogan, or to be like, oh, Joe, you're so nice and we're not going to be mean to you and we want to accept you into our party? Like, what do you think appeals to more? All the comedians that go on and
you don't need to be insincere.
Hold on,
if this is genuinely
Kyla, because she's obviously pro being edgy and being real.
But yeah, so she keeps saying that, but then she can't point to a thing and then saying kindness is really important, except for when it's not.
About Soy Pill? I have pointed to multiple things. I've talked about his nuking of Tectone's relationship. I talked about the way that you talk to Tally. I have given you very specific examples. The reason you guys need to strawman me is because the reality is that I am not incorrect. If it was the case that the left was so cozy and it was so fun to hang out with, then maybe we would win against some fucking rapists. But we didn't.
I just have a housekeeping question.
It's not because of edgy
You're
jokes.
asking about examples for the Republicans being nice. When are the Republicans nice? When are they being nice
I'm
to
not
people?
saying that. I'm not saying any of this shit.
Well,
Yeah, you literally, Destiny keeps saying nice. What do you, be nice, be nice, be nice, be nice. She literally kept saying multiple times, we're not talking about that, we're not talking about that, we're not talking about that. And he keeps saying the same thing over and over again, because Destiny's literally being retarded.
Well, hold on, no, I'll answer Destiny's question. On an interpersonal level, Republicans have been, on balance, nicer to me than Democrats have.
Okay, Same.
You're not a Republican.
I know, because I'm not retarded, right? And I believe in actual principles and things like that. But unfortunately, not everyone is like Wick, and there are a lot of people who are much more retarded than
doesn't
Wick
change their
is.
principles because somebody
Let him get
means
in.
them. Is sorry.
Why are you
I have to leave.
Tally by
So
saying
I want to make. Can I make a kind of a closing
counterpoints,
statement
you
and
gotta
dip out?
go. So we're gonna give your spiel and tell people where they can find you. I know this is run long, but it's good content.
It's okay. I gotta go take care of stuff. So, anyways, the line that you guys have asked for repeatedly is probably kids jerking off and dead kids. That's my line. I've repeated it probably 3 or 4 times. And then also, I forgot what the fuck else I was gonna say. Have fun ripping each other apart. I parasocially love you. Have a beautiful night.
Okay, go find him. I have a link to his politics channel in my YouTube description. Go click that link and give him a follow. He spent his time. Bye.
Bye, Connor. But yeah, so
The
Kyla,
only reason
as
that I can
disgusting as you
possibly
found my
conceive of-
behavior to Tali, she is back now talking to me and is open to a conversation. So clearly, it's not so politically ineffective that it can at least continue a conversation. So what the fuck?
If you're if you're just going, hold on, let me respond. If you're just going to be disgustingly bad faith with me, not actually engage in my ideas, and not talk to me, I prefer if you weren't here. Actually,
I promise, I'm not being bad faith. I genuinely don't understand what you're trying to say or.
I have told you guys.
It does feel like you're jumping around a lot. I'm not trying to.
I'm not.
I don't know what you're advocating for us to do.
You guys, first of all, Steven has done a really good job of strawmanning me as jumping around. I have not jumped around at all because I've said multiple times 2 things. Number 1, morals and ethics can be downstream of political efficacy. In fact, I think sticking to your principles and values is politically effective. Number 2, I think going scorched to earth, like nuking relationships before you have any chance to build any warmth, is bad for political efficacy. I also think making jokes about dead kids immediately is optically always going to be an L. I have said this over and over and over and over again. And if you guys can't handle that, that's fine, but that's what I'm talking about. And now to Soy Pill, my criticisms of you, no, I'm not, I have
3 things, and now you're going to move on we need to clarify this, okay?
I don't need you to respond to my criticisms of Destiny. Where the fuck would you talk to your boyfriend? He can respond for himself.
Can I understand it?
Okay.
So you're saying that morals are downstream of policy, right? Or policy is downstream of morals, correct?
Effective policy can be downstream of principles.
Okay, can be, right. But now it seems like you clearly don't have a hard line. I mean, well, you do. Dead kids are a hard line of meanness. You shouldn't go about dead kids. But in general, you don't have like some.
They're not a hard line, right? I already said that, like, probably.
You just said don't do it.
Jesus.
No, but he's seriously not following the conversation at all. He's just not. Like, listen
fucking
to
Christ. I actually feel like I'm talking to MAGA people right now. I said when he said it, quote tweeting people actively looking for the children within, like, I think 48 hours of the tragedy happening. The reality is it was more offensive.
It was 20 years later.
I don't care about it being edgy. I care about the reality that the public reception to it, including even on his own base,
edgy
was
is.
overall.
You can't dodge away from the word edgy. That's why it's edgy.
Can I just ask a quick question?
I can make jokes about black people, but I might not make it right after, like, a shooting on black people.
I just hold on, stop, everyone stop, everyone
it's more
stop,
edgy,
stop,
and if it's really funny and it hits well, then you will get away with it.
Oh my God!
It's not
I will mute you if I have to.
Just because things are going to be relativistic, it doesn't make it fucking post hoc.
I have a
Otherwise,
question.
your moral system couldn't fucking exist, you fucking retard. Obviously, things are going to be socially informed. If every single person, including on Steven's own side, is like, yeah, I don't love that. If consistently,
wait, don't say every single person on my side, because that's absolutely not true. There are lots of people on my side that also really like the super edgy.
A large percentage. If most Republicans that I talk to that like Steven and think he's smart cite that as a really hard no-go, I agree that it's soy and beta and loserous behavior on their behalf. However, I am willing to basically look past that because I would like to pull them to my side more than I care about holding their feet to the fire for being mad over a joke, if I'm being completely blunt and honest.
Okay, stop. Nope, you're going to get muted because otherwise no one will stop and no one will actually let me ask my question. Dev, why
also,
the fuck
jokes
are
are
you
always
here?
edgy.
Dev, you have said nothing this whole time. Why the fuck are you here?
Well, you pulled me in. I don't know. I was talking. Tally had me talking to her privately. You just pulled me in.
Oh, do you not want to be here? We can let you go.
Oh no, I can still be here. That's fine. That's no problem. No, I mean, I have been watching this and taking notes. I have
Contribute
a few
is what I'm
comments.
telling you to do.
I have a few comments, but it's nothing related to what you guys have just said. It's a different thread of the conversation. But if you're okay with that,
go ahead.
So, it seems like everyone here is talking about 2 different things, because what Soy Pill has done to Tally is a different type of thing than what Destiny has done on Twitter. Because with Tally, it's a single person, and you have to approach a conversation with a single person very differently than putting out a public statement towards a larger audience. Which is why the edgy joke excuse works in one of these; it doesn't really work in the other one. Basically, I'm not sure if if leaning full into the optics conversation. I don't know if the optics stuff even hurts the Democrats, frankly, long term. It might, but like it is like you say, the right seems to suffer no real blowback when they do really edgy or even really disgusting stuff. So I don't really buy the argument that this is hurting us. This is hurting the Democrats. But at the same time, on an individual level, I think it absolutely hurts long term, if not short term, absolutely long term. I mean, I was friends with Sargon until 2024, from 2015 to 2024, and he was not the right winger that everyone said he was in 2015. He became that guy, and he became that guy after leftists got him banned from Patreon.
Yep.
And it's like, well, you created the monster, basically.
Yeah,
and I think that's something you should probably reckon with.
The left's fault. Okay, Kyla. So do we have a funny calculation like before it happens of how well it will hit?
Wait, are you not going to give the dev?
No, I just don't give a shit whether or not Sargon was forced into being a right winger, and he just summarized things that we've already said. But I have a genuine question.
Okay, so we're just going to completely ignore the fact that he made a really good point because you can't contest that really good point. Yeah, all right, good job, Soy Pill. Like you weren't following what she was saying, and now you can't even follow what Dev is saying because you just have to ignore it. All right, good one, and just write him off as saying, "Oh no, you know what? Dev is just stupid." Yeah, like he's just summarizing what we just said before. You don't engage him with whatever he's saying because he literally has no counterpoint towards it. And good job, Kyla, for actually pointing that out. Thank you.
I want to ask,
which is literally a bad faith tactic that Soy Pill is doing.
Conversation friends about his
you should probably reckon with.
The left's fault. Okay, Kyla, so do we have a funny calculation like before it happens of how well it will hit?
Wait, are you not going to give the dev?
No, I just don't give a shit whether or not Sargon was forced into being a right winger, and he just summarized things that we've already said. But I have a genuine question.
I want to ask one of Sargon's close friends about his
the conversation's not about Sargon. It's not about Sargon. It's about if you treat people like Tally poorly, who they will be in 5 years.
They'll turn into a fucking Nazi rhetoric.
If you could stop that, why wouldn't you? If you could stop that simply by exercising some self-discipline and self-control and not being a fucking retarded asshole to them, why wouldn't you?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh shit, it's like the meme with the guys in the mine, and it's like the Democrats were just one nice comment away from finally hitting gold with Republican empathy. We're so close, fuck.
No. Wow, look at that. Yeah, he finally joined the conversation. Yeah, okay.
One more restraint.
It's again. It's a
simple concept. I'm sorry, but it's a simple concept. If you treat people well, they will respond positively. If you treat people poorly, they will run away from you, or in some cases, oppose you. When you treat people like shit, they're gonna fight you. I don't.
So like when Trump played games with FEMA funds in 2019 and in 2016, even 2017, after that one hurricane with North Carolina, nobody gave a fuck. Or when he threatened to do it with California, and then Biden came in and he played games with FEMA funds, and then Trump came in and then he played games with FEMA funds again.
Why are we even assuming? Why are we assuming that the bases of these two groups are going to be galvanized by the same thing? I don't know why would we assume that Republican bases will be galvanized.
Because we probably assume that all humans are galvanized by about the same shit always. It's typically we're all kind of more or less the same.
Really? Between left and right? I don't know if we should just presume that. Right?
What is the fundamentally different aspect of humanity between the left and the right?
I'll give it to you. Yeah, typically when we do personality tests, we can like almost perfectly predict the political predilection that they're going to be towards. Because typically, if you're conservative, you're going to have things like low openness to experience and high conscientious.
So first of all, you absolutely cannot perfectly predict the highest predictability is with your parents.
There's no such thing. You can't perfectly. Like he just said a statement that was stupid, or a statement that's obviously true. Like you can't perfectly predict anything. Obviously, that's just a true statement. It's a truism. So, like, good job for pointing out the obvious.
Political parties are number one. Okay, you can make.
And also, secondly, she literally has a field background in working in in psychology and stuff like that, and working with. I'm just gonna splice that part in the beginning that I said that, and just hopefully remember to edit this down and just put that same point again because he's literally just being bad faith again. I don't feel like
predictions, sure, but even so, somebody who has
now you're softening it too much.
I'm not softening it at all. Pretty sure the most predictable thing is the political party of your parents. I think the political heritability, I think, is the most important thing. But even that, I think, is like 60% or something. Regardless, though, even if one person might score differently on their big five or whatever, it doesn't mean that you can't appeal to the people more or less the same way. You might do it like with a slightly different group, like an in-group versus an out-group. But I think more or less humans are all kind of the same shit in terms of like what makes us laugh and what's funny. And making fun of out-groups is the thing that most people enjoy doing.
Sure.
I don't know about that. I'm not going to agree with that.
Okay. Do you think that shame tends to make people move towards you or away from you?
Well, it probably depends on the type of shame. I can probably do either one. It depends on what you're shaming. It depends on how you're doing the shaming.
Sure. Okay. Let's get into the nuance. What type of shaming is effective and when?
I imagine that it probably depends on who the shame comes from. So if it comes from like role models or if it comes from people in your life you look up to, it's probably more effective. So if you've got a role model that's saying something like, oh, smoking is cool or smoking is bad, it's probably more likely to have an impact on you. Probably depends on the age that it hits you at. So shaming at an earlier age is probably something that would discourage somebody from a behavior more likely than shaming somebody at a later age. Probably depends on the other types of like coercive control that is around the shame. So if you're shamed in like a classroom environment where then a teacher and your social group can reinforce it, as opposed to like a TV commercial shaming you and then you can turn it off and it's a little bit more isolated. I don't know. Probably, my guess there's a ton of different ways that it can work or can't work. It depends on the thing.
Yeah. So one of the things that we know as well that shame is very ineffective on things that are really hard to change or like deeply ingrained into us, such as, for example, I'm giving this a lot, being fat doesn't work to shame you. Unfortunately, shaming fat people, if it did work, it would have worked. It doesn't make people want to change their lifestyle enough to get skinny because it's very lifestyle based.
Yeah, but I don't think being fat is a good marker here for who you vote for or your political beliefs.
I agree. In fact, I think that being who you vote for is often way more deeply ingrained into your identity than being fat. And so if it's not even effective,
just to be clear, that is absolutely not true. That's not even remotely.
That is 100% true. That is 100% true, because what you do politically is what you deeply there's like politics is deeply held beliefs. There's a reason why a long time ago the church was very closely connected to the political, like the king and stuff like that. Like, why was the church controlled by the king back then? Like, why is that a thing? Like, come on now, what are you saying? Like, there is a close, like, people have deeply held lifestyle changes within politics. It's just inherent. Like, we literally have to have a whole law saying the separation of church and state, because we're just so prone to connecting the two.
To being true.
You don't think that being Republican,
your political beliefs.
I agree, are really hard to change or like deeply ingrained into us, such as, for example, I'm giving this a lot, being fat doesn't work to shame you. Unfortunately, shaming fat people, if it did work, it would have worked. It doesn't make people want to change their lifestyle enough to get skinny because it's very lifestyle based.
Yeah, but I don't think being fat is a good marker here for who you vote for or your political beliefs.
I agree. In fact, I think that being who you vote for is often way more deeply ingrained into your identity than being fat. And so if it's not even effective,
just to be clear, that is absolutely not true. That's not even remotely close to being true.
You don't think that being Republican isn't deeply ingrained into a lot of people's like strong political identity?
Nope. I think that you could. I think it is compared to being fat. Do you think it would be easier to go from obese to ordinary BMI, or to change from Republican to Democrat?
Hold on, I'm talking about how much it's closely tied to your identity, not how difficult it is for the behavior to change.
We're talking about how. What else would we be talking about? We're talking about the effectiveness of changing behavior, and then we're saying, well, let's see what's more closely tied to a person's identity, or we just bring that up as an irrelevant reason. I thought we're bringing this up.
Tied to an identity. I don't think being fat is nearly as closely tied to people's identity as being Republican, right?
Okay, maybe not, but I mean, like shaming somebody out of a political belief would probably be a lot easier than shaming them out of being fat.
Why?
Because I don't think shame is an effective way to change somebody to being fat, because there's a whole bunch of other systems that are working against a person to make them fat than systems that work with people's political beliefs.
What systems would be working against somebody from shifting from R to L?
It super depends on the environment that they're in. If they, for instance, if it's like
the average environment,
not like core biological functions that are being preyed upon by hyper sweetened and fattened foods, like it's not the same.
I think like you could have like friend groups maybe that are keeping you in a certain political thing, maybe. But I mean, like there are whole groups that can change slowly over time. We saw it with the tech bros and the whole liberal thing. You'll never see that with like being fat.
Oh yeah, friend groups, family. Being disowned by your own family. That's not that difficult. Leaving friend groups that you've been for like most of your life. That's not hard to do at all. Yeah, okay. Wow.
Yeah, people will often drift in the direction that as you said, their parents voted, right? So like the family group around them is going to be super important for predicting who they tend to vote for, right?
Yeah.
So if you're asking them to shift from right to left, you're asking them to not just unearth one behavior, which is a vote, but potentially to unearth all of their social connections as well.
Yep.
Yeah, it depends, but I mean, like again, there are
depends. What do you mean depends? Yes, that's true. Literally, you were talking about how like people should be disowning people, and Soy Pill would 100% agrees with this.
Groups sometimes that shift, like all the tech bros kind of shifted in this weird MAGA direction, and that didn't require any of them to abandon their friend groups.
MAGA direction.
Yeah, it's really, really hard to shift your identity, which is why I'm saying I don't know if I'm convinced that shame is going to be super effective.
Okay, yet the Republicans weaponize and utilize shame, and they have for the past 12 years, and they have all of the levers of power right now. So I don't know what I'm supposed to make sense of that as. Are they doing this to their detriment? Are they even more effective?
People are voting for Trump because he's shaming them now?
He seems to be shamed. It's not about you. You seem to think that it's like there's 100 people going into the ballot box and we have to fight over those 100 people, but it's not. There's 330 million people and like 40% of them don't vote ever. And it's a matter of like who can you get to go to the ballot box. Trump works on shaming and attacking other people. He'll shame his own fucking party if he has to. If there are people in his party, he's doing it right now with the Epstein shit, or he does it to Massey, or he does it to the Never Trumpers, and he gets them excised from the party. So yeah, it seems like Trump literally operates around like shame and fear.
Yeah,
and it's been really effective for him.
So sorry, you think that shame has been the thing that's been effective for Trump and not something else?
I think there are multiple things at play, but shame and divisive. Seems like it, yeah. I would guess it is, yeah.
Shame is in the top 3.
Given that he seems to be the most shameful and divisive president in the past my lifetime.
He's like rated as like one of the least popular presidents.
Yeah, but least popular because of how divisive he is. Like he might be the least popular overall because the left doesn't like him, but the right love him. Like 90% popularity.
Yeah, Republicans seem to like him a lot, like the MAGA people. However, there's a massive schism happening right now where people are incredibly.
There's no. You keep saying massive schism, and that is yet to be determined. We don't know if that'll even be the case.
What do you mean yet to be determined? People are doing that.
That's the question.
wild.
In a second. After they go, I'm going to read a couple more of the
schism when Trump himself is calling it a pretty major schism. You're right. We don't know.
I don't consider truth or tweets massive schisms. When it comes to voting, we'll look for the massive schisms.
It's not just tweets. Come on, it's people burning MAGA hats. It's people calling for Pam Bondi to be fired. It's Dan Bongino.
Has anybody resigned? Bongino is no longer talking about being fired. He moved back. Now the conversation about whether we're firing Jerome Powell. So, and I don't think Bondi's going anywhere. And Bovey might leave because he's trying to be nominated to be a fucking federal judge. So it seems like none of it is happening.
I think Candace Owens even came out saying that she might have regretted her vote for Trump.
Candace Owens is always a wild card. She's fucking insane. She's not like
she's always a wild card. Oh, okay, yeah, all right. Candace Owens, that literally was working at the Daily Wire, literally with the Matt Walshes and the Ben Shapiro. Yeah, she's a wild card. We had no idea that she was gonna end up changing into like, you're just coping. That's just a massive cope. Oh my God.
A reliable person on any side.
Increasingly, Joe Rogan is talking very negatively of Trump as well, right? He's very upset about some of the deportations that have been happening, and he's very mad about the Epstein files. He's way less mad about the
That's cool that he's finally moving that direction, but if one mean tweet or if one odd statement by Biden is enough to totally change somebody, and it's taken like 6 months of the most unhinged possible behavior from
No, it wasn't one mean tweet, so like, yeah, there you go. Not another gaslighting tactic. One mean tweet. Oh, okay, yeah, it wasn't just one mean tweet. I wish Counterpoints was still here to actually like call him out on this bullshit. Like, oh, it was just one mean tweet from Biden. Yeah, no, it wasn't just one mean tweet. We got the BLM stuff, the BLM riot stuff. We got the constant attacking and just randomly starting showing like how many like indictments did Trump get right before the election was like about to start? Like how many times? Like how many of those things are like, bro? You got all those, and then you got the weird January 6th committee thing, like, bro. And then you got the FBI just going to random places and finding people because they went. There's just so much. There's so much.
Donald Trump to
affiliate by 2SM3ZD. Tired of streaming.
No, shut up. Get out of here. Don't do it, chat.
Really get Joe Rogan to kind of start saying some mean things about him, maybe on his podcast. Fuck that shit. What a waste of fucking time. Turn out your own base.
Okay,
so those people are completely worthless. They're not worth appealing to in any way, shape, or form. Just galvanize your own base.
I didn't say I'm just saying that if your hypothesis is that bullying people is a bad thing, it seems weird that the most bully candidate in like all of our lives' history is the one who's had like the most political success in terms of at least like winning, votes and shit. That seems to be kind of weird to me. I don't understand. Maybe he just happens to be doing something else really good and that's hurting him, but we can't see it.
Yeah, but we've had how many like historical unprecedented events that led up to him winning back the election? Because he didn't just win it consecutively. He lost it to Joe Biden, right? And then he won it again with major historical events that we've never seen before. In fact, every single incumbent, I shouldn't say every single because you're going to get me on that one. Most incumbents globally also lost their race, right?
Yeah.
So why are we assuming that it's because he's mean and divisive and that therefore it's effective for us to be divisive?
Yeah, exactly.
Because it doesn't seem to be hurting him at all. And it seems to be... where's the evidence? Where would
he's the only president to ever lose an incumbency until Joe Biden. Well, I guess he didn't technically lose it. He got out while he was still winning, actually. Yay, Joe Biden.
Jimmy Carter, one of the nicest presidents ever, actually lost his incumbency.
Yeah, what are we looking at for Trump to see if the bullying is not working? Like, what seems like it's not working? Like, how do we see this as evidence that it has been ineffective in the past?
Well, we can look at people running away from his policies almost across the board.
He doesn't bully the base, right? So he bullies like politicians and stuff like that. That is true, which is different from the type of vitriol that we see from the left, which is again just like punching at other vaguely liberal people who are not as pure as
sure. Everybody here, but everybody here. Well, I hope even Soy Pill thinks that that's fucking stupid. That's dumb.
Also, by the way, and this is part of the shit that I get is like why you focus so much on the left, and it's because that's where I spend all of my time and have spent all of my time my entire life. So yes, the right is guilty of all of the same things that we're talking about.
Sure.
But it's like
that statement that you just said. Wait, can you explain this? I'm just curious, okay? Because that statement that you just said, nobody on the right would ever say that. They would ever say like, oh, the reason why I attack the right so much is because I'm on the right more. Nobody on the right would say that. Why are there so many people on the left like you that would say something like that? Like, oh, I attack the left all the time because that's where I spend all my time at. I'm not like attacking you. Sorry, that came off really aggressive. But I'm just curious, like, what is it that caused this to happen?
I have no idea. Well, I don't know who was it that was saying the other day.
I can answer it if you want.
Right, the loyalty. Priority basically on the right. I'm just tired. Okay, sorry.
That was basically what I said in last week's conversation, which is the same conversation as this one. Is that and Erda, I know you know this because I know that you know Haidt. The right tends to prioritize loyalty more as a value. The left tends to prioritize self-criticism more as a value. This is a personality difference, very broadly speaking, in the two sides, and that leads to basically right-wingers being more loyal even as things start to fuck up, while left-wingers they'll be more self-critical when things fuck up, and so it leads to you have like more purity spiraling on the left, and you have more circling the wagons on the right. Basically, it's a difference in behavior of the two sides.
Here's something that I really want to understand, because what I would point...
I've been holding it in for like 15 minutes.
Tough to wick.
Okay, quick. Can I ask a question?
Your question. You've been holding it in. Release.
So this is okay. So this is about the whole idea of like these edgy jokes, especially when they don't land, are going to alienate a bunch of moderate voters, specifically people like the Joe Rogans or these like average, like you said, these kind of dullard people that do have these huge audiences. My question to you is, if these people, if you watch these shows, if you watch Joe Rogan, if you watch the Nelk Boys, they're making edgy jokes constantly. They're mocking dead kids. They're making 9/11 jokes. They're making Holocaust jokes. And if anything, it endears them when people are able to cross like over that line and be like, hey, look at me. I'm authentic. I'm not scared to say this, which is something that people were saying was alienating about the left, that they're too purity testing. So why is it that somehow like there should be any line of edginess that is going to scare away these people who live and thrive in it? It just doesn't make any sense.
Because in general, even the edgiest edge boys tend not to love jokes at the expense of kids, especially when the kids are like actively still missing and might be dead. Like people just tend not to like that. I'm not saying that that's like some morally good thing or something that's like defensible in a rational way. This is just like how people feel, and you can base that on how people react.
Really quick, this is why we're really confused, because you keep saying it's not about jokes, but then you keep like centering it on like that particular type of joke. I think the broader question.
I've talked way more about your scorched earth stuff than I have about the joke.
No, but I don't think Soy Pill's thing was what about this one joke. It was like, why can everybody on the right make all of these unholy comments constantly, and it's seen as an endearing quality, but then on the left, like you keep bringing up this one thing, but it's anything. You can't joke about anything about the right on the left.
They're jokes.
Endearing?
Well, their audience does. Their own audience. Their target audience.
Andrew Schultz audience, Joe Rogan audience, Nelk Boys audience.
I feel like I'm pretty sure I've seen major Republicans make like rape jokes about fucking autistic Swedish girl who said when Greta Thunberg or whatever about like fucking when she turns 18 or whatever. Like, I don't understand where all of the head wringing comes from.
I agree. What I'm saying is that their jokes are funnier than they are offensive to their target audience. If your target audience is going to be moderates don't really like dead kid jokes.
No, those people make the jokes. Joe Rogan's make the jokes. Andrew Schultz they're making Holocaust jokes, dead baby jokes, like all.
And everyone still found it distasteful within 2 days. I don't know what to tell you. People aren't super rational.
Okay,
I'm not saying don't make edgy jokes.
Okay, it's working for them.
Hold on. It's
the moderates. It's
working
for
because they are making jokes that are more funny than they are offensive, and unfortunately, the timing of a joke matters. Wait, this is obviously fucking.
First of all, you said never dead baby jokes. By the way, you said no, the time doesn't matter. You should never joke about children. But these people are joking about dead kids in the Holocaust, dead kids in Khmer Rouge shit. Go watch any Joe Rogan with a comedian on. They make edgy fucking jokes all the time. I should have never say make dead baby jokes. I'm saying in general, the timing of dead kid jokes kind of matters, right? And when dead kids are still actively missing, people don't tend to like it because it's more offensive. That joke has to be so fucking funny to be defensive. And that's how humor works all the time. I know you're getting mad about this. This is like
before we loop on this.
I don't know what to tell you.
Comedian is different, and also it's different.
Let me get my thoughts out. Stop. Comedians will tell you this all the fucking time. I'm not even making up this rule. This is just how it seems comedy works. If something is going to be offensive and edgy, which most of us like, it needs to be more funny than it is offensive. It has to be to the target audience.
The comedian crowd has literally fallen into the exact same trap that you have, though, where they talk about how being edgy and all this is so important, and they won't fucking make fun of anybody on the right. They do the exact same thing, but they'll be as edgy as they can. Like, I'm about to tell all my friends a real edgy joke. Trainees have fucking girl cock.
Yeah, see, this is why he's like, oh, but they won't make fun of people on the right, though. They won't make fun of people on the right. Why can't we make fun of people on the right? And like, okay, then do it and see how far that makes you go. Like, you can make fun of people on the right. Just don't make fun of people. Don't make fun of dead kids that are on the right. Like, because people aren't going to look at it and be like, oh, you're just making. It's because they're on the right. They're not going to be like, oh, see that joke and be like, oh, obviously this joke is funny because it's about dead kids it's about people on the right. They're not going to be like, oh, it's because of people on the right. They're going to be like, oh, no, you're making jokes of like dead kids. They don't care whether it's on the right or not. Like, bro, like, I like how I guess Destiny doesn't understand that.
And they all like, oh my god, so edgy. Meanwhile, Joe Rogan, the king of comedians, has some guy on that does an RFK impression, and after saying 3 words, he's like, stop that. That's not okay. So even the same folly that they're making, you're like quoting them as though they're giving you some actual good advice here, but they're not. They don't even follow
he literally said, stop that. He's my friend. Like, that's literally what Joe Rogan. He didn't say you can't make the joke. He just said, stop. That's just my friend. So I'm not going to tolerate that. Like, that's not him canceling him and saying that you could never do that. Oh, well, I'm never going to have you on my show again because you made that RFK joke. No. He said, no, just chill. Come on now. Like, he's my friend. He watches the show. Like, just be a little bit more respectful. Come on now.
Own advice on that, because if you got a really funny edgy joke about Trump, they just get ass pain. They don't like it. They want to hear their own shit.
And they're probably going to start getting in trouble. In fact, I'm increasingly seeing lots of moderate comedians who are super critical of Joe Rogan because he's not that funny and he's increasingly getting sensitive. So it's coming for them too, their own hypocrisy. I agree that that's too soy. We should be able to make fun of RFK Jr. at any time. His voice does sound fucking stupid.
But not dead kids.
Yes, there's a difference between making fun of RFK Jr., who's alive, and a dead child.
Not a good look.
Unless you can preemptively determine it'll be way funnier than it is offensive.
Again, I don't know what to tell you.
Wait,
what the fuck are we even talking about? Have you never had social interactions where you have to gauge whether or not the joke's going to land well or not? If you haven't done that before, go outside and make some friends. Everyone else understands that, yes, you do a preemptive calculation to figure out whether or not something will land well or not. And unfortunately, in the case of Stephen's joke, it landed well with his base and certain liberals who are very angry at the hypocrisy of the right, and it didn't land well with anybody else that he might try to build a relationship with later. And in fact, it is the result of nuking him.
That's every single offensive joke ever. It lands well with your group, and it doesn't land well with the other group. The only difference is here, we're trying to say, like, oh my God, like, our jokes have to land well with literally everybody, or else we're going to be...
No, the only difference here is that she wants you to be effective when you make those jokes. Not just make the jokes and just be destructive in the entire time. Like, she wants you to just, don't be disaffected, don't be anti-effective. Like, you're literally pushing people away. Don't push people away. But Destiny's like, no, I don't care if I push people away. I'll make whatever joke I want because the other side makes jokes too. So it's working for them. Why can't it work for me?
Offended over it, but their
that's
jokes
not what
are
I'm saying. I'm saying your jokes, unfortunately, in this instance, have nixed you from interacting with all these people that you should be able to, because you're one of the most effective communicators on the left.
Something completely different if they had liked that joke. It was the whole point.
Of course, I've already said it's fucking subjective. Keep the fuck up, Soy Pill.
No,
the entire time.
Revise said fleeting rat. Tired of streaming to zero.
Now, if what Destiny wants to do is burn all bridges with Republicans and not be able to talk to them, then he's doing it fine. If all he wants to do is galvanize the left, which he's saying he might want to do, then honestly, I have no complaints. If his goal is to talk to the right and to talk to moderates and to pull them to his side, which is what he's good at. By the way, my husband used to be a conservative, is left because of him. Almost like 5 people every fucking Canvas event came out to me who were conservative before they started listening to you. So that is what you're good at, Stephen. And I would be shut the fuck up.
10 years.
You haven't been tracking. He fucking lost. He lost in
pro-edgy.
He lost his election in 2020. Nobody here is reasonably going to say that Trump won because he's mean and edgy. He probably won despite him being mean and edgy. What I'm saying here is that if Stephen wants to target a moderate
That's the
audience,
random thing to assert without evidence about the most edgy guy ever.
It's the most.
What do you mean he lost in 2020? No evidence. He lost in 2020 and he was still mean and edgy then. Like, bro, what are you talking about? Oh, no evidence whatsoever. Like, Destiny, you're literally not like following the conversation at all.
Random thing to assert as obviously being the case when we have no evidence. What the fuck are we even talking about?
He is the most edgy person. He is the most offensive president. Assert without evidence about the most edgy guy ever.
It's the most random thing to assert as obviously being the case when we have no evidence. What the fuck are we even talking about?
He is the most edgy person. He is the most offensive president ever.
Well, we don't know if that. Wait, isn't it possible that people would like him like 8 times more? If he wasn't like this?
There are people who are held their nose. So you can count the bases of each side. And then there are the people who were movable in the middle. Maybe they all made a terrible mistake in voting for him, but there are people who held their nose in doing so, that it was not the cruelty that they were voting for.
That's my argument, though, is that they can hold their nose and vote for him, and while they're holding their nose, there's a whole bunch of other people who love the smell of the pig shit. Like, that's the problem, is he's able to capture both. But that's because on the right, they'll hold their nose, and then the left will go, oh no, we're above that. And then they're just like...
No, the left didn't show up to the vote. The left were like, oh, Biden, he's not wanting to kill all the Israelis. We're not going to vote for him. That's why they didn't vote, right? It's not because of like, oh, we're being too mean to Republicans, right? That is because Biden.
No, I'm not implying that Biden left because of edgy jokes or anything. I'm just saying that. Or I don't know if that was the implication. I'm just saying that this type of like hyper fascination with if we're being too mean or not is a conversation that only happens on the left.
Fascination. It's not a hyper fascination, at least not of mine. I'm not super overly concerned.
Okay, I still can't enunciate your position or articulate your position. Whatever your position is, nobody on the right cares about it or talks about it, and they seem to be doing really well politically. So I just don't know why we would have a whatever.
Wow. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Like, whatever point you're trying to make, the people on the right don't care about it. Yeah, she's not someone that's on the right. She's making an actual argument on the left. Like, were you not following the conversation? Like, seriously?
Whatever adjective you use about it.
Is it that we barely lost, or we lost by a landslide? Which is it? Because I feel the left is saying.
In some ways, I would say we lost by a landslide. In some ways, it depends on who I'm talking to.
Oh, wow.
Interesting. Okay, my argument is that edgy jokes can sometimes be politically ineffective. I think the 2 examples of the fireman shooting and the dead kids joke recently are evidences of political inefficacy. I think it has closed Stephen out from opportunities that he would otherwise have access to.
It's about edgy jokes in general. I don't know what we're talking about. Or is it not even about edgy jokes?
I literally said these are my criticisms.
If this is just a conversation about me, then the answer is I don't want to appeal to those people. I've said that for like over a year. I have no desire to appeal to those people anymore.
Sure, and I'm saying that they could damage relationships with certain people, especially.
I'm okay with people's relationships not damaging. I'm okay with that. If they're going to make actually disgusting jokes, then okay, that's
super disappointing because I think if you got a chance to talk to most moderates, you'd be effective. You'd be more effective.
That's okay. I like to do what I like to do, though. That's okay.
Okay.
That's the whole.
Okay, I'm going to read some of my super chats, especially for the ones who's giving me like $100 and shit, and then I don't know what we're going to do. We might go to closings. I don't fucking know. We'll find out how I feel. Pondering Politics for $100 says, I'm 24 minutes behind. But doesn't the GOP also try to brand itself as a morally superior party? The party of Christ and Christian values, family values, law and order, free speech, freedom and liberty, real America. Why imply that only Dems claim moral superiority? Okay.
The answer is because I think like the Dems claim moral superiority on the things that we actually care about, right? We don't care about like all this religious bullshit, right? Which is why we don't appeal to it. If we think that we're like better on treating people kinder, we care about the vulnerable populations, like we have all these care principles and values, then if we fail to live up to those care principles and values, like for example, being bad faith and not interacting with each other well in the way that Soypill did with Tally, or he's kind of doing with me, I think that shows, for example, a question of like, do you actually believe in these principles? And what I'm saying is that somehow the left, despite being better at policy, Joe Biden's presidency was fucking excellent, and besides being, I would argue, more morally upright, objectively, not a single left pundit has been charged with lying knowingly to the public. Despite all of that, people find the left so fucking repugnant that they're voting for Trump instead. And I think that that's a shame. And in fact, other people are just not voting at all. And I think that that's a shame. And I think we need to fix it. And I think that this is one of the small ways that we can improve.
Okay, $100 from Alexander Wynn to say absolutely nothing at all. I love those super chats. Those are the best. $50 from Dr. Adam to say, I'm a centrist who loves edgy jokes. Who cares? Rich pricks hoard gold like goblins. Weepy women flood kitchens. Minorities churn flowing garbage like Puerto Rico's mess. Kids sink in Texas floods. Lie scrim. Fate smote them for their parents' sins. Thank you for the $50. 20 euros from Mary Mead Park to say it's good that Destiny isn't friendly towards a right-wing YouTuber. Streamers don't have to be bureaucratic. They're not politicians, and Destiny's right. It's not effective to collab and boost views of bad influencers.
Okay, the platforming argument, really? Is that what we want today? Good job,
$20,
guys.
you can say whatever you like. $10 from Optimizing You to say, dark humor and edgy jokes work when people think deep down that you're not evil or heartless. The problem with Destiny's jokes are when he defends them. He refuses to show that he has a heart.
True.
$10 from Audacity. What is weird about tech bros shifting to the right, specifically MAGA? Oh no, wow, I can't believe social awkward tech bros rebelled against the caring class of HR aristocracy. No way. $10 from the Trib 1 to say the test is uneven. We need education and expert opinion to prevail. To me, the lack of that voice is where MAGA wins. Do you guys think experts would care enough to push aside the way Elon did? $10 from Dr. Adam again to say shaming works on individual stuff, identity, fat, or slut choices, but not collectives. That's why folks dig deeper into ideological crap, never changing, reality bites. $10 more from Pottering Politics to say Trump went scorched earth on his base in a big way in the past 24 hours about Epstein. Long-term effects to his coalition, TBD. 200, whatever those are, sex, I don't know what they're. Anyway, Tag Erlander is a clear example of how democratic stability and social responsibility can counter the rise of totalitarian and populist forces. His pragmatic, humble, principled approach made his legacy. $20 from Lawson Harrison to say, how do you get a nud pregnant? $20 from Tanner Maxwell to say, Utah Senator Mike Lee says it's a nightmare on Wall Street in the response to MAGA sycophant and psych assassinating Minnesota lawmakers. $50.
That's a pretty crazy tweet.
Yeah, it is, and I think they're going to suffer for that, but we'll get to that.
Yeah, they will. I'm praying. One day it's coming.
Hold on.
Let's see how Donnie Trump slips out of this.
No, I gotta
Let's just Moloch. You're right, guys. Let's just Moloch game our way all the way to hell. That's going to be so much better for the democracy.
I actually think it's way better to talk about how much more moral our messaging is. While 65 million Americans are being shoved into alligator Alcatraz. I think that's the way better thing.
Hold on, that's going to hurt them. They're setting up to get.
You should just. Who the fuck is standing on the immigrants? Like, what the fuck are you even talking about right now?
I'm talking about the prisons that all of MAGA are collapsing.
It's really fucking bad, Stephen. And I think you're nerfing yourself and being more effective. Yeah, it's really bad. It's not hurting the Republicans because most Republicans don't give a fuck about immigrants. It's fucking horrible. And you have nerfed yourself out of all of those spaces so you don't get to go in there and push back on it. So now other people have to.
True, because me going in and gently saying, like, don't you think calling it allocate?
What the fuck did I ever say gently say?
And you're like, and they're like, well, I think that it's probably, maybe
no, this is such a strong end of everything that I said. I've never for a second said don't be edgy and don't be harsh and don't be mean. I said I have to fucking talk to them. You can't nerf yourself out of a relationship entirely. My criticism of Soypill is separate, which is why it's getting confused, but I've made it clear multiple times that my issue with you is scorched earthing yourself out of these types of conversations.
We've heard scorched earth like 4 million times, but the problem is the entire Republican Party has been on perma scorched earth for 12 years.
Isn't it crazy that I've said scorched earth multiple times, but you still can't seem to understand my position? So which is it exactly? Have I said it too often, or do you still not know what my position is?
Wow. Good one. Good one. That is a good one. Thank you, Erudite. Holy crap.
The fact that it's vague, and it seems like you keep
yes, I acknowledge that it was vague right from the beginning, but just because a concept is vague does not mean that it is poignant or that we can't recognize when something is happening.
You're like a mod in a Bailey because you don't know where one starts and one ends. It's both.
Is this the what is a woman conversation where I'm being like, well, what is a woman is kind of abstract and hard to define and hard to put a finger on? You guys are being like, actually meanness is XY chromosomes, and it's like it's not, and you're like, well, what is it? And I'm like, well, it's something a little bit more ambiguous that's harder to put your finger on. That's what we're doing right now.
Okay, what we're doing right now. Hold on, Soypill, please.
Because it is that big. No, Wick, please. Because it's ambiguous, we should spend little to no energy worrying about whether or not this is the one thing that's going to set people off. And instead,
tired of streaming to zero.
I get out of here.
put that energy into localizing your base in the moderate.
We're not asking you to only focus on this.
Hold on. Have I ever DM'd either of you about this? Have I ever wasted any of your time? Or is it the fact that Wick put a panel together that I came to talk about this?
Was the question was, have we ever spent time asking if the left are losing the optics war? Was that the question? Because I feel like the answer is a resounding yes. I feel like that's like one thing we talk about more than anything else.
That wasn't the question.
I'm pretty sure we've had an exact panel on like tweets. I think we had these exact panels on my fucking firefighter tweets with Wick. I think like 6 months ago.
It wasn't a panel. I was the first one to talk to you.
That's crazy.
Yes, it continues to be a problem.
Build a bridge. Wick, let's build a bridge. Let's never talk about this again once we hang up. Okay?
Of course not. Of course we're going to keep talking about it because it continues to be a problem. It's getting worse. And that continues, in my view, to contribute to the rise of MAGA and the rise of Trump. Because we are failing to provide an actual alternative to the
it's just the lack of examples. It's the equivalent of somebody coming together and be like, I have this hypothesis that actually being tall is a detriment to being really good in the NBA, and we should draft a whole team of 5'6" kings, and maybe they can do even better. Even though all the NBA guys are really fucking tall, maybe that's actually hurting them in the game. Who knows?
Crazy. That's crazy because I'm pretty sure there's an entire field of psychology that talks about how shame is completely ineffective both at a micro level and at a macro level. There's plenty of studies that I'm happy to show you about how ineffective shame is. What I'm talking about here is that we should probably reduce.
Just to be clear, that's absolutely not true. You know that shame is an empowerment.
Wow. Yeah, Mr. Destiny is going to tell the actual psychologist that has a degree in this that, well, actually, you know what? You're actually wrong about the psychology. Let me tell you, Mr. Gamer Boy that just briefly started doing politics and used to just play Factorio all the time. Like, bro, what are you saying? Like, get out of here.
It's an incredibly powerful shape for human behavior.
I'm sure there's an entire field of psychology that talks about how shame is completely ineffective both at a micro level and at a macro level. There's plenty of studies that I'm happy to show you about how ineffective shame is. What I'm talking about here is that we should probably reduce.
Just to be clear, that's absolutely not true. You know that shame is an incredibly powerful shape for human behavior. Does all shame work all the time? No. When you're talking about stuff about being fat, these are literally behaviors that are hard to change because
it's also not super effective with policy, typically. It depends exactly on what you're talking about. You can't change 51% of the population. You can't do it. They won't move. Their in-group is too strong.
Out of his cool jokes, I guess.
Okay, I'm gonna hold on. What we're gonna do right now is finish my fucking super chats because I gotta make money. And gang, we are almost gonna break my record again. So if you want to keep giving me money, I think I need a little, like $150 more. Give that money to me because I'd like to break the record and save some fucking sanity. Okay, $50 from Grassroots Headmon to say, I know for me, I voted Democrat only because of Trump. In any other circumstance, you lost your absolute ass in this election. I'm fine with seeing you lose it again. Suits me. Emotionally challenged will always lose 100% of the time. Thank you.
Tell him to give another $100 and ask him to say what he would do that we need to win him over, and we'll say it right now.
True.
Okay, you know what? Go for it, Grassroots Hegemon. Prove them foolish and ask them the question. Landon Stewart.
I mean, there literally is nothing because you're literally just memeing. Are you actually serious that you want him to actually say that? You're just memeing. You're not even talking to him seriously. The tone, you're being you saying that as being it's just memeing and being condescending. You think he's actually going to think that you actually genuinely want to understand what he's gonna you don't genuinely care about what you just said, literally. And then you're like, oh look, and then Destiny's like, oh, true and based. Yeah, well, let's do it. But you're literally just memeing. Who's gonna take you seriously? No one takes you seriously. You already broke the bridge.
For $10, why are they these supposed moderates calling all the cool on the right based and funny? They aren't. Do they really care? Does it really exclude them? How do we know that when even Asmund says shit like black fatigue? $10 from Eternal Kazuma.
Did he really say that? Did Asmund say black fatigue? Because that's probably one of the most racist, recent right-wing memes that I've ever heard of. And apparently there's some sort of level of edginess that will push him and his audience away, which is ridiculous.
If Asmongold wants to come and talk about it, he's welcome to. I just don't know. I don't really watch his content. $10 from Eternal Kasuma to say, if these kids died in the Rio from the barbed wire, Trump and conservatives would have been like, well, they got taken out
tired
there.
Of streaming to zero.
Up at Pizzagate. Maybe.
Yeah, they're pretty fucking evil. I guess we should figure out how to win.
Grassroots Hegemon did give me $100 to ask that question. So.
Hold on. Talking about bad faith or streaming, nobody here is saying that we should have a moral position. We're talking about making jokes. Nobody here is saying that we should actually murder kids. Nobody here is saying we should actually drown people.
That's my position. We're talking about making jokes. My position. Yeah, my position is jokes are bad. Good job.
So why are you saying is our position that we should do anything to win? I don't understand where that position keeps coming from.
We're literally 3 hours in. He's still saying the stupid straw man that she's he's pretending that she's saying, yes, jokes are bad, guys, and then she's just mocking him for thinking that.
I think Kyla's position is that you are extremely valuable, rather, to the movement, and she wants to make sure that you're going to have. I mean, that seems to be the bottom line of her position. And I disagree with some of the specific examples. So, for example, with Asmongold, I don't think anything that you've said or done is what pushed him away. I think he's probably afraid to speak to you because you're much smarter than him, and it would be embarrassing for him.
Absolutely fucking true. This
I bet
person's
if you knew that you wouldn't hold this fire quite so hard,
okay?
and you'd let him land softly, I bet you if you knew that, like, if you had some social capital with him and he knew that you'd let him land softly for a few times, I bet you he would be more open to talking to you.
You're probably right, and what you just said is exactly the reason why I will never talk to these fucking people again. Is because allowing them to land softly over and over and over again, and only allowing them to land softly, drove me fucking insane. And I will never be a part of that again. Yes.
I don't know what to tell you. You were the one good liberal in their mind view, and I know that you resent that. I know that you think that was bad.
It's not that I resent it. It's that when you're the one.
No, you are resenting that. Why do you think you're getting so triggered right now? Like, look, you're literally speaking over her because you're like, no, actually, that's not it, guys. That's not it, guys. I have to talk over her now because it's not it, guys. Look at him. He's just yelling over her now.
Paradigm shift as a liberal. No, it's not a paradigm shift.
No, she completely hit the nail on the head with that one. That's why he's pissed off, because you know that it's true, and he's in denial.
No,
yes, they did. Yes, they did. Yes, they did view you as liberal. I don't know what the fuck to tell you because I get the feedback all the time. They absolutely
You know that I get 100 times more feedback on my own existence than you get on my existence, right?
I just think you're collecting the wrong data. They absolutely view you as liberal. They just do. Every single person says that you're the good liberal. What the fuck does that mean? You're not liberal.
Hold on. When somebody says, hold on, no, wait, we can apply this to literally anything. When somebody says, this is the good woman, this is the good black person, are they saying that, like, wow, this is the good minority figure, they must all be like this? Or are they saying this person is exceptional because they're so dissimilar to the rest of the group?
It depends on what your fucking follow-up is. For example, what the fuck are you talking about? If your rhetoric, if your entire rhetoric is, I'm not the only one, there's tons of people like me that will make edgy jokes and joke around and talk to you in good faith. Have you ever met my friend Soypill? He's happy to talk to these type of people. All of a sudden, now you're promoting other left content creators, you're getting us more access, and you're like growing these sorts of things. So yes, it definitely matters. If you went, for example, I said, you're the only good liberal, and you went, yeah, I am, then yeah, I'd say that you're tokenizing yourself and you're being a piece of shit. But that isn't typically what you're doing. And in fact, what we see is people go, this is one good liberal, and their paradigm has fucking broken. Because before it was a binary. Before this entire thing was a binary, and if there's one good liberal, there can be two.
Okay, I
want to hear from Tali, and I still got like a anyway. Tali, go ahead.
Yeah, listen, you're right, Destiny, that you are being tokenized in those circumstances. They are seeing you as the exception. I don't think it's a fair analogy to compare it to black people or women. These are immutable characteristics as opposed to your worldview, something that you can logic yourself into or out of, right? So these things are different. But something that maybe, to push back a little bit, they do see you as different from the rest, and you are different from a lot of the rest, which is what makes you valuable. And I wish there were more people like you, because then there are more people who are in the sort of disaffected.
Yeah, but you didn't vote for the Democrats, despite Destiny being the one good one. So why does it fucking matter? That's not politically effective. We're not winning you over.
More people were like Destiny. Would you have voted for?
I'm not. Yes, absolutely. If the left was, yes,
that's why I'm here arguing that we all need to be making fun of dead kids instead of just me. And then people would stop hand-wringing about it so much because then conservatives wouldn't attack the leftover. They'd be like, oh, those fucking lefties, we're going to make fun of their dead kids even more, and then fucking next time there's a disaster. Because that's what they do anyway.
Okay. So Destiny, so the whole thing that I said originally that got everyone laughing it up in arms, that I said I like Destiny and Ben Shapiro, right? And people interpreted that as, oh, you like the cruelty. You like that they're both so loud and mean and stuff like that. But that's actually not the point that I was trying to draw. The point that I was trying to draw is that I see both of you as really smart and competent and able to go into any conversation without any type of preparation and completely handle yourself and speak for your side and your perspective. That is what I think it makes you really so particularly valuable. And again, you have the added benefit of not being an annoying woke school. That really
that's fine, but just to be clear, that's a unique trait. It's not very valuable in the current political environment. Because I would ask you to point to other people who are amassing huge value doing that. Republicans don't do that. They don't need to. They haven't really done that. Who in the line? Maybe Pete Buttigieg does it, but I mean, like, what is he politically right now? Like, I mean, like, what? Nobody does this. It's not like that's a valuable skill set. It's like a wandering swordsman in an era of guns. It doesn't matter right now. That's not what is politically winning things.
They're not vying for the same people. But what Kyla said before was true. Is the general right, not Republicans, not elected officials, something like this, but the vague general right did give a soft landing spot for people who were questioning and saying things that were deemed as unacceptable from within the left.
Did Ben Shapiro push you away when he said Arabs like to live in sewage and bomb crap? Did he push you away when he said Trayvon Martin would have been 18 if he hadn't fucking gotten killed? Like, these things don't matter to you. You don't give a shit. You clearly like both of these people anyway. So why is that at all relevant when these people make horrible, awful, dead kid jokes? Like, this is not a fucking, who gives a shit?
Is that okay? So first of all, I've never listened to either of the things that you're saying right now. I don't think that
cared about the dead kid joke.
I don't think that Ben Shapiro is a racist person, much like I don't think that Destiny hates children.
You should read his books.
I don't think Ben Shapiro is racist.
He wants to pardon Derek Chauvin. Do you know about that?
How many big Republicans are hypercritical of Alex Jones for being the Sandy Hook was a fucking staged event guy? And this is like,
and this is a big problem that I have too. This is, and there are.
Oh yeah, we're comparing conspiracy theories to what Destiny said as a joke. Okay, good one.
Again, people in my cohort of people, the disaffected liberals, right, who were wooed by the center right, who are now seeing, oh, the right has some not that obviously Alex Jones is not a new entity here, right, but he has been re-accepted. He has been allowed back into the fold in a way that he really was marginalized previously. And yes, the far right.
Wait, just to be clear, he was not marginalized recently. He was getting destroyed in court. That's why he kind of took a step back for a while. And what was one of the ways to save him? Wasn't it? Am I making this up? Or didn't Elon Musk himself offer to buy Infowars, or was it another huge right-wing group that offered to buy Infowars back from the bankruptcy court to give it back to him to allow him to host it? Like, this is all I'm saying. The different standards of like who's allowed on both sides.
I agree with you, and that's what I'm saying is that, and that will be a turnoff. Again, it just depends on who you're trying to talk to and who you're trying to win over.
Hold on, I understand. No, I'm just trying to listen. I love you and I appreciate you. Okay, listen, you're a queen. Okay, but the fact that people like Andrew Tate exist over there, the fact that like it's like you're having a conversation with me.
Disgusting.
No, it wasn't for you. It wasn't for you. No, that's wait. But the point is that it wasn't for you, right?
It was. It absolutely was. And again, so
you still voted for him.
It was.
But it didn't matter that much.
Was not representative of my vote at all.
What? But it wasn't enough to turn you off from it, though.
Dude, like. You just don't care.
Like, what I'm saying is that Republicans can have like 10 different pieces.
Andrew Tate was at the White House.
Once they're done, I have a question.
Okay.
No, I'm saying that Republicans can have 10 different pieces on the board, and all of them can be, or like 9 of them can.
I hope Pixie gets the Destiny name in the law suite.
Be important. Like, well, I'm not voting because of that guy. But then on the left, we're like, we have to play the same piece every single time because somebody might turn off some part of the voter base. It's not the same game. It's ridiculous. And the reality is that you just stop caring about it as much on the left. The right want to tag you as much for it, and no one will give a fuck about it. You move on to the next thing.
So I hear you, but again, this is also like part of the conversation that I was trying to have. Is like this is true in certain segments of the right and certainly in the alt media sphere. But those were not the people. Again, and I don't want to make it all about me because whatever. There are other people like me voting for similar and similarly different reasons. But the people that I was following, that I was influenced by, they were not Andrew Tate supporters at all. They were among the people who were calling it out. Frankly, they weren't very right-wing people. They were the sort of heterodox centrists.
But you're supporting a president who's motioned for Romania to free Andrew Tate. Like these little quibbles over like what exactly you support at the end of the day doesn't matter.
That's true. I thought that was denied by the administration.
Oh, well, wait. I don't know. If they denied it, then they didn't do it because they would never fucking hide anybody.
That would be just absolutely literally despicable. Yes, the man is a rapist.
It wasn't the reason you said that you voted for Trump in 2020. It was because of like the woke and like the scolding and the meanness.
Trump in 2020.
Sorry, 2020. Oh, it was 24. Sorry, I forgot you're recently stupid. So you voted for him in 2024 because of the wokeness and the scolding. But now like this scolding is somehow like also has to exist within the left to make sure we don't tread over some arbitrary line of meanness to other people. Like, is that not what turned you off in the first place?
I'm not concerned about an arbitrary line of meanness.
Soyfil, the scolding on the left is, you're a white man, sit down, right? That's a different kind of scolding. They're not the same.
Okay. Well, no, wait. To be clear, the scolding is also don't be mean to Republicans, right?
Not anymore. No. Not anymore.
No.
You have a lot of Democrats right now. I'm in a minority. I'm the severe minority.
When has there ever been a cancel campaign on the left driven because
2 years?
Excuse me. What about literally Al Green got censured in Congress for standing up and holding his cane at Trump during the fucking
a Republican-controlled Congress? You mean?
He got censured
by Republicans.
That vote.
For 2 years after 2016, the whole narrative was these were disaffected poor people. You can't be so mean to them. They're not all racist. They're not all terrible people. We need to be nicer and reach out to them. Like that was the fucking narrative for like years.
No, it's not be nicer. It's be curious. And Kyla,
I'm not curious. You've told me you have a dumb fucking opinion. I'm not curious anymore, Tali. I don't care.
You were never curious. Then stop pretending that you were. All you do is disingenuous. Okay, fine.
I'm not curious about you because I've heard these stupid opinions before.
If you're so
okay, wait. I'm curious. What did Republicans do? What did Republicans do? After Republicans lost. Okay, now I want to be careful because it's really offensive because a lot of Republicans they didn't lose the election, but when Republicans lost the 2020 election, and then they decided to run the exact same.
Say that Donald Trump lost in 2020.
When Republicans ran the exact same campaign with the exact same candidate against originally the guy who beat him before, what did Republicans change to win in 2024 to appeal to the moderates and the left? What did they do differently?
Frankly, they were the less cringe, less woke side. That is how I think they.
You're speaking in negatives. Tell me what they changed. Did they change anything?
Oh, yes, I'm speaking in negatives because there were people who voted out of resentment for the left and held their nose to vote for the right, who are not conservatives, who are not MAGA.
And the resentment over what?
Portion of the population, and that's fine. What'd you say?
The resentment was over what?
The left.
What was over what? Over what? The left, like the direction? Is it Zoolander?
The culture on the left, sure.
What is the culture on the left? But they were so.
Obviously, they were not.
Come the fuck on. Wait, we know this answer, right? You guys aren't it. At all. And I'm not saying that you are, but you know what the cringe culture of the left is. Because
it's what the right shows you. That's the difference. It's what the right shows you. I'm sorry, you think all these blue-collar workers are being chastised in their real life by their fellow coworkers about you don't think Leah Thomas
they're on their Instagram. They're on their Instagram. If they ever go to college, they're experiencing it there. They're experiencing it in primary and like all through like public school education. And then they're going on their phone and they are seeing it, right? Not just what Republicans want to show them, but leftists are also championing this. You have fought leftists on TikTok. You were canceled in your career. You understand what the cringe is. Now, to be clear, I would argue, and this would be my argument against Tali, is that your principles should matter more than whether somebody is cringe or not. Your principles about what you believe in. Hold on, Tali. That should matter more always than who you vote for. The issue is that that is not true for like 90% of voters. And that's a problem. And so my question to you, Stephen, would be, have you become like more abrasive with some demographics of people because of
Tired of streaming to zero?
Do I need to, like... I think I might have to do something about this.
Was making you go insane to be the token liberal, like you said, or because you think the approach will actually be politically effective?
I think the approach to energize your side and to seem like you could actually stand on business for something, which, regardless if you realize it or not, that was actually your main complaint with Biden, is that it felt like he wasn't standing on business with stuff. I think that would energize the base more. I think that if Biden, when he had his debate with Trump, and he started going senile, and instead, at halfway the debate, he just pushed you know what, you're fucking retarded, and he just did that for a half hour, I think he would have had a better performance, and people would have voted for him.
But that's 100%. A substantively, no, you're right, you're correct, but these are not the same thing, right, as when we have, well, we are not advocating don't go after Trump. We're advocating don't go after Trump voters, especially their children, especially making and mocking their dead children. That's what I'm advocating.
Just be a little bit more effective when you go after them. That's it. That's all we're asking for. I'm not saying don't make edgy jokes, all right? I'm sorry that your jokes...
You're not saying anything right now. I don't know what this means. Just be a little bit more effective. I don't even know what that even means.
You can go ham and go crazy. Like, if you're talking to the type of people who are calling into the Dean Withers show, go crazy. Make fun of those people. That's blood sports. That's just feeding each other's bases. These are people who are immovable on both sides, frankly. But yes, you and it's not just to you. People, I think, and frankly, Destiny, I think you're good at this. So I don't know if I share the same, have criticisms, I guess. I don't know if I share the same criticisms. I do think that generally you meet people where they're at with their energy. I think that if people are being reasonable and open and good faith, that you're pretty good at that. I agree with Kyla. You clearly, and you talked about this openly on your streams, you built up a resentment of going onto all of these conservative shows and stuff and being nice, and then basically they get to frame it, right? They get to frame the conversation.
Let
Tali finish. Let Tali finish. Go ahead.
Well, no.
She hasn't got to her point.
No. Well, yeah, because the point is that Tali doesn't have principles, and the reason that I met you at the point of, hey, how do I convert you?
Is that what you get from Tali, is that she doesn't have principles?
Yes, she literally, because she understood January 6th, she understood all the damage that...
Bad faith, but okay.
Trump did. And after all that, what policy am I going to demonstrate to Tali that, oh, this is why you should vote for the Democrats? Look at these hurt people. Look at all these people. No, actually, it's vibes and cringe. So why the fuck should I waste any time? It's completely pointless. That's the point.
Once again, I don't know how many times I should reiterate that I don't think that the Democratic Party apparatus needs to be vying for my vote or anything like
this.
Okay,
but then you agree that I should be mean to you because it's pointless to try to convince you?
Just don't be a condescending prick, because maybe Tali won't ever change her mind. Well, maybe Tali won't change her mind, but maybe a whole bunch of people that would otherwise potentially be warm towards the left is going to get turned off because you're being so smug.
Yeah, there are a lot of people who don't like you.
For example, watch the way that Steven has talked to Tali this whole time and the way that you've talked to both me and Tali. They're just different.
Bad cup routine. It's how you get
It's not. Everyone finds you detestable when you do it, which is why people hate the fuck out of Dean Withers except for his own base. I'm not being smug. You can just use the words against me. I'm being aggressive and mean. This is not the same thing as being smug. Smug is sitting back and smiling and thinking that you're smarter and then talking down to people. I'm being aggressive and rude to you. These are not the same thing.
Yeah, no one here likes you. No one here likes you. That's why Destiny isn't even going to defend you at this point. He's just going to sit there and look at you. Like, it's just true. No one likes you, not even him, even though he just says a base sometimes.
And in the case of Steven, when he's been talking to Tali, he has also mostly been meeting her energy and couching a fair bit of his language to try to understand her. I'm not saying that you don't get to... I'm not saying that you don't get to go... Shut the fuck up! I'm not saying that you don't get to go gloves off on people. I'm not saying that you don't get to go scorched earth. My criticism to Steven is he's too quick with it and he loses opportunities to go into these spaces where he would be even more effective. That's my criticism. It's not don't make fucking edgy jokes. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Please mute him. I actually don't want to hear his voice right now. I don't want to hear his voice right now. This is I'm sorry.
Don't worry. No one wants to hear his voice right now.
I've been nothing but good faith to you, and I have been aggressive and rude. That's what I've been to you, Soy Pill.
Okay, but that's fine.
Yes.
I think part of the reason that I
think a lot of people, a lot of my chat right now is saying you're kind of turning them off. They don't like you. They're not going to subscribe to you anymore. So
cool. How many? Your chat doesn't vote. You want me to open up a chat?
They're leftists. They don't vote. Why should we appeal to you?
Yeah. So now she's completely grilling him, and now he's just memeing because he knows that it's. I thought he was a mini Destiny. I mean, he's not even like a mini Destiny. He's not even a mini Destiny. He's literally just some guy that follows Destiny and like kind of like tries to be like him, but ultimately just fails. Like he's not a mini Destiny. He's a Destiny wannabe. Basically, he wants to be him, but he can't because he just isn't following the conversation. And not to be honest, Destiny is following the conversation, but not to the point to where he actually understands her point.
People who don't fucking vote.
These people, all my
they don't vote.
They're all smart.
They're leftists. They don't go to the ballot box. They don't have any power because they don't vote.
I'm really glad that your own side agrees with you. But what I'm talking about is appealing to people who might not vote for you. That's who I'm talking about.
Okay.
Speaking of smug.
Okay. Tali, finish your point and then fuck this. I
Yeah, sure.
Getting done.
I'll make it quick. And I said this on the last conversation with Wick too, when he was giving the story about his uncle. I think we're straw manning this too much. So being nice is not because if you're mean to someone, they're going to change all their principles and change their vote. I don't know anybody who changed their vote based on who was nice or mean to them before they went into the voting booth. That's not what I'm trying to represent when I say that people voted against the left. They didn't overnight change all of their principles. There are a couple of things going on. People are very resentful of the culture on the left. They feel that it is detrimental to themselves, to their community, to the country as a whole. And so yes, for me, like I said, I live in a blue state. My vote was not going to change the election. People don't have to like that or not, but it is just true. And that was what I was trying to represent with my vote. That doesn't mean that I changed all of my principles overnight. But to Dev's point, if you keep people out and you shut people out, and they are embraced, even if it's by evil, sketchy, nefarious actors, people are going to change over time. And now a lot of my views and opinions have changed over the 4 years or whatever that I've had this ideological shift, but a lot of my core principles have not. I'm still very much dispositionally liberal. And to Dev's point, there are other people that we can point to who were this way 4 or 5 years ago, who now are very much more captured on the right. And that doesn't mean that you need to be nice to them and to pander to them. It does mean that you should keep the door open and be curious and talk to people in good faith who are being good faith with you. I think that's an easy bar.
$100. Vote in 2028.
$100 from
True.
Audacity to say Erudite dressing down and scolding Soy Pill while he wears his silly hat is really fitting. Thank you for the $100. Okay.
It's just frustrating because Soy Pill is such an effective communicator and he is good at what he does. And it's frustrating. It's actually offensive to me, being frank, that you won't just be like, yeah, I am being smug. And I'm being smug because
I'm not saying I'm not being smug. I am being smug.
And why are you throwing it back at me like I'm being smug? And just
I think you're being a little smug. My point is I don't think it's a bad thing.
When have I been
smugness is a bad thing.
It's a little subjective. It's a little bit of a subjective
unless they
thing, but I
fully
think you're
agree
being a
with
little smug.
you.
And that's fine. I'm fine with it.
No one likes smugness.
Yeah, the issue is that people on the left think that being mean to people is really politically ineffective, and then they do that to themselves and they argue about themselves about it. And then people on the right say that being mean to people is really politically ineffective, but they only say that so that they can convince people on the left that, so that people on the left aren't mean to them. Meanwhile, when they go back to their right camps, they're the meanest motherfuckers in the world. That's why people will pretend to be mad about like dead kid jokes or whatever, and then Alex Jones will literally build a career on questioning Sandy Hook victims in a way that was so fucking traumatizing to the parents that it's what literally drove them to sue him and bankrupt him for $1 billion plus fucking judgment. So somehow we like get mind fucked by people on the right saying, "Oh no, trust us." Like when you're mean to people, that's really what turns them. But like the Tally is is living proof right here. I thought your first vote was in 2020. You abstained voting in 2024. I know you voted in 2024. So truly, there is like no fucking bar for you. Like Trump could have fucking raped a woman right in front of you, and you still would have said, "Well, I don't know, man. The fucking trans woke shit was like way too much for me." Like if I'm going by voters like that, like what we should do is if we win in 2028, okay, we shut down Alligator Alcatraz and we open Camp Crocodile and we just start shoving fucking whatever Republican we get in there, and then we laugh at it on TV until we win 2032 because they run out of people to vote.
See, I disagree with this completely, and it's because the left and the right do actually operate off of different moral principles. They aren't the same thing. They aren't the same types.
I totally disagree. I think they are the same types of people. I think we lose ourselves in a whole bunch of bullshit, like attempts to analyze both sides. I think more or less everybody's pretty fucking similar.
Are you familiar with any?
So this is I think I'm going to end off with this. This is just a complete denial. If he were to believe what he just said, Destiny would have to completely change the way he react or accept the fact that he just doesn't want to be politically effective anymore, and he doesn't want to say that. So yeah, like he refuses to believe that one side has different morals and stuff like that when it's obviously true. So yeah, I'm just gonna leave it at that. So yeah.
If Jonathan Haidt's work.
I don't think that.
Yes. Listen. Hey, listen.
Aren't they on average? Their IQ is also typically lower. Like the right has an average like slightly lower IQ.
We do gotta wrap it up. So
I just think it's politically ineffective.
Yeah, we're gonna get to closings.
Change. If you want to galvanize your base, though, yeah, it is very effective for galvanizing your base. And if that's all you think that we need to do politically, then honestly, that's the end of the conversation for me. But if you want to pull people towards the left, that's actually something that we think that is effective to do. I think that like being condescending and smug is ineffective. I think edgy jokes are effective typically, but they need to hit the target audience correctly. And if they don't, whoops, L. Not good.
Okay.
I want to talking to you guys, okay, that we need to stand on business and we need to make fun of people on the right more. I think until somebody creates a successful 5'9" NBA team, I'm going to assume that being tall is probably makes you good at basketball. I'm going to assume that being mean to people seems like it makes you good at politics. So
I don't think we have any evidence that Trump is a 6'4" mean boy. I think that we've got a lot of unironic, like the worst set of circumstances. Like fuck, what he didn't die is fucking.
So it just
insane.
happened to be. So the fact that he's like the meanest.
No worries.
All right.
Vice person ever is just a coincidence.
Nope, it's not a coincidence at all. That's not what I've said. I'm saying
it's not important.
Nope, didn't say that either.
But it hurts him. It hurts him more than it
hurts him.
We don't have good evidence that with moderates it hurts him. We don't know. And what I'm saying is we do have psychological theory to suggest that it's probably not effective.
But we have a moderate.
Yes. Yep. We have a psychological theory, and that's true.
Right here, who said that she voted for him in 2024, despite him being the most divisive and mean president of all time.
Because she thought the left was worse.
Yes. She didn't vote for them because it was an anti-vote.
Do we not, hold on, stop. Do we not at least take some introspection, some reflection?
No, wait, I didn't know that.
Why are the moderates thinking that Trump is better than us?
I didn't know that. Hold on, wait, Kelly. So your issue is you thought the left was more mean and divisive and nasty than Donald Trump?
No, not mean. It's obviously not about meanness. No. I never made the point that it was about meanness.
It's about.
Is it about being
Again, I came in and said that I
hated the culture. You said it a million times.
What is the culture? That's a nothing statement. The culture. What does
It's
that mean?
not a nothing statement, Stephen. I'm sorry if
What
you
is
want
the
to fall
culture?
into what is a woman argument right now, but I'm sorry, these concepts are vague, but still are meaningful. The left culture, every single person can identify it.
Here, I'll describe it for you. Okay, so you remember like in your 2022?
Oh, this was actually a really, I was about to end it, but this was a really good moment. Let me just go back a little bit. So she was going to try and do the whole pretend to not actually know the answer to the question that he's asking. That's what he did there.
To suggest that it's probably not effective.
But we have a moderate right here who said that she voted for him in 2024, despite him being the most divisive and mean president of all time.
Because she thought the left was worse. Do not, hold on.
So now Destiny's going to completely pretend that he doesn't know why the left is worse than the right. He's going to pretend that he has no idea.
Do we not at least take some introspection, some reflection?
No, wait, I didn't know that.
Why are the moderates thinking that Trump is better than us?
I didn't know.
He didn't know. Oh, he didn't know that. Right, guys?
Hold on, wait, Kelly. So your issue is you thought the left was more mean and divisive and nasty than Donald Trump?
No, not mean. It's not about. It's obviously.
Well, see, look, the changing of the words, making it sound gaslighting, making them sound like what they're saying is actually unreasonable when it obviously she didn't say that it's because it's just mean. There we go, downplaying the other side or over exaggerating what they're actually saying. There we go.
Not about meanness. No. I never made the point that it was about meanness.
Is it about being
again, I came in and said
You
that I
hated the
don't
culture.
think that the
You
left
said it a million times.
What is the culture? That's a nothing statement. The culture.
Oh, you with the culture? I don't know what the culture is. The culture that got you banned off of Twitch from the left? Oh, we have Destiny has no idea. It's not like he literally got banned and is actively trying to get do his appeal process to get back onto Twitch and stuff like that. Like, he has no idea what the culture could be. Well, what's the culture? I have no idea. Oh, wow. Good one. Purposely being obtuse.
It's not a nothing statement, Stephen. I'm sorry if you want to fall into what is a woman argument right now, but I'm sorry, these concepts are vague.
Oh, she's so good with the parallels. It's like he's literally having the what is the woman argument.
But still are meaningful. The left culture, every single person can identify it.
Here, I'll describe it for you. Okay, so you remember like in your 2022 arc when you were kind of pushing back on the left a bit, and then they completely fucking obliterated you. Not rhetorically, but like you lost you burned all the bridges. Yeah, that's the culture.
Okay, but none of that got me even a micrometer closer to voting for Donald Trump, right? So something different is happening here.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter whether you voted for Donald Trump or not. That's you. You're one person. Obviously, you are not the norm. You are a small speck of. You're like. I guess it's never occurred to Destiny that he might just be the exception to the rule. Like, is that like something so like different? Like, can you not be the exception to the rule? Come on now.
On the other side, right?
Right. And,
yeah,
and
being
all
divisive
different,
can be effective sometimes. And I'm just saying in the way that you guys are being divisive at times, I think it is less effective. You can take advantage of people's discontent, right?
It's not just being divisive.
Okay, wait. So what part of the culture of the left was it that drove you away from? I'm just curious. I need to hear from one of the rare moderates.
This is the problem too, because like nothing that I could possibly say in a sentence or two is going to satisfy anybody, because this is a process that happened over a long period of time. But it's the purity testing and the spiraling. It's the basically anti-racist racism. It's the
okay. So when you say the purity testing, right? Did it bother you that for Donald Trump, like if you didn't carry like water for all of the insane shit that he was saying, that they would like try to excise you basically from the fucking party, that everybody seemed to follow in line behind like Make America Healthy Again?
Because I've literally never been a part.
Tim Pool always says that that Trump didn't win the 2020 election, but yet Tim Pool is still heavily deep within the Trump MAGA group. So like obviously what he just said there is completely wrong. Like Tim Pool has always said that. He's been saying that. He's never kowtowed to that. He thought that Trump was kind of like, this is kind of wild. He said it in day one that Trump didn't win the 2020 election, and look at him. 4 years later, he's still in that party. Wow, he got so excised from the movement by having the wrong opinion in the movement. Yeah, okay, good one, Destiny.
Part of that. That's what I'm also trying to express. It's like you could see my vote as similarly to not voting.
Okay. I got you.
Where's Nerd? So smug. It's the smug that kills me.
Yeah.
in fact,
just so I
who
can
feel like
understand.
me, who just hated Trump enough that they decided to vote against him, but still are completely disaffected from the left. And so their vote.
So if somebody were to clone Hitler and bring him back to life, and he were to run for a political party, since he hasn't had a party yet, you don't know what it's like. You try out the neo-Nazi party just to see what it's like, because
yeah, because like Trump obviously has a whole history of him trying to like ice or take away rights from people that were legally here and try and push them out and call them terrible people, like dehumanizing them. Yeah, basically dehumanizing their citizens. Yeah, Trump has a history of doing that, right? Yeah, he's just not some random billionaire that happened to run for politics.
Ouch, you cooked him.
This is so stupid.
The other two have been bad, or?
Yeah, yes, Destiny. I would vote for Hitler.
And true, of course. And Erudite is here to keep him in check.
Yes, I'm glad that you're accurately representing the situation.
Thank you, gotcha.
Yeah, true, exactly. Yeah. Yep.
And so their vote.
So if somebody were to clone Hitler and bring him back to life, and he were to run for a political party.
That was the perfect response to this stupid analogy.
Since he hasn't had a party yet, you don't know what it's like. You try out the neo-Nazi party just to see what it's like, because the other two have been bad, or?
Yeah, yes, Destiny. I would vote for Hitler. Yes, I'm glad that you're accurately representing the situation.
Thank you, gotcha.
So Tally, I mean, before we got pulled into this, you and I were having a side conversation, and I brought up, for example, as one of 1,000 possible examples, because you're right, it is a death by 1,000 cuts thing. There was that, like in 2023-ish, there was that arc where you had trans people claiming they wanted to get into lesbian spaces, and you being a lesbian, that probably bothered you a little bit, possibly. And like it's instances like that, but just so many of them over the course of, say, the past 5 years that probably cause you to turn away from the left. And I understand that. I get it. However, I just don't understand why.
To that, though? What was my response to that when you brought that up?
Well, you said it didn't bother you personally, but that it was like a type of thing.
I think that's. Yes, I do think that like radicalized some people, but yeah, no, for me, I think that's like very bottom of the barrel. I don't think people are being raped by trans lesbians. Yes, I don't think this is an actual issue. More of an issue.
It is a type of thing. It is in this bucket.
Sure, yes, but it's because of the larger issue. So more of the issue than like trans lesbians on lesbian dating apps is the left wing idea that like sex isn't real, right? And that women and men are actually entirely equal, neck down and basically neck below, actually, depending on who you're asking. Because there are people who will go on to Piers Morgan and stuff, famous people on the left, and will say that yes, actually, you can have a giant fucking man if he announces that he's a woman the very next day playing women's sports. And you can say that these are sort of fringe things, and fine, sure they are. But to me, overall, they were enough to turn me off from the left, because again, I think it's detrimental. I think the left is believing things that are fundamentally untrue about the world, and it shapes
exactly. Like, yes, like biological men playing in women's sports. Like, you can't get any more. Like, if people are even like saying that's, you know what, that's fine. It's fine for them to say that. I mean, okay, but you don't believe, you're delusional at that point. Like, who wants to be associated with people that are that delusional, that they reject like science, basically? Like XY chromosomes, XX chromosomes. Who cares? What? That's meaningless.
The way that you want to implement policy. If you have a faulty view of the world, then your efforts to try to change the world are going to.
And on that note, $100. Hold on. First of all, I'm going to get my $100. $100 to say from Audacity to say, you know what was really mean? Steve's neck game. Thank you for the $100. Okay, now Destiny, then Soy Pill, then Dev. Yeah.
Do you think that trans women and the understanding what a woman is more for women than women who are dying of sepsis now because abortion is like outlawed in 20 states or whatever?
So it's outlawed by 20 states because someone made a documentary of like what is a woman. Perfect. Yeah, that's like what type of analogy is this? Like what? Which political pundit said that we need to outlaw that type of stuff and make that happen so they can get sepsis? And also, is that like seriously a big problem right now? Is that what like so many people are dying from sepsis because they just can't have an abortion? Like what? Is this seriously like something that's going on now? Like what is this? This is the big problem that Destiny's talking about. Yeah, that nobody's talking about. Okay, good one.
You would have to like. I don't think that women dying of sepsis from abortion and stuff is actually a bigger problem as people try to push it to be. But no, I don't think
exactly. Yeah, true. What?
That trans women identifying as women is a threat to women. I don't. I'm not a crazy anti-trans.
Do you think the abortion thing in general is like it? Do you think all the abortion bans are hurting women?
They're not helping.
I think that. I don't know.
Are you enjoying
honestly,
being curious, Stephen? Are you learning about the moderate voter right now?
I'm about to kill myself. You're about to see some real neck game with a fucking thick rope. Holy shit. Sorry, I'm sorry.
You guys don't want to appeal to them, then don't.
Who were resentful about them being told that the only way to vote in their interest, the only way to vote in their interest was to vote for basically abortion at any point in time. So I would like a more moderate position on abortion, but no, I don't want abortion to just be outlawed. And
okay, wait, let me build a bridge. Let me build a bridge at least. Wait, let me build a bridge at least. Wait, what state are you in? Do you say, or is it top secret?
I'm in a blue state. I've said it before, but
Oh, okay, that's okay. Okay, I'm just curious. Can we build a bridge? Can you agree with me that they should have forcibly tested all of the dead little girls in Texas to see if there were any fetuses inside the body so we can get an accurate death count? In case like one of them were pregnant, we didn't know. Like they did with the woman in Georgia where she was like 5 weeks pregnant and then they kept her body alive for like 6 months. I'm just trying to make sure we're all on the same page, right? We have equal harms and everything, right? I just want to make sure
it would be definitely good to know. Yeah, if any of those teenage girls were pregnant, that would be good to know.
Tally.
See, he's completely unserious now. He's lost the debate. He's completely unserious. Like, this is just sad. It's just sad to watch him. Like, these are his arguments now. We're like at the 3-hour mark. This is his arguments. It's very sad to see Destiny this defeated. Like, it's actually kind of funny. I'm laughing because it's actually, to me, it's funny, but in reality, it's kind of sad because he's like the left's greatest debater, and now he's just ending his whole thing because he doesn't care about being like good faith to people that he disagrees with. Yeah, he's just not interested in doing that anymore. So now he's just going to go into his own little world.
What a vile guy.
Yeah. Yep. He's lost. He's lost. And you know what? It's good that the left doesn't have him anymore because he can be by himself, not advocating, or whenever he advocates for anything for the left, we can easily just point back at all the crazy stuff that he said. And we're just going to keep doing that and discredit him. Even though some of his arguments, actually a lot of his arguments are actually really good. But who cares? He's bad faith to one side, so we'll be bad faith to him. Like, that's just what's going to happen.
I don't even.
Tally, I want to re-ask you. Here, let me just re-ask you a question from last week. I still don't fully understand. I understand the objection to the far left craziness. I don't think anyone here is a far left crazy person. I just don't get why you chose to vote Trump instead of voting for third party or not voting. Why was that the message you sent?
Right.
Literally, the third party was anti-Jewish. Like, Jill Stein was just anti-Jewish. Like, what? She's Jewish. The third party was literally against her. like what do you want?
Sure. So again, the only viable third party candidate was Jill Stein. I was never voting for Jill Stein. Her entire platform was being anti-Zionist.
What is viable about voting for Trump?
Where's Neri?
Well, that's my point. Exactly.
He's a sideshow freak now.
Yeah, literally. Yep. Destiny's just a sideshow freak.
It didn't matter either way, and I wasn't going to vote for Jill Stein.
But Destiny, he's a sideshow freak. But to be nice to Destiny, he's entertaining. He's funny. He makes edgy jokes, and honestly, it's actually kind of endearing that he'll still make these edgy jokes. But not for a split second I want anything to come like for him to be like, oh, he's politically relevant. He's not politically relevant anymore. So he can make his side dumb jokes, and sometimes they'll be funny, and sometimes they'll miss, like the last one he just did. But he's funny, he's entertaining. I'll still watch him, but I'm not gonna take his political takes seriously anymore because he doesn't even take the other side seriously. So like, why would anyone? Even his side won't take him seriously because they don't want to be associated with someone that makes fun of dead kids. Like, who cares if it's in a red state or not?
The only viable third-party candidate was Jill Stein.
So yeah, basically he's a sideshow freak, but that's the mean way of saying it.
I was never voting for Jill Stein. Her entire platform was being anti-Zionist.
What is viable about voting for Trump?
Well, that's my point. Exactly. So it didn't matter either way, and I wasn't going to vote for Jill Stein, so I voted Republican.
But you'll give him the extra numbers for the person who you apparently vehemently disagree on all of these policies, especially January 6th, right?
I wanted to be part of the trend that we saw in, what was it, like every single district where there was a trend moving to the right? I wanted to accurately represent my movement, which my move away from the left was not towards the Jill Steins of the world. My move away from the left was towards the center, which is in the direction of the right. Some of my views moved more in line with people on the right, but again, I'm still just a fucking centrist. I'm still a liberal. Okay. I don't know what to say.
$50 from the Witch's Persona to say the panel is missing the point.
Urgent
the right
chemical.
Shame people.
Tired of streaming to zero?
I'm about to delete Kick right now. It's about to delete Kick. Sorry, Kick, but you're gone.
Voting by shitting on the left, they position the left as doing the shame. Think SJW, evangelicals, etc. Thank you for the $50.
Yeah, but then they do the shaming at the exact same time. They absolutely do.
They're just not shaming people for being right enough. They're not doing it. They're not being like, you're not right enough. Shame on you.
They literally excise Kyle, Joe Rogan, Tommy Lauren. Like, they do this all the time. What are you talking
bring it back into the fold? Yeah.
Yeah, they are increasingly purity politicking, and it's bad for them. It's in
all
fact
three of those things happened before Trump won. Just to be clear.
Well, and none of those.
And Tommy Lauren is also falling out again, which is good. And if we imagine.
Wait, hold up. Why did that not go through? Oh, because I forgot to turn on. Okay. I'm a mean man. Well, honestly, Destiny deserves the meanness. Destiny deserves the meanness. I'm just too good faith for that, you know?
Imagine what social capital we would have if, say, for
If you were just
example,
a
some
little
of our
bit
biggest
nicer. The mining
left
meme.
content creators had
No,
built a
it's not
social
being
nice. Rapport with people. Yeah. Being nice to people is called social rapport. Okay. Imagine how much more effective it could be if they weren't shaming, for example. You know who they're not shaming? The Republicans aren't shaming the middle. It's pretty simple.
True. Okay.
Yeah. Tim Pool is not shaming me at all. Like, even if I'm flirting with the idea of maybe voting for a Democrat, like Tim Pool is like, well, I can see that there's some like Tim Pool would be like, some of the Democrat things are not all bad, like that type of stuff. Like he's not gonna go scorched earth and be like Destiny, be like, oh, you were actually thinking about voting for a Democrat? What? You're not even like worth talking to. What? Like, they do all these disgusting things. Like, what? Like, bro, like, seriously, this is just wild. Like, if Destiny doesn't understand, I mean, he doesn't understand. I mean, he does understand it, but he doesn't care.
Okay, gang, this has been, I don't know if it's been productive at all, but it's certainly been profitable. Thank you all for coming. I'm going to give you...
It's certainly been profitable. I love how Wick says that.
Each of you a brief shout out. Tell people where they can find you. $50 from Hope to say it like so Zoomers can understand. MAGA fights like Cobra Kai, loud, aggressive, and reckless. The left wins by being Miyagi-Do. Stay calm, let them overreach, then punish the mistakes. You will not beat them at their own game. Thank you for the $50. But give closing statements, and then we're just going to, I got to do other things. We're going to let Soypill go first. Go ahead, let Destiny have the last word. Soypill, go.
Yeah, so Kyla, again, I know you perceive me as bad faith in this debate, and I promise you I was really...
No, it's not just Kyla. It's actually every person perceives you as bad faith. So let's just get the record correct now.
Genuinely trying to understand. But the problem with your argument, which does make sense to me, is that it is an incredibly vague thing. There are a lot of lines that can't be drawn. And yeah, sure, there are times, I 100%, I would never disagree with the fact that there are times where an edgy joke or a certain kind of behavior is going to turn off people in the middle that we need to win over. My point is that the amount of energy that needs to go into policing ourselves and make...
You're actually thinking of voting for a Democrat? What? Winky face.
I mean, I'm just not stuck on one side. Right now, I like the whole Trump stuff. If someone... Like say if JD Vance just changes his ticket from Republican to Democrat and he still believes the same beliefs, then technically I would be voting for a Democrat, but he still believes some of the stuff that Trump does. So as long as the Trump stuff comes through, or at least the methodology, not just Trump himself, but like the methodology of what we've been trying to do. I mean, it depends. It really depends. So, because like Obama was very similar to how Trump was as like a populist candidate. That's why Obama like won twice. And then you get Trump right after that, because no one was about to get Hillary Clinton, a complete like warmonger, condescending warmonger, honestly.
Making sure we don't say the wrong thing in these spaces is completely disproportionate to the amount of energy and the people we can win over just by having better messaging and better policy. And you can look at all of these people that are able to disseminate these ideas and win those people over. I don't want to waste time walking on eggshells. I don't want to waste time on Polly and describing like, hey, I know you have all...
I was joking, as what you said he thinks Tim Pool is like.
Oh, wait.
All these principles, but this one little thing is going to push you over to voting for this other person. I just don't care. It's not worth the time. It's not worth my energy. I'm going to try to get people out to vote who are going to vote based on the principles of what the left is going to deliver. Because if the platform of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris was so fucking good, apparently people didn't know. That's what needs to happen. Not, oh, whoops, I was too mean. Ooh, whoops, I was edgy at the wrong time. That's, I think, completely a waste of time. But yeah, I was not trying to misunderstand you. I genuinely didn't.
Okay. Ollie.
Thanks for letting me jump in, guys. Great to meet you, Destiny. Big fan. Good to talk to all of you guys. Kyla, hopefully we'll reschedule soon. And Dev, thanks for chatting with me. I hope we can do it again. I really like talking to you, and I appreciate your insight.
Okay.
Thank you.
Kyla.
Yeah, so I don't think we need to waste that much time on it. These two will probably both notice that I don't think I've DM'd them about how they've talked to people. I don't think I've done much on wasting time other than being brought to this panel and sharing my position, which is about political efficacy. I think that if you are just conservative fatigued, that's totally fine. And you just don't want to deal with it anymore. I think that's fair, because I think Republicans have been fucking horrible. I'm just saying it's ineffective. The right is willing to cozy up to moderates and make them feel safe and warm and happy and pat their back. And those moderates who are oftentimes vibe-based will vote for them. And I think that we need to do the same. And I think that we are losing out on opportunity by not doing so.
Phew, winky face. You can vote for who you like. That's Freedom America.
Freedom America.
Not asking for tone policing. I'm not asking for no edgy jokes. Fucking obviously. It's my entire platform. I'm just talking about being effective, and that when we're not being effective, don't cope. If you're just mad Republicans and want to be mean to them,
literally don't cope. And literally both of them were just coping the entire time. Best end statement. Let's go.
just say that. That's fine with me. But don't pretend that we're being effective. It's not effective except for very specific individuals. There is times when shame is effective. I do not think that it is most of these times. And if either of you, Soy or Steven, would want to talk to me about it more, we can, so that it's less quibblesome and we get less bogged down in different criticisms for different people.
Thank you for being
There's
here.
a great book. I'm going to be super quick. There's a great book about shame. So You've Been Publicly Shamed by John Ronson. Highly recommend everyone in the audience and on the panel read it.
Dev, go ahead.
Thanks for having me on again. It's good talking to you all. Destiny, I know you disagree with my view on this, but I do think it's correct. I think Haidt's research shows it. I think that the right does, in general, value loyalty more than the left. The left values self-criticism more than the right. The right wing is currently fracturing because they view Trump and the Epstein files as this big betrayal, and it's based off of loyalty or violating that loyalty. Meanwhile, the left does way more purity testing than the right because that is a negative form of what criticism is. On some level, I think the right wing just has a natural.
And also, Destiny's in his own echo chamber. So when he says conservatives, it's what he sees as conservatives, not actual like real people. Like what he thinks is a conservative is literally Tali, like literally her. Destiny thinks that this person is a legit conservative because she voted Trump and that was it. Like on the fence. Like if you like it's like he's completely deluded in his own worldview and how he uses specific words. Like you need to ask him when he says a specific word if what he really means by that word, because he uses a diluted version of what that word is, or a very close resemblance of what that word is. Like he did the same thing with her when she said building a bridge, and he's like, that's not building a bridge though. And then she explained what she meant by building a bridge, and then it was like, oh, well, that's not how no one ever uses that, building a bridge. Like her service never said that. And I'm like, well, why would you even go back to like, why are you still comparing yourself to like conservatives? Why do you keep comparing it to conservatives? Like there's no conservative except for counterpoints, but there's no pro-Trump person on this panel. But you keep referring to conservatives as pro-Trump. Like it's except for well, I mean, by his definition, she's pro-Trump because she voted for him. But I still wouldn't consider her pro-Trump. I think she just did an anti-vote.
Advantage when it comes to this sort of edgy speech, because loyalty allows them to ignore hypocrisy.
Yeah,
and leftists don't do that. Like liberals don't ignore hypocrisy, but right wingers do. Because
Destiny's incapable of ignoring hypocrisy. He's incapable of ignoring hypocrisy. He values that way higher than what normal people would, and that's why he's doing all of that. That's why he's reacting the way that he's reacting and becoming basically. What did you say, Wartsnary? Becoming basically. He's a sideshow freak now. Like literally, he's a sideshow freak now. That's what he became.
He's a sideshow freak now.
Yeah, literally. That's what Destiny's become. Because he values hypocrisy to the nth degree. He just can't ignore it. That's why he wants to play. That's why he keeps calling out the hypocrisy. And Trump supporters like, yeah, we don't give a shit about that. But hypocrisy. And then Trump supporters like, yeah, we don't give a shit about that. Or like they value loyalty more. That's why he keeps saying they're in a cult. They're in a cult because like no matter what Trump can do, they still remain loyal to him. Well, yes, they value loyalty more than someone being a hypocrite. Being a hypocrite is, yeah, everyone's a hypocrite. Everyone is. So it's just pointing it out all the time isn't actually doing anything.
They have different moral values here. Because the left generally is more focused on criticism rather than loyalty, that highlights the hypocrisy. So I think in this conversation, in this domain, the left just always has a natural disadvantage. That's that.
Yep.
Thanks for being here, Dev. Talk
Where's
more
Neri?
next time.
Boy, I'm not that posh. Winky face.
What does posh mean? What does posh mean? No. Posh is informal adjective used to describe something that is smart, fashionable, or expensive. Oh. I'm not that posh. Oh, like bougie or something like that, like fancy.
Kind of window dressing for most of it.
Right?
But Destiny.
That's a lot of fun, though.
Yeah, Destiny. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know if I believe that there are like these political phenotypes that emerge from people where the left doesn't like loyalty as much as the right. I think that these are
No, that is true. No, like literally, he gave examples. That is Like, that is just intuitively true. Like, you see it with the political pundits. You see it, like, and you see it too. You call them a cult. Like, they're in a cult because they value loyalty way more than they value anything else. And then you see your side as like, yeah, we're self-criticism, we're better because we self-criticize all the time. Because you guys value not being a hypocrite more than being loyal. Like, what do you, like, you literally see this. But now you're saying it's not that
Where's
big
Neri?
of a deal?
Upper class. I'm more of a cockney.
Yeah, I'm not fancy, as they say. Yeah, I get that. Yeah. Yeah, most people are not like that. It's like posh or condescending or think that they're elites or higher up or stuff like that. But yeah.
Cultural values that are driven a lot by our political leaders and by our political commentators. I think we should drive it a little bit more.
Wait, let me go back a little bit.
You were kind of window dressing for most of it, but Destiny.
That's a lot of fun, though.
Yeah, Destiny. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know if I believe that there are like these political phenotypes that emerge from people where the left doesn't like loyalty as much as the right. I think that these are cultural values that are driven a lot by our political leaders and by our political commentators. I think we should drive it a little bit more on the left. I'm not saying we need to be horrible and evil people. I'm just saying that there have been great men in history, okay, who have demonize their political opponents to some extent, and they've done it to unbelievable ends.
I don't want you to be horrible and evil people, but like, hey, there's been some guys that were really horrible and evil, and you know what? They had a point there, guys. They did have a point. They were horrible and evil, but like, embrace the horrible evilness and just focus on what made them work. And then my question is like, wait, but the thing that made them work was because they were horrible and evil. So you're just saying, you're basically saying, let's just do what they're doing and try not to be horrible and evil at the exact same time, when literally, I mean, that's probably impossible. I mean, there is a way to take, like, just because someone is horrible and evil doesn't mean that every single thing that they do is completely bad and there's nothing to like Hitler drank water and a lot of other people drink water. That doesn't mean drinking water is bad, right? So he's making a point. But like, it just sounds like why can't you point to a much better example? You're smarter than this, Destiny. Just point to a better example. Like, you can't point to a much more better example that can't be taken out of context. It's easy to take his thing talking about Hitler out of context because like he's like literally saying Hitler. Like, why can't name someone that's better? Like, name a better person. Can you not do that, Destiny? Aren't you like super smart?
Okay, this guy
don't you read a ton of books? Don't you do a lot of research? Like, there's obviously other people you can draw an analogy for and make a better point. Like, come on, man. Like, you're better than this, but like, I guess he doesn't care.
The Time magazine.
I guess he doesn't want to hold himself to a higher standard anymore.
Person of the year in 1938, and he managed to kill 13 million people because of how strongly he held his convictions and how much he dehumanized him. Okay, and even if ultimately Hitler killed himself, I'm saying there are things that we can learn from these political leaders to unite our countrymen and do great things.
Things we can learn from Hitler. Okay, maybe that'll be a panel topic another day. Gang, if you enjoyed this content, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button if you're watching this. Well, you won't be watching this on Twitch because we're not streaming this on Twitch. But if you're on Kick, hit the follow button. It won't hurt.
There was a kernel of actual truth of what he's saying. If you were to like play his bad faith, silly argument at the end and actually interpret it in like the best faith possible, it is possible to draw good things from very evil men. It is possible. Like, the tactic of always drinking water when you're thirsty, but he's an evil guy, but he did do that. He made sure he didn't die of thirst. Remember that. Hitler didn't die of thirst. So he was actively being hydrated. Like, people should aspire to try to be hydrated. Now, why use Hitler as that inspiration to do that good thing? That one good thing? Very easy to take him out of context. Very easy to take him out of context. But that's the good faith interpretation of his terrible end statement. So there you go. You can't say that I'm bad faith, Destiny. Like, I see what you're saying. But like, I'm probably going to be the only person that's going to take you in good faith in this type of scenario. So good luck.
We got some shows coming up next week. I don't know what they are. My brain's fried. I'm going to see you guys later. Bye.
Awesome. All right. Nice. All right. We're done. We're done. We are done. The culture. Wait. When was this? 2 days ago? Oh, I thought this was the not so erudite person, but whatever. Yeah, we're done. We're done. We are done, boys. We are done. I'm just gonna have this as my background, but yeah. I guess do what's on screen, and yeah. I need to edit. Man, this is gonna take forever. I have 4 hours to cut down. Turn this into a video, and I don't have enough time in the day to do this right now. But this was actually very good. I liked this. This was
Worsenary.
So eye-opening.
Well done. Smiley face.
Yeah, we got through this. This was so good. This was so good. Yeah, I don't really know. I don't know what we're gonna do. I think, but I'm obviously done. I'm gonna go get food and actually. Oh, actually, there's another thing I need to do before the day is ended. Oh man, I think I'm gonna upload this in parts. We're gonna have part 1 because I started editing the yesterday's stream. Didn't finish it because I got super tired, and then I think I'll try and get that out ASAP because this conversation, it's perfect. It is perfect. This is the conversation that needed to happen. I always feel weird looking directly at the camera, so I'm gonna look at the screen instead. It's so good. It's so good. I don't know. I have no other words to say. I've said everything that I need to say. So yeah. Thanks for watching, and goodbye, guys. Goodbye. This has been great. We'll see you next weekend.
Worsenary. Nightmate. Louise Guy. Good night.